blue, given there are 3 bans in. And they indeed do ban the Franco early.
Okay, so
Shenlin, respect through the roof.
okay, so we're missing off 1 ban from the side of Mongols.
I don't know if they missed the ban or if that's real. Okay, so
Okay, we'll find out.
it's blue. Confirmed, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello everyone, hello.
Mongols are in the blue.
Welcome to the stream, bro.
Okay, so this is fun. First pick box here for the side of Mongols and
Live live, guys.
Legion. One thing's for sure is that
Are we
they
live?
absolutely love the Uranus, but they banned it out themselves.
Abstract, I think this is a very real situation here. Mongols may have actually not banned. It's possible because prior, they always ban Baksha. They ban Baksha, if not their opponents banning Baksha. But here, by not banning in 3,
Maya mamang yung live today, tat kre ko. Ay gido, ganun daw, may mutta na ano pumut kre. O sige, yarbe yung guys.
Hey, that's a respect over the Shenlin. They got Franco out.
and now Legion Esports responds.
Bro, isu yarbo.
Skov and Zushin.
Sandak se among live among sang nai dire ko, ay nai ra da bane. Kan tien chem na honai gan sumba Restream among thana honai kan da ya da lai.
Always banned it. Big respect by Coach Sabo to this mid-lane utility juggernaut that could become a damage hero, mind you.
Mong you
I do believe Mongols should pay attention to that. Watch out for the Angela pickup, maybe in red 4, in case it comes through the bans. Now,
Mambra. Mamam dumande mambre yung ka.
1-1 would be good right now.
1-1.
Okay,
We
mamme.
haven't really seen what is Legion's
Sige, mambagi. Tapos check ka tao gani ba. Yare. Okay, tara. Alright.
Kind of marksman. But even if they don't go to the direction, it will be the Green Jug. Okay. So 1-1 it is, together with a Kimi.
Okay, so the Mongols have won with a
Sinebo ka.
twice.
Aduga.
One of the Kimi.
Ay nasmain tama ba.
In mid, yes.
So the mangdre ba.
Math checks out here.
Yare.
So the Mongols are already investing.
Aduga comment pa na ba sumay na amtang ga puthora ke tao.
Good decision making here by Coach Buyo. Now,
Yare.
Legion,
Shwede yare.
on the other hand, closing up.
Hello everyone. Among mom kre yare ani yare. Aham ba live thagat pagin.
Do they give Joe
Shwede yare. Ay comment pa ko ko so yare.
Zetsu could be a backsha here.
Mambra.
A possible point, to be fairly honest.
Okay.
Comes down to
Toy bagi toy. Okay. Hello. Welcome to the stream, bro.
they don't really quite have to
Ma'am like namjen share doc sanjay Facebook ki live ho rabani. YT ki so ne guys si je ko ge kano da ni ko. World champion ko ge Esports World Cup to ni ko guys. Day 3 wild card ki day 3 ni ko. Ma'am like namjen share doc sanjay ko makha da game pun enjoy tau si guys. Kai no na bro. Ai ro. Na but maktin na gi di tau ha pe.
Introduce a little bit of variety into Joe Gaz's play. He can play utility, he can split the map, he can actually fight, do some cleanup. Now they're going into the banning phase.
Esports World Cup.
Here.
Like namjen si ko guys. Like namjen si ko. The game me play enjoy pa na yeng si ko.
He would want to pick up the Masha instead. After looking at how Junichi from Zeta's division played the Masha, it pops and you popped that kick.
Matched it up with Chip too, so
yes,
very much possible we do not see a roam for either side decisively just yet. Coach Buyo respecting Cram God's Cho.
Okay.
Hey, if Shenlin
never had an opportunity.
If Shenlin, he only played it once. It was disgusting.
Na si.
He was kicking.
Bro kana ngam dui man ge khang di tu di.
Franco, the wild card. Cram God is the Cho wild card.
Nai din nai ga daw re ko game ja.
They literally have got a hero.
Nai din nai ga dui ne eng khang da. Ngai hak tung game kai no bro ri su nung din tum jen ba yam phat ta ba ni ne. Khoi ji kana la ge Facebook ki ju kana am la ko u de da. What happened guys? Temen lai si ba ai voice te fajan ta ra ina ngang isa moi ma khon na ho ya de ko ai khon na ho go dam ni ko.
Legion might still be
Kai lam no.
Angela this
Am
side.
kai lam moi de no moi ja mo mongoloid oi am na Legion oi ko kai oi dan si tournament se MSC Esports ki selection ki dro mane MSC ki do ne si je mid summer cup ki do Esports World Cup ki do Saudi Arabia ra tau do.
We've seen yesterday that sometimes even if you do build
Saudi da tau do jek
a
denishan.
smorgasbord of anti-heal,
Saudi da kana tau ri bane.
sometimes just
It's still too much to do.
an unhinged Zushin plus an Angela just takes over. It comes down to the Mongols. Will they respect the possibility of an Angela
Blue
lineup?
team na thoi ni hauji ki play oi ni yeng se. Hauji ki do hauji ki ai do sigi ni da dum sanai do ai ki tang ado live thaga no ki tang delay gre do na
Is when it comes down to
pra cover tau do biar oi ba.
So
Boy
they
show
have
hau da ge
final
ado gi ni
say
da.
on their final pick after looking at the full 5 matchup of Mongols.
Forwards for mong mari muk tha di tha ga do ni
Mongols
bo
can
kai.
also play an Angela if they so decide.
No.
It's possible. Look at this.
Angela Boxia.
It might even be better for them. They pick the Esmeralda.
That essentially denies.
시대기 때문에 이거 간도요. 컹디에도디. 시 와일드 카드 시대 와일드 카드 때이 아니 기당 간도요 거니. 뭐 하는게 already 또 빠팀 와일드 카드 나타비다 메인도네 얌 레람데세. Grand finale 아니다 상도요. 와일드 카드 시대기 강가라가 뭐에 메인 사나락보다 또 그노 top 16 아무 사나락가도이네. top 16 teams kay amu 사나락해도 왔리. Playoff fight tamni na dugida mo iga. Hello bro, come to Birki guys. Tato.
Considered an under when I'm talking about just my thoughts on the meta games because
like namdin straight offense ko.
It's so
Duga game se enjoy tau se. Wai ti da so tari physical sorry. Mayam lo yeng na ri yeng ase dum. Restream je.
Welcome to the wild card. The Mongols debut Estes.
About damn time. We have been asking for the Estes for the longest time. Ever since this big patch dropped on us, we were the first week. We were just like, you know what, Estes, you know what, healing, all of these annoyance.
A good number of tier 2 and tier 3 tournaments in the MLBB Esports ecosystem have been won off of the back of an Estes. This is Enchanter support now links onto heroes, heals them, and gives them hybrid defense.
I think the biggest thing is about the hybrid defense now.
Nah, get out it. I'm tawid da.
Mid-game, you can just steamroll through lineups that aren't ready for it. And I think Legion aren't ready for it.
Bro, na let oin na thari si kai gino. Ai na let oin thai je hobudagi cover taw gada ba dugini bro. No si first match no yeng thokra ba.
You can if you're
Ako ai quality si ka ba advance. 1440
long-term fighting, then they lose. But Mongols love long-term fighting. They close up with the lapu-lapu.
Moi si match ani subo sanarang gini haje.
It's come to the point that they pick up the Esmeralda because it is
ID dagi to Philippines dagi to Malaysia dagi to MPL sanaba lamsing di to aduga MPL oi da bratim khangdi moi je kamai taw bono. But top 16 teams ti sanara ka doine khange. Top 16 teams sanara ka doine seasonal wild card moi sanale ado moi game sound do kitang hapo bro ai game sa moi sound do hapa matam da moi sound na helani buko adu oiraga di mo beraka ni buko moi na ngang mo ado moi ngang mo ta ba su kai de ta ya bu ya ida
at least a couple of times we're in a team intentionally
forum mani da dum how way
to allow for the picks to open up
more OP picks going on.
Yeah, just so that they can walk away with the first big box show. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 in this best of 3 in this fated rivalry. It's Mongolia versus Vietnam. The Mongols Legion Esports.
I'm definitely gonna be worried.
Ala game dire na dominate taw ne Manipur da dilen tournament la oi draw Manipur da su porak na ba ma hona gi ge kana sem sari masak ko am yaw de masak ko ba yaw ni man ne ngo 10 diamond tang review dana 10 diamond dana bro ke do ga no. Okay, game ho re ko guys. The Mongols ka Legion Esports kani ko kai kai lamoi du no di khangdre ado game sound dum taram mani da hoje ai khara dil khat khara bane tar be on
in the current patch. That is the support emblem, agility, and wilderness blessing, and then focusing mark.
All about speed.
Okay, so I like how it's focusing mark because you're
still
helping in your final
Lens slot che blue red loraga si masala ra si mathak ki sakhi de ne.
I'll do you one better. Even without the ult, Shenlin is pretty much taking care of it.
Moi ge box ya so mai taw ga la e.
Oh, Mumu, he will be tossed right back into the
fight, but fortunately for him, na low ra ma le ne he. Mumu je kana no. Mumu je kai hero do na mai ja.
Even without the ult.
Oh, Esmeralda. Lo foyo do be wari ni ne. Ai ge account FB link holder se amu phang ba ya ba ga chance lai ga dro. But contact tauraga moi ge customer support contact tauraga try tauraga yengo promo dice ki dice what ge bro daim bro mamona kai promo dice la aba rich nirupama hai there is kai de rich no hai kyam kui rage live tha ba brother hodangai
and of course
tawga ngam nirupama ne ne kano dikai sakra ge Tom Thin guys ki ge ma college ka ge bro Smash EXP da hoji am dum kalli ko Expound EXP is kind of like good fazaye do turtle kana na secure to na lens slot na
But in the meantime, also another kill.
Double kill.
Allowing Cram God to push Mumu over the edge, leaving Mate all alone with a sliver in the middle.
Alright, so maybe that is one moment where they wish, they hope that Shenlin had the ult.
Nice one.
And I guess it was just...
On one job, you can't do kallo. One of you can't kalli, bro.
threaded the
that
needle,
15 the
found
lak to
the
be
SOD
promoted. Okay.
underneath
But I show in a
the
kid over again.
pow, joined the fight and then rotated back all the way down.
Like namjan je, but I like namjan je set option je
for NXK, but Que sera, Legion Esports are now up by 1,000 and change. I think that's worth it.
Yep, completely worth, right? 3 kills for Legion Esports now, and it also pushes back Zetsu's kind of possibility of trying to be very aggressive down the river line. And I think that is exactly what Legion Esports want to do, right? They want to take control of the early stages of the game, as that is the Mongols' main game.
With a Zhu Xin that is not fortified by an Angela, that's what you want to do. You want to own the map, you want to own the game, and you're kind of on a timer, especially with Joga building the War Axe. I would reckon this is the classic.
Intern puba howrabani adu sakibani. Okay, my intern puba howrega. My intern gi changimni 4 hour thadera the 4 hour thadena straight the thada damne. Mayam like namjan se ko share toxin je guys.
2,000 gold ahead, Eugene.
At this point in time, I think that they are gonna get even more as the time goes
Dim
by,
da QE
The Mongols try
Bisa
to
pai
be
bis
aggressive,
super boy
but
be ay.
I think
No ade bisa roi. The ne par.
even though Joga gets
Mayam like namjan je share toxin ko Facebook ti biru bichu now mayam so like dak namjan si share dak toxin si the game makha ta na enjoy tau si.
For a bit. Turtle coming
Kari
up in
sound on
5
iru pamai.
seconds.
Dang na zum lak na we ne badar show.
From Meow coming down.
Freestyle am yawe thazal age but Ronaldo agi de hojik start have ya da bane
Pulled out. Meow
monetization restriction lai bane adana igi start have ya roi brother na to pa pamba atopa content creator to have de koi streamer to pa lai ba am no moi to ina thazan bio sa lapu jo wale pra zone ne to jo ai juzi no mula am thanga thiba pa dai ne okay som na mo ano en to wi ne ba okay 1-1 galti jo to gre hojik Esmeralda na kana zone to ri ga Hi bro, Bada Dinku, hello, welcome to the stream. Point study, how runny, hey. Sawi day in a sawa thing na grab boy. Man, YT is like Namjansi ko. Facebook is like Namjansi, YT is Namjansi, Roxansi, view Yamanse. Okay, Manipur, the Gisu Sumba, Mogi cannot have a official restream with halves, view Kaka Yamansi, Kana, no, Nadra. Mogi customers, Mato Karam, not Tony Mogi customer care. Mobile zengi pau phongna ge di game manung na changaga bro mathaki kwai top tane sumaina helmet open farm mai photo icon nam yaw bane ba aduda tawraga pau phongna ga da ba awai bu saw bro dum hai khang du di khang dra ma la da
Fair enough, it was a 4v4.
Fair enough, it was a 4v4. I did it.
Window. They lost their prime initiation timing and they paid the price. Now the Mongols are clapping back. The map doesn't clearly belong to them just yet, but at least they got a kill. Meow
for
just a bit. Looking at the gold lead, it's spread out pretty well. And here's what's surprising. Abstract, look, NXK is farming much better than Daylight. And here's the thing, Daylight's been fighting. I think that's where we see the difference now.
Yep. I think that this is also one of the reasons why we don't really see a lot of Moscovs join into turtle fights. The first turtle and the second turtle.
But he did.
He did. So that's probably
the Mongols not playing mo kasangra ne brother ai okay ai di khang de masin an ti se ke brother issue was ai
that's the opportunity cost of being an active part of fighting early.
Da mo da do dum sta yeng ase amuka no na hanna
pressure is on the Mongols.
Ha sida dum ko makhata na continue ta dum pun yeng ase 1-1 si broken shot li bane 1-1 si broken shot li kimi shot li go ado asongi red side kina mo lapu sine mo bera kai
and Meow, they will want to look for an opportunity as most of the amount of gold and
sing yam bajaba mi ngo ba som da minute som ne ko kum dar e yong ga lens lot ta ni ko sanga le ja adagi mo ge este sum yo wi ne ba baksha ge este so healer ga asim bera ka bi ne ta wi
he gets one. Shenlin goes down. That is going to be one of the main healing that they do not have. While Joga picks up a double, bringing the jungler down.
And that scrambled the Mongols, took him out of their timing. forced him to play out of tempo, and that led to a clean turtle.
Father, that fight. As you fight, yam fazaki ko. Red morning lapu bera car so ay. But there is kange me. Ado bonoy bahanja do hay do kai geno me. Game jemo. Mi yeng dream mi da bit ha po me. Hana kanana ka de noy nan hay do ra mi yeng bit ko mai lay deno. Moscow ki position further je. My ulti dum lang ako do. Another lang ini ko. But
Given that the middle lane T1 is already down, look at these balls, they will be right in your face.
And the name
Blue
of the
Rizar
game
ni sidi.
Esports
But
is
lamsing
so
ba do ni.
Mind
Mind ko da. Surprise the thong mo daw ni do ko makatabi yung gagadan.
Who saw it first? I don't know who was the one who read the rotation, but neither jungle don't want no smoke.
Yep, they don't want anything.
What I'm trying to say is, I think Legion Esports know that, oddly enough, it's not as simple as a take out the cores. Don't just go for Zetsu, RinXK. The key is Mikey. The key is Mikey and Shenlin, and they've been doing so well to isolate them.
And something that's really interesting, the one that Gideon has been looking for, the Bruiser Lancelot.
Yam phade pot ni na sana ri je ko. Ado kai digi shoy have the yam plug yeng ase.
The War Axe and now
Is bu the bangang tahalin ni. Mai na hai ra ba for kana no oi the bangang tahalin no.
Estes lineup that you just haven't
Sinahan man ni uli si Abani sana no nabani. Fight is home je ko. Ako gi red side na never dominate tau je. Si combine tor ga turnover lock pra. Epic comeback lock pra. Have the combine tor play is sana yung mina dominate tor aga play is mind tor pumatam na combine tor ga khoi gi hold tor ga sana bai play sa myam. Aga na yung zalaw ra je na si.
they want Shocker to play an aggressive.
Si jungle invade ka sanga ini ka. Okay. Vaxana retreat thada ra blue si bude secure ta ho ra. Som da moi lord law na ba ho ra. Minute kya so minute mapan. Minute mapan sudang ai ri.
Lord getting taken now. Legion Esports blitzing it, nothing on the board.
Sana roy. Okay. Lord ko di dong kana tao sang re ka. One to sa ra.
Coming from Joga, but only he got caught right underneath as Makey immobilized him right underneath the
Ama jong sa ta re do hill na mo pa ga binina. Okay, shut down P red and slot che. Okay, ade ka ma jong sang ga ter manung da adagi Okay, akoi ge mu meow mu la ka da lapu mu la ka da re. Fika ka phre do. Eh do fa da re da. Was they? Strong ni ne tau re bra.
Oh my lord, they're not done. Momo gets a triple. A wipeout for the Mongols. And here's the kicker. Abstract, here's the kicker. Not a single hero went over to the Mongols. It was a clean trade.
Ado ay na pari comment siga tao siga ang kenara mani delay lay bani na buka. Ado ay comment si sum na parak na tao ka.
From the Mongols.
That's what you call a negative gain lord. You didn't even see it push a lane. Tier 2 in mid still standing for the Mongols. I think Legion Esports overshot. They overcommitted, overextended.
Sure they are.
And I'm not going to say it's over. They still
Sure
have
ga
a
ay na
small
yang
goal.
hari sapsan.
I think we've hit a fever
Mana ni.
pitch.
Ka ki yang sagi Hawaii thong basai.
I gotta say,
Fa sure they are ni se. Sure they ay na Facebook ki comment dum ko best of 3 oi do oi do ni. Fa ja re adari sure de noi ay na ngang mo siga noi screen ga su sana ra ni. Esmeralda ga hojik land slot ko matak dal lai re.
And this is why I was looking for that other.
Atadi makon sana ra maroi bang sai de
Because
gida.
again, when you get split
Ay na
up like
mga
that,
game na ma
Shocker
tau le
isn't
mani.
exactly the fight. You need someone else to deal it. Now Mumu 2v1.
Fa sa down ni pisan gre ka. 1-1 som na kana tau ri.
This guy finally, okay. So he understood if he wants
Fa
the frontliner, if he wants to be the one to
मैं आज कितो दे यम फजा बा मोय के पैता रे खोय के रेड के साइड के तंग मोर एग्रेसिव फॉर्म लखी बा ताय मोय नमजन ऑफ फोर्स तंग नो होना रखी बा अदा खोय के ब्लू साइड ना खोय के चांस ला हो बने बा जे के नत्रा इनबो मनंग दिगे इंग सार के नंग मणिपुर लै ब्रा
Legion Esports know what's up. They
मैं लाइन नमजन लो मैं लाइन नमजन लो सेट ऑक्स लो
And the
Okay,
Mongols now looking at
the
their middle.
fight jay okay som the mark taro pa abai film ma u fangi ko Moscow se mathan lai kan thida sien mangam gadira ngam gadira is 1 HP ni ko fight jay ne tanayon kimi na ga ye le jong wan na som da gol di tawri no
run on the opposite direction, pulling all 4 other members with him, allowing Legion Esports to get themselves safe underneath the T1 turret.
I don't know.
Fazay. Sumay namzalak pa zidi.
The Mongols properly flanking him now. Joga's
Yung nasa lega Hawaii hawp ni.
This 5-man Ube from the
Hawaii di pam
Mongols
zabi subject ni kayo no.
will keep Legion Esports at bay.
They trampled through him.
Fazay.
Like history in memoriam, the Mongols, the horse warriors, they're running through Legion and they score a lord.
Fazay draw guys, please.
It's a turnaround that we want to
Ay
see.
di, sumay na ba gonna change lang Fazay draw.
Quite a bit, to the point that we had 5,000 gold.
Come back Fazay draw, come back Fazay kayo no.
The Mongols were fine.
Namzala feeling was my dog. Ko namzala iye mo iye. Amu number hor pa matanda.
Pushing down the T1 turret and moving on forward even more.
That's right, they're way ahead of you. They already have turned things around. They own the map. They have 2 tier 2s. All this while, Legion Esports are on their way to losing all of their outer turrets. Say goodbye to this one in the bottom. Mid should be up next. Renexke just picked up a malefic gun here, so he should be
Rate chim music I put madi. Hoi mana ka hoi adusu adu oraga de hoi Esmeralda gumba adi Baxia gumba. Ado moi gi khoi maru ore boko. Khoi moi gi SSO was it. Sibra na was it.
He's a bruiser. He's slightly tanky, but he's still gotta really watch out for the amount of damage that he is.
Slow line, she defend on the man then.
But in the meantime, the top lane T3 will go down with the Lord and Mumu in tow. Legion Esports now has to deal with this Lord that's marching in, escorted by 5 other members of the Mongols.
I think it's mission accomplished.
5 other of the Mongols, I did.
Take out top lane inhibitor. Up next is
going to be nice that. The Esmeralda, the late game, I think you cool, you got in. Kimigo on one is in a money to get backline to get Roy Binoy, a carp ago, backline, the Pasha guy ever. The red ticket and so give the game the change for the Netowe, don't it over. Estes Crashman, and I think Estes Berana, the game Kimi, Moscow, finger finger give me finger Father in there, I'm to swallow.
Mikey overshot.
One. You can do it.
Restream underneath Shocker's lights. Shocker forward.
But it's okay. There's still the blessing look like God.
Still
in the fight with 2
but then how I saw from Mumming for turning the idea. Alright, man, give them the go. Warrior shower, eh? Magic the miss what red here.
They got punished hard. They definitely could have lost much more than all the heroes that they did just now, but Mikey, I think Mikey felt it in and he flickered forward. He said, we can end this, guys, we can end it. Never mind, back out. We went too far.
Never mind, back up. We went too far.
What can Legion Esports do at this point, right? They have lost 2 inhibitors. They need to continue to move on forward, considering the fact that this is on the line, man.
Catch the Mongols when the formation isn't perfect. Pick off. At this point, anybody without Shenlin nearby is fair game.
Okay.
That's it. If someone is caught out stragglers like this, like Mumu, they can find Mumu.
Okay.
And maybe they can. But again, the Mongols
game,
the Mongols are playing such a tight formation. It's so much easier said than done.
It's too difficult. If anything, they need to force something out. They need to force someone to be out of position, I suppose. But Joga has consistently trying to be the front lines of Legion Esports.
Hawaii can Hawaii SS on the rate number chance late. Okay, Onik play later. Oh, the Onik delay on Giroye, can I talk on the Moidi and play off the Togdur when you see the wild card never got. 1-1 to Father, eh? Moscow is under Hava, what do you want to do? Chill, ma'am, and it's under Hava.
He goes 1v3. He really wanted to
do
but he's unable to.
Minus Hana, guy in a packet is a carrying, you know, Bronx, you always you're not going to pump us, Hana, we all you draw.
But was it a good
Yeah, my paisal the commentary moment on the key commentary. I not open a tea, bro. I the commentary to the
And the Mongols didn't even lose a single
Hawaii, I'm Hawaii. See how I say it's our hang down in I don't need to do it to go with the manner. I do for J, guys. Next game, 1 high Gregor.
Full debut of the Estes in the wild card. And Lin, once again introducing a familiar flavor to the MLBB Esports landscape. They take game 1, join first blood.
Guys, kill me.
Legion Esports.
Let's remember,
Shitty.
it comes down to day
I'm Mali, the higher canoe, Igana Canigo.
pretty much the same story with Legion Esports coming in with game 2 and game 3 comeback.
Moscow se idea Moscow je badana dis hana game ne kida fajare guys wale guys game me ang wale ko Facebook yeng video me am su like nam jan guys share tok san je adoga ngasi di game me am punna yeng da si ai heng kano playoffs ta ju thara ka deni ko hanu ba da game ne na guys expect to uptra di commentator man de da again nang man ma me au gre ai man le ha ka no ai dro ina ai man de ai kai man ge se ai nộp tụ bao giờ đây này sẽ đi bro cái hai phiên màn mấy anh em màn vẫn નથી ra cái mấy anh gì không khai ơi ở sao nha chỉ có đi bro em màn lại có cái gì muốn giao phóng lên cái message lấy gì đâu mà khá tao vậy mấy đứa tàu đi rồi vậy
And then just, yeah, we want Baksha first. Yeah. Whatever happens, you Angela, we Estes, one way or the other, we take away the anti-venom to our game 1 winning formula. And this was a very quick match. I'll tell you now, under 18 minutes, was it?
Under 16? No. Yeah, I think you might be right. Somewhere around.
Sinta aga commentary toro. Haji kita mandrane mande ko.
Below the average of there, it's 6-17, right?
Mayan kang mumayaw mo do.
The first time they played, I'm looking at an average of about 17-18. 13 minutes, 16 and a half, 20 minutes. That's where we're sitting at. So this being under 17 is quite decisive.
I see.
Tumur again or from a good night.
Slowly getting an idea. They got themselves in early. They can close game.
Moi gi si yung saksan ba ada mini saksan lo gadi ya gadi go ai game dum mathang gi ho ya ne na man.
See that? It's like, you like the Estes?
You just doxed my name.
What?
You just doxed my name.
I called you Eternal. What are you saying?
What are you saying? Chana ga ay
People know.
Okay.
That was a hana ra ani hojik suggestion khara piro o matches to gi matung inna suggestion je karam mo gi suggestion bro ai ai ga do bo hojik do bro dia mal ko mande guys hojik da ne ko gi tasing na ga rate na e advantage ne le ram mi do like score je 2 ga 12 kara ka no 12 la ka am le ram mi da aduki mato khenari bado somehow kanona akoi gi ti kano blue du na muk da kana pra khong du ga moi noi na ka gi bado adu gi pot mo di yam phaje dum bado ko ju dong no hona ga dam ne game je pura ni ha na khalo dam
but it just seems as though we at least have set
good night same me te lon ko mai hai khang ro badar so mang phar se
which is again questionable like
khangi mande ko so kra hai dia re ga ba ne commentary the su bro man mami au jai kam no commentary da no garam no ai ja
who planned that?
That's ano opposite ano ay mo ano pede asimu male mo hai ra khadoi ra na ma Smart triple kill na na tra game change so krido ma triple kill du su lai re ko plus moi akhoi gi team no hold to tor lai bedo adu gi pot ne ba me noi na
Zeta again
they hai oh mong farzi
Zeta
will be in action later on folks
yeah hit lagi
but entertainment we live in the now and we live in a reality
apaban dang
Estes is a
Good morning na mga kunsiba. Good night na kay.
This is real.
Kaya queen la go din ano dum ho ga ha ni da. Hoje dum ni wari kra sana mo.
A week now. And here
dum ho ga ra ni.
And it looks like Legion didn't have the answer past the
Good evening na luwang
as
kunsiba.
soon as the main cores were able to get
Good night
the
na
power
kay.
spikes, I think it was a little bit too difficult for Legion to find their opening because they were really banking on the
Ayuk ni du di mane ma good morning na hi
I
city.
saw it to be one of the main reasons why
Playoff se kam kan de ho den tang tra truk tagi oi bam taw ne bro. Nate kun mari ro. Ai hai ra ki adu update to ai.
The team fights were a little bit
check tau
scrappy.
dali
They
khangar.
didn't go according to the structure that the Mongols wanted to work with, especially with
Kuman
the
pun siwa.
kind of ube strategy that they were working with the Estes. So more so than trying to depend on mistakes. from
Good night
Mongols,
oram moi
I
da.
think Legion needs to find
Koi
a
mi te hoi.
different
Good night gum bo oi ni ko.
style and mixture of their own.
It's not really just
Do
all
good
about
educate no apaba na educate no nung da. Apaba nung da.
I think that Joga did what he could, but he was dealt with.
If anything, I think he's playing
Asida sana ba yaw single
I agree.
from that na je hai ba yara ka droi hen mandro ba nang so du dia.
Right? But I think that there is at least a small little
Ikan
part
mandro
that is the fact that the teams are probably starting to figure out a little bit more about enchanted support.
Yeah.
All of the enchanted support that we have. Diggy, Angela,
Sumi,
Estes
ano,
are all
Although, but there's why na ito na chumbani.
Diggy is kind of a far
No,
cry.
ito lali mo.
Because I was thinking
Forward.
more.
I never lost one.
Good
I was
idea
thinking
pa
more
ba?
Florin, right? We
Yeah.
Night
have-
ay ganun da.
Exactly. Just
Game
wonder-
tao sila
I wonder
away.
if those kinds of
Ano,
heroes
ming
will
ngamuk
actually
sindo ka
finally
bro.
pop up.
Oh, kaya ni ba?
Especially with the Baxia,
Game
I
tao
think
ba?
the Baxia
Game tao
synergizes
zi.
better with the Florin as compared to
Game
the
sana
Baxia.
na. Ganun
In
tao zay ra ba?
particular situations. That's why Mr. KB, he was very
Game
vocal about
sana
it
na
in
live
the
sa dun
back
tha
room.
zay ra ba?
I don't like
Gaya
all
dun
those
so
drafts.
ay videos really
I
tao
want
daw
it to
din.
be Florin instead of Estes. But you know, Shenlin knows what he's doing. We've been hearing that Shenlin is their main
Facebook
drafter
na
as
Facebook
well.
ila zara.
Mhm.
White
the
tig na
Mongols.
white tig zara. Comment siya dun para ni.
Here we are now.
Ay,
I
dun
think
game
that was also
sana
a
na.
little tricky move that Coach Bujo pulled off. Like, no blue 3. We'll get the back shot. I think, what did KB say about that? I'm always interested in
Dogiro, paro dabdo.
upping his
Aning
game.
di, aning di, uning di.
See?
It was like, huh? Is there
Game
a
ang tayo
mistake?
sa
Did
game.
something happen
But that's
on
kamay
stage?
yaw din
That
oh.
never happened in
Bro, yung mga advice we ba kayo yun eh.
In the Philippines, it's
Kaya
happened
advice
at least
we
twice.
Okay.
That a team decided not to ban just so that the draft would open up. So this is not completely new to me. So I can explain it.
Okay, for us in Singapore, it's more the fact that if they want to open big heroes,
They just
OP
pick-
heroes,
just ban Layla.
they just ban
Yeah.
something
Ah,
else.
gyan
I
ta
agree.
din da mo ni free loan siya eh.
Uh,
I
Takadab
think
ni
it took a
takadab ni
while for them to
tamu
get into the drafts again,
True,
right?
yeah.
So
which I can confirm was also something to fix. There was something being tweaked with, but also maybe they just timed out that decision to keep Legion on their toes.
game.
Yes.
it's a mental game.
It's not a
So
setup.
can we agree that coming into game number 2, adaptations start in the drafts?
Maya, ay mo na iga. So,
Adaptation
yun no.
starts in the mental. I'm hoping
Na YouTube
that
to kumay lagi bro. Ay kiwi yung mga nadum layo
use
eh.
their cool, and
But
I
there
hope
you
Legion,
no ay na chin na tira no ay.
stick to the plan. I hope Coach Sabo can pick up from where they left off, because if not, then it'll sadly turn into another Team Falcon situation wherein clearly Game 2, their final game that they played, they were just everywhere. And I'm hoping that that's not the case. I'm hoping that this is more than just calm before the fall, that they actually play well and put
Yeah, may
themselves
itong
in
game ho
a
ka.
state of flow and take us to Game 3.
Tao. Take us to game
Why
3
are you
eh.
smiling?
No, nothing.
Why are you laughing? What's wrong?
Nothing. But
Something happened?
no, calm before the fall. Right?
Is that the saying? Calm before the storm. Right. Sorry, I meant calm before the storm.
Huh?
It's like, we know what's going to happen.
Saan?
We know that this is a high-stakes matchup. You have to put your
Yaw kaya ready bera kana to male man ato. Ay adong gino may mu sammam ni ko sonda sambaya de na mu thalak ni ko.
Mental, I absolutely agree, right? Because when it comes down to
Yaw kaya ready bera kana
games
to mo
coming
hale.
from Legion, they have lost as of
Troll tau gino ay ni kay jale.
Yes.
right? Well, in the meantime, for
Kari.
the Mongols, one 3 games in a
Kay
row.
kay nang pam si kay.
Momentum. That's definitely something.
Padari susia damurani no pi war o hayo ba ini mana hai se. Oh.
Shenlin came in
Fire,
with the Franco, and now he's coming in with the Estes. What else can he play?
May am lai nam jan je shadow sin se game no man jan je to ka kai gana na ba.
Can you play all the enchanted supports? I mean, Rafaela, revamped Rafaela. Haven't seen that yet.
Koi gre da wathi nga lai gre ne wa re ngai ba. Suma yan tau na ba.
Because
Ora ni ha moi preparation tarong ni player ga ido.
We've seen
Ano mo
SS,
silang gini ba to ge.
Florin, Kabe was
Florin.
like, Florin! Where's Rafaela? That's right.
Completely forgotten.
And this is weird because Bruno is in the meta now.
Oh,
Rafaela Bruno, Rafaela Diggy. This was once the poison that we were playing in the pandemic. Like, you just played any combination of these heroes, like, say goodbye to your towers 5 minutes in.
Oh, it's all about need for speed, right? Especially when it comes down to the heals from Rafaela. That is something that I
Oh, kadara,
love
kadara.
the most, right? You get free speed boost almost every, 5 seconds?
Yeah, and if your Bruno dies, pop him back in. Your duty ain't done.
If you have Faramis, that means that Bruno have 3 lives.
All right, take it easy.
And if...
What? We haven't seen Faramis yet. But yeah, no, imagine that. Just think of the depth of what's possibly the current metagame.
I mean, I don't think it will happen, so I'm imagining it.
That's abstract for you. Since
Imagine,
yesterday.
you know,
Hey,
imagine I don't have feet.
If you can't imagine it, then how can it be real?
Manifestation.
And I'm manifesting Cram God's
Manifestation. Okay, guys, game over.
Success.
Drafting fees the lady.
So
But there is
far,
such trouble. Khang di ma kai mang
because
ra.
technically the Joe is
Noksana
always
tung
balanced
ra ba
on
kai.
face. So
Alright,
could the
guys,
game
game over go.
potentially be
First
just
picking it.
prioritizing it in the first phase.
And best of 3 game 1 adum tha lai jam kan game 1 so na game 2 wo
Shenlin
sila.
away from his team with a kick, and then called it a day. You're right.
having a Franco for themselves might be a little bit.
That too, you could steal the Franco, but that's the question. This Cram got.
Okay, 1-1 ben tawre guys. Handa ti listen na 1-1 ben tawre ko mamang game ni 1-1 and get ki vera kay no. 1-1 ben
So we'll
tawre.
see, will the Franco, will the Cho finally pop up here in this elimination match? We're match point, boys and girls. So with that,
Boys and
Leo
girls,
Abstract
I
gets to game numero dos.
Here we go. In the draft is where it all begins, and I think with Legion Esports going in the blue, they're more comfortable here. It's clear that they made a lot of calls throughout the wild card saying, we want to start in blue, let us start from here. Coach Sabo banning out the 1-1 and Shen Lin's Franco, while the Mongols take out the Kalia. They always just ban out the Kalia.
Kalia hasn't seen the light of day for the longest time.
We miss her. She's solid. There was a time in the metagame, I'd say early June,
Dre draft over the
where she would always just find herself in the second
Muy mathak Franco ben tawre.
giving
Picture yawi do adui mathak ui.
Mermaid Guild justice.
Baxia ben tawre, Kalia ben
Looks like
tawre.
a Baksha ban. So
Right,
from
nobody
right now,
told
I
ya
can
ro
see how
friend
the
ni bang
Mongols
hada
are,
laga maning mama
playing
hapsal
a
laga
little
paikha
cheeky.
la
They might
sakti ba ya
introduce
gadra
more
ba.
enchanters again.
Schema kan da haro bro.
Been
Tage badar su se no lenga. Ma de khoi mathak oi bani.
If you call a Franco lineup,
Te kun ra amos raman.
aside from Franco, no, not really.
Not
But
really, right?
Badang doesn't count. Badang isn't.
38 la 38 minor gang su rang 40 meow.
But no, you're
Nang
right.
nasu commentary mo
besides
khra
the
laur
Franco,
over yeng manu wa hello me. Bada sur ya ro he moi ngang su do. Kung mari ye sun thaw da yo te on law ho de yo ne nung dang game sana ngam maroi he.
possibility.
Ayo hen game sana ngam no hona ga
I
da.
do see that happening, considering the fact that he is most notably the key player. And
Si kai ko mo mo sa ka sang ra ba sap sa
he
ya
kinda
re.
have to play the part. And if he knows that most of these team fights or most of these initiations come from him, he gotta at least have Cho in his pocket somewhere. The agile little kung fu man goes in and out and
Es ayo bro ki gi mo tat kai. No wa bro so nang sai kon try bang tra ban mo su da ni.
At large, last bans for the first phase would be the Uranus and the East.
Boss sai kai no. Pinaras
So
no boss
that
sai.
leaves quite a few picks open.
Ayo game to
A
kan
lot
de
of,
guys.
possible lineups.
Mo so
and
game to ko
combinations
Yurana su
are
ben to
possible
gra.
because of the absence of the box shot.
At the game mo gi shin ben to gra.
This allows for them to first pick.
the juice
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, I thought Mongols would ban the
Missing.
Juicing. So now Mongols have to watch out for that. They could go. I wouldn't say. Well, they can Fred's open.
Okay, man. Adala sa imin
Give me
na
Fred
ne.
Fasa or Fred
From
Kimmy
the fight for na ikanda.
Is it either all right?
Hindi ko
Or Kimmy
maani.
Granger. Oh no. Kimmy Granger's good,
Yes,
yes.
I know.
But also Farsa Granger.
Farsa Granger. Kind of like a poke style, or maybe
Yeah.
if they want to kind of leave it open. because
Maya madum
if
comment
I
jo para ka din
recall,
ko.
they played a Novaria before,
Ay
right?
so game to
But
dara
between the Granger and the Iritel, I think RenXK just likes the Iritel more. The Mongols have never played Granger.
Mongols, wait, really?
Sama
Yeah.
takta ako game.
Oh,
There you go. See?
okay, Fred. So now the ball's back onto the court of Legion. What are the heroes that's currently available that they need for? I think the jungler is something that they might want to leave open, just kind of grab and snag that XP laner. Perhaps having a Lapu Lapu will always be great, very consistent,
So
very great in lanes.
Joy Lance, they can force the Joy Lance again.
Joy Lance, huh?
And Joy Lance
Amay,
in the
matibo!
jungle for you.
Angon-dagi chahiyan bani kaijal yare mandre ngasi ka
He's getting good now.
manan
This is
bani
a
brother
box
nang
shot.
live tha dadi kai daw ragi kanano ai thai sidi
Previous game, to be fair.
busan esports support to ru kai no bro hai busan esports la to budu ni
Say
bro
it again.
si sina mo
That
restream
was
ni
one of
dana
Joe
adugi
Guz's
tha da ya
best
da bin
games,
ka dawi
best
to ru din
performances.
There we go.
awai
It-
manun
it's
de
just
dem
a
ko
shame
sen
that
ko
he lost
hai
with it,
hi
but now he
on traga
knows
chat
it
kiya ga yani it was out the
it's
zala
less
it
of
was
his
khang di bro
execution,
de
but more of a
team thing, right?
team output problem.
mayam ai
And
je
they
goal
put
in da kimi
me
pa
out
shan
on
mane
the laptop
sai
again,
kimi do
which is a
u
good
ra
idea. I think
nai
they're
ganam da game
iterating and they're trying to just close up because it's safe to say they were winning half of game one.
Exactly. I think they're gonna have to just identify that and just solve one problem after the next. Drafting is one.
Atre, guys.
The fact that they won in the early game, but what was really the one that stopped
Ay,
them
nangam
in the
dyan,
mid stages, and that is where you can adjust your draft accordingly for the second phase, right? They're now lacking of only the
lower bracket final kan na tawri moi gi kano gira ba
I think
ama
that most
mizo gi
importantly,
so
they're
len
gonna
dona
have
men
to
am
be
lai buta to
mobile,
gira
and Mongols gonna have to look out for any of those
Okay.
potential big things. Angela, Enchanter support, Estes kind of thing. Do they have enough of a big bastion in the front for Legions to play the Estes again? Because no more box here.
Yeah, Legion could, but the Mongols no more because they have the Matilda now, which is great. Again, extra mobility for the Federin, extra mobility for the Kimi.
Extra mobility for the Federin andun din atang ngayon ay size. Yeah, okay, nyo pa man di na even if niya.
They know that
Nice.
RNXK doesn't like Granger, they ban out the Bruno.
Guys, kana yung game like naman din siya daw sa draft ang tawri mo yung game sa kampazari ko. Ay isun na hindi ba niyo
that the Franco is also out of equation. We don't, at least for Legion Esports, they don't have a lineup that is specifically tell us, okay, we're gonna go for team fight, oh, we're gonna go for split push or whatever it is. It's still very fairly open, but I can't help but get the nagging feeling that right as they ban out that Bruno, that means that they kind of want an Angela for themselves.
Yeah, no, because given every other marksman left, you can still Irithel, you could still
Ranger, yeah,
you can still Ranger. That trade is still possible. You can still carry. Those are all still valid Angela targets.
May mag-critical liam na pwede shoot 99 tomtin hang when you're magiging bida kung draw ni Manny ay na mo kay na
So it will be a surprise for Mongols.
May Facebook so dum yeng mo yari ko ay ka am taloy live so yari na tra guys comment so ude.
Phobius ban is just
game so dum makanta na idea yo so.
By the Phobius we might Arlet roam. Oh, look. Sleight of hand. I don't know. Both these coaches, Coach Buyo and Coach Sabo, I think deception is a huge part of their kit when it comes to drafting. Mongols, they got red 4 here. One more pick before Legion Esports finishes up their draft. Again, missing gold lane and XP.
Yes.
Comment na to pa chitawa nang double bra. Later.
Exactly the same for both of them.
Mo pick so payo hong na eko hose.
Legion has no roam.
Oh, Legion is a rope like that, yeah.
Because that's what allows for the Angela or the Rafaela
to
still show up. There's Irithel again. This is a preference for RNXK for the Mongols as a whole. Now the jig is up. The curtain is pulled back. Eugene, we're gonna see if this is indeed an Angela lineup.
I really kind of want to see that. This is the nagging feeling right now. Angela and Granger, I would like to see. At least if you put a Granger against the Irithel, it's a skill match of 50-50 kind of thing. So I'm still okay with that. 1-1 is currently out of order. That's in fact the first ban of Legion Esports.
It wouldn't even be weird to say Harith Angela.
Really?
They could use a little extra magic damage. There's not much from Zushin.
Okay. But would an Esmeralda...
What if I have ni ay gid mission na ma badang na lumlay naman ni. Kaya gi mission na din siyang mahal.
Debut pick in the Clint. It's past high noon. It's an hour past high noon.
It's high noon somewhere else in the world.
Facebook yun yung kan na chanto ko last time ay nagigi tapos sana ya kada India sa mo mang thong ang dito kay gino. Oy gid bro, singda na layo ta
God alongside the Clint, now being played by Daylight. I like that it's burst. I like that this is a burst marksman that could definitely slow down the Mongols and end the game quick. But the Mongols, they got one more pick. They need their XP laner.
So this is interesting, right? The way that Legion Esports play this, very likely we are going to be looking at once again another one of those Bruiser Lancelot. Yeah. Then you have a hybrid tank, hybrid enchanter from the side of Minotaur. So they kind of want to fill up every single holes, right? Ensure that they have one thing for everything. Yeah,
they're not going for cheese. They're not going for feast and famine. Although it is valid to do so in this current metagame. Instead, they're going for a more holistic approach.
Nairew the clutch to guys. So game so kan nairi ko.
Shields away from the Lapu, taking shields away from the
Sing mo out there guys. Nairi ngono mo na sana ba nga hen nga dam na tingo the clutch ka dai tawd dari.
Esmeralda game 1. He's literally just playing, pressing load game.
Yeah, he's quite a threat.
Just keep going.
Triple kill at one point as well.
Yeah, the issue though is there's no Estes. There's only a Matilda.
At least I was supposed to at least having the Matilda for themselves.
They're more mobile.
A lot more mobile. Less happy.
Less fully sustainable.
Yeah. And even when it comes down to Esmeralda, if he wants to be super committal with the falling star wound, whether it lands, it didn't hit, immediately call back.
Yes. All right. Game number 2, match point for the Mongols. 1 game win away from moving up to the cross.
Guys,
over
the match
match.
for the
Here are
Ray.
the wild cards. Legion Esports holding on for dear life. Can we make it?
Alright guys, my game already guys. Game naman dun sa Facebook kimi kya yengi kaya how's it guys? How many watching kya like yo Facebook kya?
On the opposite side of the map, with Legion Esports focusing on the EXP, what among goes on to the gold? What kind of pathing that they naturally will have? As the other thing that I'm really curious and interested about is going to be the midwave clear. Having the Minotaur as well as the Juicin naturally should have very good clears.
It's a good clear, sustainable clear, but it takes a wee bit longer. Because look, Mikey cleared much faster.
Yeah.
And I guess that's
Cram didn't go in for it.
I guess that's just a range issue.
Kaya kung madrakal naga
Mikey deals more reliable damage.
mini hen na satya yaw de brother isu yaw asing mo yaw de kari kimi sen de na asing mo hai bani.
What kind of emblems you put on Clint? This is an assassin emblem, Clint, with Swift and Master Assassin. He wants to duel. Daylight knows that what they did in game 1 is going to happen here. For about 5 or 6 minutes, it's just you and me, RenXK.
He does have the range, at least in the light of the passive, right? But in the meantime, quick taunt onto Shocker forces the flicker.
Even before the turtle spawns, about 20 seconds from now, Mumu and
Calm
Mia,
down.
talk about this duel here.
Naire yaw the ba asing mo nga tani hari dai.
Ganks.
42 okay मैं मधु Facebook की तो बता मैं share करता हूँ संजय मी खया मंजे guys
realistically be able to be a good fighter the moment that he gets himself the war axe, and I believe that the direction for Legion Esports is also double bruiser from Meow plus Joker. So as long as he gets that, he's just going in the lanes, clear that fast, and you can notice, of course, Crime God joins in the fray as well.
Fast rotation here by the Mongols, not wasting much time. First to the turtle, they're spacing out Shocker.
Kana no mo jo kana yaw kimi yaw
Nowhere
bro
to be seen.
share ka talk sanjay ko guys
Down to 1/3, and doesn't seem like things are going to be good for Legion Esports. Zetsu takes the turtle very simple and very easily. Legion Esports didn't even try to contest for that.
Clean take by the Mongols. This does put them up by about 100, 200 gold. And now Zetsu steals away a small camp, so it's adding up. Now Meow put down a third of his health, 4 to regen. Mumu's bullying him. This is the same story up until, yes, you mentioned, up until the war.
kita nga guys ayos kita macam yang kalikari su na nga
But I also do want to know Mumu's itemization route, right? Because naturally you probably want to go for the book first. But having the Dom eyes for this game might actually be a lot more important, considering the fact that you're going up against
That and one might argue a rogue dreadnought armor. Just like a little dreadnought armor. Because you're fighting off against a lot of physical. Here comes Joga.
Speaking of which, it is going to be the physical damages. It's just going to be flying around to the side of Mumu. Mumu decides to go a little bit more to the western side, only to meet up with Cram God, allowing the Cram God to actually be the one to get the first blood.
He put up a wall between...
like nam sen but me like nam sen share talk sanjay mo khata na game se to ko enjoy talk se
bouncer, he blocked the entry to the retreat.
No, big boy. He's a big boy. He's kind of a scary boy as well.
Huge boy.
Man, oh man. Not a way that I thought that Legion Esports will get the first blood, but hey, a win is a win, and a kill is a kill. Legion Esports kind of seems as though they're playing very passively, despite having a Clint in the roster, along with that Lancelot.
Yeah, it's not time. They're fast where it matters. Minoan Fury up top.
Minoan Fury is just going to be putting on the Zetsu, and he's taking a lot and too much pot shots coming in from the turret. Daylight taking the last hit. Shocker joins into the fray, gets himself the second kill of the
stun zagidrane guys
for Legion Esports.
I'm shocked they didn't like the way you called him passive. They will show you passive.
me 40 kitangin isi kay guys me am share talk sanjay kay no ne
But instead,
Facebook ki do kanino asing wa episode no ne sorry akoy gi YT na buena view yami ko hayang disa umba ma chatin ko 100 wa gi no
Active movements coming in from Esmeralda, clearing that Toxie down to the
bottom. Badin ko bata na win le ibo Facebook ki fight ka jare mo jo
each for now. Meow is currently
big
fight. He's taking a little bit too much damage from the side of Makey, but RenXK gets himself that one kill. Mumu continues on forward, getting himself Daylight, and Shocker takes a quick sprint, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to run away from the grasp of Mumu.
There's a fighting lineup from the Mongols. They actually welcomed Meow, and once they saw that Shocker and Daylight did not have a front line, went straight for it. Cram God was just way too far to help him. I think with Cram God in the vicinity, they would have been able to help, but even just a motivation roar, right? That could have changed the tides of battle for Legion, but here we are now. The Mongols finally fighting back, closing the gap.
Yep, looking good actually. We're looking at about 200 gold differences only. When it comes down to gold laners against one another, is right down the wire. They're completely not going for anyone. But Lancelot, he's happy.
Yep, and then the clapback from the Mongols, a good chunk of their gold lead is coming from Mumu. So expect that Mumu will be making the most of this, because it's the only thing they can do right now, given that Mikey and Rinexcare are still building up their farm. I wonder what Mumu's building. Shenlin gets caught out here. This is a very crowded wide brush.
Oh, three-man traction pulls. It forces
Three-man,
out of it. When it comes down to Crimson Beacon, Kremgod takes the Vanguard, be in the front line. While Zetsu slams them out of nowhere. A big home run with a 2 minutes of Appraisal's Wrath.
The Mongols run through them once again, even with Kremgod in that wide brush. I could have been mistaken. Nothing a Motivation Roar could do. Mumu, nothing home. He's tried to go ahead and hit that blind Falling Star Moon, but Miao still gets away with it. The Mongols picking up the pace now.
This is a tough game for Legion Esports, right? The fact that there are so many of these AoE that clipped multiple targets has massive value. We don't see that a lot, and especially since they managed to force Shocker into the flicker in the fight. Before that, Shocker didn't even have any ways to really just realistically get out.
Nope. At point blank range too. Mikey was very close to it. It's just, I think the Mongols, they decided to comms. We're going for the fight now. Turtle going over.
Nirupuma Sien Kre Sien Grava. Kami nang nabuhila mali site na shan ngayon sa. Kasan binek da 53 euro. Okay.
But yet because of the fact that there is just
ma'am tôi hiện tại là sẽ fight ngoài phần đi na ma'am. Nang som da câu lên nè.
Turtle out of all of that.
Nirupuma nang som da câu lên nè kano na.
Role difference. This is an assassin. You're looking at Joga. Well, Zetsu's just happy to help. Zetsu's here to finish fights off, taunt members of Legion, and to take objectives. That's all he wants to do. Shocker, at about 7.5 minutes, picks up the glowing wand. What else does he have in his kit? I'm pretty sure he should have more.
No way that's his first item, right?
Yeah.
Please don't tell me it's the Sky Piercer.
Not first.
The Sky Piercer is cheap, right?
It is. It's 1,500.
Yeah, so if he's only getting the glowing wand right now, that means that he got something relatively
where else
cost effective.
Oh, he went for Elegant Gem and a fully built tough boots, which makes sense. I get it, but this just exacerbates the fact that Legion Esports are down on economy. Save for
top every year have better money. Okay. Every year better ngam share masam like masam tok salam mo dali. The tower se game thế này se. Kana ka de jana handak su Mongol la dum ka de dum best of 3 je dum 2 dum ngam ngar de ni ko hojik score je khoi ge Mongols na already am lem na do handak su dum Mongol na de dominate taw we Legion Esports get ang wana de sa le Esmeralda 5 hour hu matam do por amoy segai ga do ni ko si je guys.
But the Phantom Execution gets him right out of that.
Because for when they like one sided kita after go over je do.
Was working on proxying that wave, cutting it from behind the tier 2 so he can get that chubby wave to take care of the turret. Oh,
for jai nan thoi adu bo hat khore Esmeralda na.
Mumu to pick up the final hit down on the Kremgod. Yet another stagger, which is big considering that the Lord is coming up soon.
Oh no, the Mongols are pushing it further and further.
Handak ni Mongol na na han na dominate tower sa pamaling han.
5,000 in gold, more than that. Rinnex K picking up that Berserker Fury. Abstract. This is why the Mongols.
Is that replay? But a bit.
Do this with Granger.
Yeah, it's official restream, so it's a little bit late from the original stream. But we might catch up soon. Yeah.
Because with the Granger, you gotta take it slow.
Look at this Esmeralda, guys. Look at this Esmeralda. He's being like very annoying right now. Annoying.
Big numbers, big plays.
It's the way of the Mongols.
Way of the Mongols.
It's the way of the Mongols.
The Lord that will be marching probably straight down the it will be straight down the middle. All 3 of these inhibitors still have their holy defense. It is only 9 minutes in though. Usually first Lord we just want to take down all the exteriors, but considering the fact that it is all gone and we're looking at about 7,000 gold lead for the side of the Mongols, it is not a tall order for them to get at least 1 inhibitor.
Yeah. Bare minimum, these holy defenses pop.
Yeah.
And that's what, 2 minutes you lost out on potentially a wave taking care of itself.
Yep.
Legion
is blessing,
and this is the best time to do it inside their base when they have a little bit of an extra kick out of these turrets. If the Mongols overstay their welcome, then 1 or 2 dudes are dying for sure.
May I get shield? But they talk to you guys. Lord, them loy granny shield.
Crashes into mid. All holy defenses down. Joga picking a fight.
And he's just going to be all the way straight in. The iframe allows him to get away along with a couple of punches, while Meow just going to be right in the basket. Takes more than half HP down, but he's not going to go down just yet. A good amount of traction pulse from the side of Cram God, but the only thing that Mongols want is just a couple of pokes here and there. Deal enough damage to the turrets.
Good chunk of the Mongols are also put at
Oh,
a third
ini
of
mo
their
yung
health.
dito.
But again,
Aray
unfortunately,
so ngarang ima na
in
bidda
almost,
pito kitang
unfairly,
ngari nang
the
nahiro
Villa
ngan nahiro ya
Suddenly
drawari.
all up back, topping up their health, and they're still here forcing the issue, assaulting this bottom lane. The siege continues. Just about a tenth left in this bottom lane inhibitor, and I get why the Mongols are putting pressure here after that. Is because they want to push it in. Oh no, Red XK!
Ang ngay ba ni? Oo. Afadjay.
And if you were able to cut him with the third rolls, with Cram got taking the last hit, but unfortunately traction pulse pulls and Cram got a
Yeah, right
little
there,
bit
Mgozo.
backward. As such, he's going to be the tank for Shocker. He's fine though, as the rest of the members from the Legion Esports, all four of them, will push the rest of the Mongols in various directions.
That is how Legion Esports claps back. Again, underneath their inhibitor, when there's a little bit of extra firepower, a little more kick to make up for the 6,000, 7,000 goal lead, now down to just 5. I'll tell you now, it looks like the Mongols got blinded by ambition. Like they wanted to push that bottom lane so bad that they forgot, oh no, Red XK!
But to be honest though, at least for the Mongols, they guarantee a turret down to the bottom as long as they escort the Lord with that charge. So it's still something, right? But in the meantime, down the bottom, they caught Daylight! Not the best way for Legion Esports, unfortunately. Great traction pulse.
Night, Daylight.
Yo, Obit, can you hear me? Are you still watching,
I'm
bro?
not sure if the Mongols counted his flicker to be out, or they were really just waiting for someone to expose themselves so that they can once again push this inhibitor down bottom. Say goodbye. Mid lane up on the docket as well. Joga still just trying his darndest.
Oh man, bottom lane T3 down. The Lord is now made available, and it's almost a guarantee in the middle lane T3 as well if they are able to bring the Lord in. But I will say that Legion Esports, the best case scenario is to lose one turret, because I don't think they can defend against this.
Clean take here. The Mongols score a free Lord, and with the economy they gain, RenXK gets his great dragon spear. Oh, you know the Irtel is winning. You know that the Mongols know they're ahead because they're just picking up an item that is win more. That's an item called win more because it doesn't give you anything while you're on the back foot, but gives you everything you need when you just want to run through your
Sat
opponents.
krabo kayo no, khangdi. Why is it too silent? It's not. Can you hear me? Like we're watching the game, no, that is why. Like intensely watching the game, and then like there's not much comment as well. So just enjoying the game, man. Look at it. Wow, it's a killing spree for Kimi. Well, they're trying to finish the game as soon as they can because they wanted to lock it in and try to win the game. Alright, level up when Minotaur's ultimate coming in. Alright, they're locking the base, guys. And it's gonna be, yeah, game over. Fajay. Chat kraba kayo na kanura. Karisura.
Eliminating.
You know why like 1 hour behind who was instead of the live game. But there are service mobile na doon na ama do dumiyeng gesu yeng bro. The official Restream oy begin is na mo Restream mai do. Khoi na mo direct official no magtinat ta bani na. Adum khena ba habdi obviously mo usa ni hada da me hamgi. Sida yeng begin wai do gi wari kitang ne bro.
They didn't give Legion Esports any chance to play around, and they had a dominant performance coming in for
Pagitaw bonita eh.
A valiant effort by Legion Esports year after year, stage after stage. We've seen him put on a show, but here defeat comes in the form of one of their fated rivals. Again, they played many ranked games together, crossed paths on that server.
Direct stream, live stream taw yadro. Direct live stream maayos bro. Ako na setup taw bukod pa mamadat si matang sang niya doon.
Fate, this is destiny. Was it not Legion who eliminated?
Ato ga official Restream ay ako gi-loan kasi
international events.
Like makan yam lay dun na. Ato ba mayam do yeng taw ta so yata.
Legion Esports, Meow, Joga, Shocker, Daylight, and Cram God for their valiant effort and time here at the Esports World Cup MSC 2025 as they bow out of the competition for the wild cards.
Let's take a look at that match once more. Run through the very swift and I'll say decisive and fated match because Mongols did not hold anything back. The Mongols played a depth of strategies. Sure, they played the Esmeralda again, but they showed great responses.
Kiwi sign Toramo, Highway Rotoramido, Kay sign no.
Legion Esports, Legion.
Mongols Nakaga.
And it looked like somehow it was going to work, but I think fundamentally they were lacking range. Sure, you have daylight on the clip, right? That is a good amount of burst, a flick of the wrist, if you will, that could take out one or two heroes from Mongols. But the Mongols had the Kimi. You mentioned over and over again, the single turning point is usually a well-placed traction pulse.
As long as it lands onto one person, you don't even care about if it lands on the two, it lands on three. As long as it's one, that's pick off.
And a single member out of Legion when you're down bad like that
is phenomenal change.
That's it. You're done. And that's exactly what happened here. Again, GG well played to Legion Esports, and congratulations to the Mongols moving up to the crossover bouts. Eterna, we say goodbye to one.
Almost every single game that you are in, you say bye to someone, huh?
Yeah, it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant.
But literally every match she calls today.
And yesterday.
And yesterday. But
Yeah.
you guys keep mentioning
Bro, hot kidrane.
again, that's just that's part of the tournament. That's part of competition. One team moves forward. Who will be facing
Virtus Pro?
Pro.
Yes.
The Mongols and Virtus Pro.
So good.
That was a break, man. I'm going to pong kai mo break like guys.
Now that it's here, I'm asking for it.
That'll be fun. But of course, once again, thank you so much to Legion Esports. Wish we had a break like with you guys, but hopefully this will be the learning curve that you guys need to come back strong between these two teams.
Zayron, hero, because all he was doing was just like going for the kill, didn't happen, or I'll just go elsewhere. So there has to be something he does when he goes elsewhere.
And I guess maybe the Lancelot is that middle ground, no?
I suppose I feel like it's gonna boil down to Ling personally. Or
if they can play Suyo, if they can reintroduce Suyo or Roger, like where is Roger?
No,
Aspect's been asking too.
I don't think there were a couple of games, but not with Zeta Division. I don't think they had games where Roger was like a good fit just yet. Maybe some of the other games in wild cards. We'll get into that as the day goes by. But I feel like it's just a little too unsafe. It doesn't scale as hard as Ishinshin. It is a cleanup crew, and you need a dependent damage dealer in the mid as well as your EXP.
He can be the other hero if you're trying to go for right? Because right now, it's part of it.
No, the game was signed to the table that they signed.
If there's any team I'm expecting
to
but let's argue.
Lawyer Bosina, Lloyd Dero, Matangi Match Holdrom, the Matangi Match, they don't touch and grab the Avana with them Hizerani.
How do you
it's in the game, bro, game when he died.
I think he's only had an outstanding just yesterday on the very final game when he did get access to his Bruno. I think that was the time where we actually got to see him really get to play the game. And even then, not winning in his own lane, but only providing value later once he's got his 4th, 5th item.
And this is with a Diggy to back him up. It doesn't
smell
good on paper, but again, you're already hoping for an underdog. You cannot put pen to paper and say the numbers will tell you the right answer. You just got to let them play.
So will the Zeta Division push through here? Will we be seeing those colors come through, or can Rage put a stop to this? We're going to go to the draft. Boys and girls, team number 1 between these two teams.
Zeta on the play, Rage answering back. Coach banning the Kalia and the Cho. Those are actually key bans against Influence Rage in their first meeting. This is being a rematch. While Coach Backjacks ban out the Uranus and the Bruno.
I love it. Zeta Division making sure that the pickoffs are not going to be there. That's how Influence Rage likes to get into those brawly type of situations. Give us the tempo. We initiate. We guarantee the man advantage. And then let's mechanic it out afterwards.
They do take away Chan's
Sky.
Farsa. Oh, I
Any
think we
phone
are
ya
going
bro mo
down
je
this
any phone
road.
na digano.
Gideon, they might
Ay
actually
hindi
just
final
steal
yung
the
subahay
Zushin.
final lagi ba kaya?
Even Influence Rage, they've done Coach Blackjack's.
Te nang assign na
his homework,
content
right?
record
Get rid of
tawsin
the
ko
Brutal,
nang
get rid of
phone
the
fire te
Stay
kaya
put,
later
as well
mo
as comfort picks
makakali
already
na fight
eliminated
pa
from
ang
Zeta
luwa
Division.
next level
Put
na
Moon
lay
in a more
daw.
uncomfortable spot, put him on a mask off if he has to.
Yeah, make him play for the 50-50s. Can
Kaya
he get
nga,
the SOD?
takalan mo
Or
yun
if
eh.
not,
Ay,
I might
kalan
just
daw
force
yun
the
eh,
split
tao
push
eh.
here. We've seen a
Mga
good bunch
halos
of
ka
split
din na
push
tao
attempts
eh.
get punished here in the wild card. Rage just forcing Zeta to make those hard calls. Zeta, again, I'm expecting this to be Zushin. If not, what is it? A Baksha? Baksha's open.
Good afternoon, Robert Science. Good afternoon. Alam na ina siya wala na. Kapag bigyan na natin ang ginapuhan niya, manilawon niya taba. World Club final niya eh.
Folks, the word on the
Yes,
street is they
Ugang
haven't
ganing
really
dreda.
been scrimming or practicing with other teams outside of Japan. But here, suddenly, what is this? 3 days of competition in, and they're reading these patterns so well. They know that they should take away Kushin from Chan. How does Rage respond here? Rage still has the Yusei Shinzetian open. They can try for that. They can... Lapu Lapu's open. They've been seeing a lot of success with Lapu Lapu.
They can go with Boxer Kimmy. That's also a pretty good option. Have a strong and steady early game. Take away the counter pick for the Kimmy as well, while still being able to deal with healing.
But Gideon, they've never really Kimmied up until now. They've been banning Kimmy wonton throughout the wild cards, but now they get their hands on it. Losa Shin setting up a triple marksman draft. There's no way this goes elsewhere. Unless they pull a... Was that a Mongols? Yeah, unless they pull a Mongols and throw the Yusei
Sana Zeta agad race kanito sana nakata siya guys. Zeta agad race kadun pa ni. Ay trick yan ng gray pa dala ni tumo na ina munta uli parte. Ado de system tao rin ni.
Marksman composition. And I think one of the two pillars, some may say, in that triple marksman position is the tanks. I feel like Zeta Division taking the box here is a pretty big no-brainer here, right? You get to deal with the Kimmy pretty well. You have this really strong early game on top of it, a couple of blade armors, and you're set.
And they do. And guess what? What else does a Baksha Zushin in the first phase mean? You can nice one, baby, this. You can pick it up early, and they are throwing no caution to the wind, Gideon. They are not letting anyone get them wrong. Hard on the sleeves. First phase, we're playing an Angela lineup.
We're playing an Angela. It feels like Zeta Division has stolen a couple of socks from Influence Ray. Started to put them on. It's like, these are mine now, sir. This is my composition.
Look at me.
Look at me.
Amay matibo. Ay yung asi sa VOD ay nataw ni live quality wifi di VOD kay VOD ni nga si tax last din ni ko ha.
Half of the drafting phase. And now looking at that.
Oh my god. Ganchen tawr ka taw ni no IT ne tumungang la himo ni se. Hore drop hore si di.
Reveal. All right, pick a card. Is this your card? It was a straight up.
Nice card you got there. Yes, that is mine. We have a glue lock-in for the side of Influence Rage. A good use and a good way to exploit. Because with the mid lane already open, guess what? You can't go Farmus. You can't go Vixana.
You can't punish the glue.
Exactly. Unless the CC gets through. But that's the beauty of being on red side. You get instantly ban these counter picks.
Yep, and Influence Rage aren't strangers to banning the
change
CC. In their second game against Brutus Pro, they did ban the CC, so they can read into this. Again, Zeta have no clear XP laners just yet, but
ang game
I do like this. They're putting a lot of pressure. These heroes that we know can perform. Right 10 to be in the right place for the Baksha. Suke on that Zushin. Oh man, how ironic would it be if Rage were at the receiving end of a Zushin Angela?
If they get counter Savage? No. I can't see it just yet. But Bazuke was playing out of his mind yesterday, so I don't know whether there's still enough gas in the tank to pump it out against Influence Rage today. We do see that the Moskov is going to be the next follow-up ban coming in for Influence Rage. So really, they are just looking at Muimine. You are the weakest link, and I'm going to try and pinch you as hard as I can.
So what happens here? Do they ban Moskov? They ban Irithel.
They lock in Granger.
Pick Granger. Or the other way around. Ban Granger, pick Irithel, force Muimine on like a weak early game here like a Harith. And then that's it. What do you do now? You can't even Harith actually because you have no physical.
Oh boy. I mean, it really puts Zeta Division in a tough spot. We're going to find out here. Let's see whether we're following along the same thought process as Coach Blackjack's.
Zeta Division banning the Franco. They know what Paquito is up to. Because again, how awesome would that be to just hook someone and then blast them with your firepower as a triple marksman lineup? Carry is open too.
Adre taning dida guys so jeta ga race ka sana disa ina thoi doi ne ai jeta ga race ka sinu ai doi ne da mai chatin ai sum thai je pung ya phar ge ja
Then what is Zeta left?
1 hour kitang sudang ai
How
ba
are they going to be able to provide enough damage? My big concern right now is where is the damage coming from?
do do mi mo thok thra taw gi wan ni ko ma de
Sure, I would imagine Zeta should put up some numbers, but it's not going to be comparable to a Gimme, to a Yi Shin, especially in the later stages of the game.
So Coach Blackjacks instead swerves us, bans out the Lapu Lapu. So choice is taken away from Junichi. Now Zeta, do they read into it? Do they take out the carry, or do they leave the carry out for themselves? Because carry can come up here in red 4.
I think they just got to leave the carry up, right? You leave the carry up. Potentially, even if Influence Rage decides to pick it up for themselves, then maybe you can go for like an EXP Yuzhong on your side, kind of stall out that lane, look to kind of eat and chomp down on a couple of these marksmen before bowing out. And not to mention, you're just another source of damage, and more importantly, another enabler for this heart guard to be on another target.
Instead, it's the Badang. So they don't want to get caught off guard. Again, in their first meeting, Influence Rage, they caught out Suke and a good number of other members from Zeta Division. So they don't want that no more. Rage! It's clear that this is triple marksman lineup.
I think at this point they should leave their last counter.
The last marksman?
The last marksman. I just think that
nang kano hapo nang adu gi kaina adu happy do mo ta kano hapo ma kano do physical ge ma kano ma chu wings ki do
they can scale, right? So take away any crit based marksmen, true damage off
defense sango queen swing hapo.
Yep, so they are
sustain
for red 5. Zeta Division now, do they go Irithel?
She high low in the year creation. You
want to throw into the XP here?
Games the address from the Lloyd.
I feel like arguably do some pretty good work here as well. Why go for the Minotaur in this position?
Rolls and no, you do come on. Hey,
so good.
Yes, Rage just wants something that could proactively help the triple marksman lineup get there, whether it be through massive AoE CC, extra heals, extra movement speed. It's everything they needed.
Or
I live the time in the
trade. I don't want to have to recall here, and I don't have enough HP to actually deal with my buffs. Just top up, get real motivated, and then back into your jungle.
Guys, it's the Angela-centric lineup in general, but hold up. The Yon's coming through. The Harith picked up here by Zenith, by Zeta. But this is what we were saying. This is unideal. The damage profile doesn't check boxes, but they get their hands on the CC at least.
I don't know. I'm looking at the players' of the faces. It's just, what? Was this what we wanted?
Nani?
Guys.
It's a tough call.
I'm not he wiped the floor with that man's face.
He did. But I think the worst part is that there's no ideal battle spell anymore, right? Purify so many ways that Influence Rage can actually get that Purify out of the Harith easily, right? Flickerman Fury. We also have the Traction Pulse as well, not to mention Mountain Chakra Turtle Boat.
How about a 1-3-1? How about an old classic 1-3-1 get in?
I'm actually down for this.
They're throwing the Ruby into the gold lane and keeping the Kimmy in mid. Unless Coach Jax has this weird mad science lineup wherein the Ruby's in mid. I don't know, man.
I mean, he's down to fight, man. If you can tell by the size of his biceps, this guy is working out and is looking to brawl as much as possible. They had a couple of seconds to readjust, and we didn't even see them readjust at all.
Man, last I heard, he was benching 350.
What?
Easy.
Oh my goodness.
So for him to put a Ruby in mid or in gold in this current metagame is not far from an actual PR. Like, I'm pretty sure he's done this in scrims.
Single-handedly. Either way, as we're about to get into this game, only one of these teams get to move on, and the other will drop. Zeta Division is going to try their best and Influence Rage. They've been in this position before. They are the ones coming in with the experience.
All right, a 1-3-1 indeed. Confirmed, it's a gold lane Ruby. It's been a while, but there is a precedent. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. This is an elimination match. Let's see who gets the match point first. This mid lane matchup between the Angela Zushin and Kimi Minotaur. Is that the first time we've seen this, actually?
I feel like we've seen this before, but
at least once, yeah, here at the wild card.
With a slightly different iteration. But right now, Junichi needs to make sure that Chino is not going to be able to participate, right? He's going to make sure that he wins this lane really, really hard, because Chino is going to cause a lot of problems for Zeta Division, right? He could technically get a free 2-for-1. He sees the person get into the sees the heart guard being used on the guy, quickly just hop onto him, pull him out of position, and save his entire team.
But mind you, that's a very reactive plan. Influence Rage may be coming in half-cocked with a hand tied behind their back if they're going to be playing that way, because they're not playing to their tempo. They're reacting to what Zeta Division is doing, which, in my opinion, as a chaotic team, as a team that wants to fight, is antithetical. Like, that goes against your nature.
Well, if we're talking about going against their nature, I just want to see how good, if Influence Rage does get, let's say, a 2K lead, can they close out this game pre-10 minutes? If not, looking not to push this game any further than 13 minutes, because we've seen so many teams get a huge lead at the very beginning, but not enough to close the game.
They are getting a small economic lead. Prior to this, they were about 200, 300, then suddenly the swing. So far, Ten and Hotun at about deadlock for EXP. Now, first to the scene, Influence Rage pushing out 10.
He's taking a lot of damage here. Oh no, he's getting repositioned out of the way. They haven't hit level 4 in time, but Ted's still able to steal it away. His retribution touched by the gods. Chino left to die as the curtain call falls upon him. First blood for Zeta Division.
From the heavens, the gods' claws come down and say, 10, you shall have this turtle. A 10 out of 10 performance in the first 2 minutes of the game. Zeta Division now up by getting what, 1,000 with just a kill and a turtle?
Yep. First blood, man. That's just the way that things go sometimes. Right now, Fury trying his best to kind of keep Million Net in place, but I think Influence Rage need to make a couple of calls. Number one, all right, first turtle is done. Second turtle, we can decide not to contest for it, which a lot of teams usually do. But do we put our resources down into the gold lane, try to get Fury out of there, or just because of their double fighter composition, hey, we need to fight for the second turtle?
And that question might be what puts them in analysis paralysis. Like, they might have to make hard decisions when they're not ready. As it is, this stolen camp here by Hotun is one of the few wins Influence Rage can count for themselves, because down bottom, again, we counted this as a win, right? If the CC comes through, then Chino's not going to have a great time. The glue is going to get bullied by the CC. That's already happening. Top lane, we haven't really seen them bear down on Muimine, so Influence Rage really haven't put anything on the board just yet. 3 minutes in.
Nope, Zeta Division just slow and steady. They want to scale, and more importantly, they want to make sure that they can deny resources from Influence Rage. If we're talking about just raw scaling, I mean, the Harith, more than ever, needs his 4th item before he becomes a true demon in the game itself. But Influence Rage, if they want to kind of crack open this shell, I think it has to come down to the mid lane, right? We haven't seen Chan get a lot of pressure and space from the rest of his team to actually make these plays, mainly because Batsia just always is in front of his face.
And whenever Chan does get a bead on Zeta Division, whoever it might be, in comes Pisuke, threatening a chokeslam to be much closer to Zeta Division's front line. So now the second turtle spawns, upper quarter, Mountain Shocker. They know where everyone from Zeta Division is.
Oh, they're gonna fight. Here comes the hard guard coming out on top of 10. Let's see who gets this retribution battle as we see the Minoan Fairy knock up 2. They're gonna fight all the way through. And now, with the help of Hito, he's quickly trying to turn this around as the team disengages. Jotun already at 1 HP. Chan finally finds 10. Dun takes out Jotun at the same time. Fury still very, very healthy. But Zeta Division, without their junglers from either side, do they still want this turtle?
Junichi on the case, did not let go, found the trade of all trades, and they find Chino here, forced to give him the spread. It happened, Gideon. Whoever got the heart guard got ridden on by Chino with the grab, but eventually the trade didn't count because Zeta Division still scored the turtle.
Shield unity, baby. Hopping over walls, making sure that he's able to get to the neutral objective before Hotun, who does it. Well, I mean, I don't think you want to use the Mountain Shocker just to be able to see the turtle go away from your eyes. You're not going to get there in time. Let's just play to scale.
Hotun used it the right way prior to the turtle being taken, right? Make sure that we know where the engage is from. Make sure that we know who the heart guard might be going into, and as predictably as it did, into 10. That's why I guess they were able to just bear down on him, kill him, and then it still didn't make a difference because they still lost the retribution user in the trade-off. So if this goes again the same way over and over, what's the play here? How do they one-up Junichi? I think Junichi is going to be the key here.
Yeah, he really is. And I think that Fury, well, here's the thing. It feels like as much as Fury needs to get an I'm offended on 2 priority targets, ideally somebody who has the hard guard on top of them, and even Junichi, Zeta Division just has to keep a little spread out, right? We saw that people only got him in Minoan Fury on 2 targets, and that's when the rest of Zeta Division started to trickle on in.
And it's in this little tight corner that Minoan Fury happened. It was very ideal. It was great for Influence Rage. It's just that I think Zeta Division were counting on Paquito actually pulling the trigger right then and there. 10, positioning, looking for a response, and wow, look at that. They're opening the map up for Junichi. He's pushing, he's cutting.
Yep, they already noticed that CC is not a part of this fight in the Minoan Fury with a flicker very early on as the back line is cut off. Zamaforce is already popping the front lines. Kalapsuke is already gone. 10 trying to disengage his influence.
Chino!
3 members already know. Paquito's down. Chino, the next to fall. Traction Pulse doesn't happen in time. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Zeta Division. A man down in the fight.
Zeta Division. It was Pisuke, and again, you are okay with Pisuke doing this because you're still winning the trade. If it was just Chino or Paquito who died, I would have counted as a win. But they still got 2 on the way out and still left Junichi to almost take down that tier 1 down bottom. So this still is a massive win for Zeta Division. Now they're 2K ahead, first to the Turtle 2, and they're even threatening a steal here. They're definitely putting up borders here. Huge body for Zeta Division, and 3 out of 3!
3 out of the 3 turtles. I mean, this is pretty uncontestable, right? They didn't have any position on it. They don't have the correct ults. There's nothing much that influence rate. Oh, wait, they're still going to try force Pisuke to quickly use that lantern flare. Gets on out of there in time. On the top side is going to get shoved in. Junichi down by bot tier 1 will make sure that that collapses. His 10 himself is going to try and disengage Wuminet from the potential dive here. Chino, Paquito on the run. Pisuke able to find the pickup. Paquito is down and out.
10 will not stand down. Yes, there was a man advantage for Influence Rage. Yes, Mumine was holding on to that turret, taking care of the waves first, but they knew that with a Hearth Guard, they weren't touching 10, and now they're owning the map. Conversion through the roof. Zeta Division, they are bullying Influence Rage away from resources. This is a 4K gold lead now.
Yep, it's so clean. Let's look at the items real quick here, because if we're looking at Fury, he's got 2 items already in his pocket. The War Axe, making sure that he's also got some anti-heal alongside it. We do see that the Sky Piercer as a pickup for Chan. Interesting option here when I would assume it's going to be Hodon, the one who cleans up these fights. You want him to get ahead.
A little greedy. I think this is the Zushin in Chan speaking. Build the Sky Piercer. And that's how we got away with the Savage, right? In match yesterday. But here, Zeta Division, you can see that they are, even with their relatively defensive lineup, right, this Angela-centric lineup, they're still proactive. They're forcing Influence Rage to commit economy to anti-heal, and they're already on their way to 3.
I'm really concerned right now for Influence Rage. Junichi currently 3K ahead of Chino. 2 times that he's proxied the wave, 2 times of which Zeta Division winning out in a man disadvantage against Influence Rage, allowing Junichi 2 items ahead and could probably 1v3.
Coach Blackjack should have banned CC.
I really think so. Ban out the CC instead of the Lapu Lapu.
But you know what? After seeing Junichi play the Lapu Lapu, I don't blame Coach Blackjack.
Oh yeah.
You know, both, it was picking the lesser evil. Lord spawning, Junichi first at the scene, 10 as well, taking care of the little Wanderer here. Early traction was run by Chan.
And it finds Suzuki, doesn't force him to use his ult just yet. Cool, calm, and collected. He tries, he manages to get the turbo, but doesn't want to commit any further than that. He still has the Traceless in time to maybe look for the execute, but even then, Kani refused to give him the Heart Guard at 1 HP.
If it's not necessary, we don't have to do it. We are just at 10 minutes, folks, so the cooldown on Kani's Heart Guard is still something of a significant factor. Influence Rage are counting on these things. Seconds to the dot wherein they can pick fights and ensure that the coast is clear. Zeta Division at least are ahead enough to allow for themselves to retreat, buy time, and then re-engage. Junichi, does he know that there's 3 hiding in the brush here?
Oh, no, unfortunately not. 2K going to get hit by Fury. Unfortunately, Yota is able to get out of the way despite the curtain call. The hard card right on top of Junichi. Fury even flickering forward to disengage the rest of his team. They're realizing that Muimanet actually has some real damage with the recent purchase of the Holy Crystal.
Even with Zeta Division being a man down, Influence Rage are keeping themselves scarce. They find Junichi.
He's down and out. John already with a purchase with the genius wand. The item power spikes are coming in for Influence Rage. Is this what they've been waiting for? Or has Zeta Division bitten more than they can chew? 10 still walking up. He's stolen all 3 objectives, controlled the turtles, but this Lord might just be too important. The Toys Play Sonic's already out. Paquito already low. Fury fights it. Yotun takes up Muimanet despite the Salmon Force. Cannot outplay it.
It's enough to push Influence Rage back, but Zeta Division may have wasted too much time. They were playing with fire and they got burned. Influence Rage scores a Lord. I can understand what Zeta Division was going for the first time that they lost a member, right? But the second time, and when there was such a clear gap between 10 and the chance of stealing, they should just backed out.
They should have.
Cut their losses.
I mean, they were trying to thread the needle, you know, try and get as much as they possibly can. At this point, let's look at the items one more time, right? I'm seeing Radiant Armor is being purchased by 10. He is comfortable dealing with Chan, even with the Blade Armor as well. Chan doesn't want to keep on shooting him, especially since he's got no concentrated energy, no Feather of Heaven to keep him alive. Same can be said about your boy Junichi, also with Blade Armor.
There's so many anti-heal right now on Influence Rage. Let's see if that's going to be a game changer. Zeta Division have to defend. The map is looking red. The STC Arena have a lot of Influence Rage fans among the stands. And Influence Rage are pushing the advantage. Now they have the gold lead, about 3,000 as they knock down tier 2 in mid.
They're bringing home that energy. They want to make sure that they are ready to fight with everything they have in them. The inhibitors are still standing. We now go into the 12th minute of the game, going to the 13th. 102 seconds until the next Lord spawn. 5-5, a 3K gold lead for Influence Rage.
Here's what's dangerous, Gideon. Influence Rage, more than anybody, knows how an Angela lineup has 2 power spikes. When they snowball you and when the Zushin is ready to go. So Chan has to understand that even if we are up now and we've relatively cordoned off Zeta Division into their base, as long as they're getting farm and as long as the game is going and they haven't lost just yet, it's not over. Psuke forced to use a Crimson Beacon, even threatened the Heart Guard trigger on Kani. Zeta Division have to make use of the next minute. I don't know how or where they're going to find farm, but Fortune has denied them even just that.
You gotta starve them out, right? Again, it feels Influence Rage. They've heard you, right? They understand these power spikes and they also understand the potential win conditions from the side of Zeta Division. That's why there's such a big focus on Psuke this entire time, right? That's why Fury's eyes are locked on Psuke, and if he can get Junichi at the same time, it saves their backline from that curtain call.
Round shocker here by Hotun confirms the positioning of Zeta Division. They're going to force the issue. June forced to use the vengeance. Down half health. Zeta Division clap back.
No, Fury, he's trying to get out. He's forced to flicker. Paquito is able to get away with the help of... Fury pulls into with the I'm offended, allowing Chan to run them down. 10 needs the peel. Yota doesn't care as he finds one. Chan gets the double. Chan gets the triple.
The Latino Savage 2 kills away. Filling his namesake, leaves 10 a survivor. A reminder to Zeta Division that you do not pick a fight against a Ruby and against a Kimi, against a Minotaur in such a tight space.
Look at Fury. He's feeling that energy. He's feeling not only from the home crowd who's come all the way here to watch this game, but now the inhibitor started to fall. Looking to end this game. 10 next to fall. Mid inhibitors down, and that's game 1 going over to Influence Rage.
1 game away from eliminating Zeta Division and ending the underdog run. 1 game away from moving on to the crossovers. Zeta Division 1-0. The odds are stacked against them, man. Influence Rage. One single turnaround.
One single turnaround. I was wondering how much value are they going to get from that Minotaur. And you can see from the members, they're like, okay, we understand. We lost the mind games here. We used our abilities a little too early. Y'all got to disengage. You collapsed. Fair play. Fair play. It's not going to happen again in game 2.
Let's go again.
One more time.
That's always the energy that Zeta Division put out there, and I think that's what makes them such a positive beacon of energy for a lot of old fans and new fans of MLB Esports, is the fact that you're seeing a team that just lost decisively game 1 still smiling. That's refreshing. I haven't seen that in a long time.
I mean, they are young guns, but I think they have some of the strongest mentals we've seen throughout the wild cards, right? It doesn't feel like they are playing worse because of, oh, we're behind 8,000 gold. It's not that big of a deal. We could still come back from this, whether in this game or the next.
It's the fact that they perform despite the fact. And that's what allows them to be such darlings, such sweethearts on the grand stage that is the MSC wildcards. Another look here at the highlights. Again, these are moments wherein it was Zeta winning. I hope we see the turning point and what time that came in, because look, even in such a tight position like this, oh, there it is, no more. That was beyond it. Wow. There was such a fast game. I didn't expect it to happen there.
Yep. That's the thing. When it comes down to these, tight choke points, that's when you can see Chan get maximum value from his abilities. Even Psuge, he's thinking, okay, technically choke points should work in our favor as well, considering the size of the lantern to begin with.
But the fact that they were dismantled piece by piece, the fact that Muimine just goes. Question. Should the target of the Heartguard be Muimine like half the time? Often it's given to the heroes that don't need it. Often it's given to the heroes with extra shields anyways.
That's the thing. I don't know. It's a really tough call because you got a lot of different people. There's an argument that you could even put it on 10, but it just depends on the positioning during the team fight, the shape of the team fight, unfortunately.
It's another game loss for Harith. We both said it was a bad idea.
I agree. Again, we've been talking about this all throughout the wild cards. Harith was great before the changes, right? The fact that it requires a little bit more time for the Harith to get rolling is one of the main reasons why we don't see the Harith be as strong as it was before. But other than that, I really like the drafts coming in from Zeta. I think having the Jushin, the Angela Baxia combination, I thought that would be one of the pinnacles to how they would be able to get the early game. But man, Ruby in the gold for influence, I think that was the best adaptations that they could have in the drafts.
Oh, we did get it right that they were going for the Enchanter support.
Well, to a degree. I mean, Minotaur is a kind of like in-betweener. He kind of likes to bend the rules a bit.
Oh, then both of them. So, again, when you're this close to the final match in the wild card, again, one BO3 away from the BO5, put everything out there.
Yeah. It's drafts again. I love this, right? Because we're now no longer seeing that much of a gap in terms of like micro abilities, but more so how the draft is going to be able to translate to the game itself. Because again, the first 3 picks from Zeta were very strong, but the adaptations coming from Influence Race were just the cherry on top to everything else, and we saw that easily executed into the game. And I think that's why we're seeing the rise in Minotaur more so, right?
I suppose here's the thing. As these teams, and we start, in the wildcards, we start weeding out the weaker teams, the level of play increases, and therefore the margin of error reduces. So therefore, any little advantage that these teams can actually generate for themselves is actually, leaps and miles ahead of some if you've got the tech.
Okay, kena
How much
lagi
can
kita
you min-max, whether in-game or
live sini
outside?
kena ini kok guys.
What do you think could have been adapted coming from
Facebook
Zeta?
so,
Do you
YT
think
so,
that,
man.
I think that was like a
Wah
blur.
kagang na si
Yeah,
guys.
Junichi was the shining beacon even when they were losing. So maybe find a way to give Junichi a winning matchup. And then, contrary to Micro not being an element anymore that we should fix, I think the gold lane in Zeta Division still has to be taken care of. You have to really focus on that.
Wait a minute.
He needs a little help.
That's why the Diggy worked for them, right? It's very case specific.
Because it makes up for it.
Unfortunately, I think that's what we're looking at, right? I think he needs a little bit more support. Maybe even just the mental aspect of knowing someone is in the lane with you might be that game changer for Zeta. So we're going to see whether or not these adaptations come into play for game number 2, because we are going to go on a short break. So don't worry,
game Restream thari and tharaga ido game sana do sabu ban sanga ro ke sanga ko ai ko khale ko hai su ro de dal la ko pai ko
This land is calling.
Không có anh mang cái đi nào mà tôi yes nice one. Instant kill live time. The game sana room ni. Kunda be ada bani kai jale. Phokta kai du file kai jale. YT kang usun wai wa. Every ki suyam ni ing na chik na ni lai se. Guess pakai đâu rồi? Mai vô bora đó mất đi sao kê? Alo bora à? Newton mengang, 2027 di saya pada pak jare nang ni masing tu deh. Sahih kya menga, sahih tahu sudah ini nang ni tu. Biar daru. Lokal kita daru gak hal isi uri tanah kaisal. Badan lagi tu one se kena okay we don't know. Aduh, ngaco. Halak kaya bro kayak you, mana funny tu.
Here at MSC XEWC 20.
Kayak no, kayak bintang saya no.
Match number 2. Already at match point here for Influence Rage, and the big question: can the Japanese region, the Japanese team, in division remain calm and stoic to maybe look for a reverse sweep as the elimination is imminent? We're back here on the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside Leo as well as Vivian. Boys, we talked a little bit about adaptations coming into game numero ni.
Wow, he just mixed
No one's happy. Half the region understands somewhat of what you're saying.
I'm trying. But yeah, let's go back to these adaptations. Drafts once again. Influence Rage, how do they close things off? Or did you think that the drafts coming in was already really good?
Well, I mean, obviously there's some places that could be polished. I think it really came down to the in-game decision-making to turn it around more than anything else, which Zeta Division can take advantage of, right? Because now this gives us a rough idea of what Pyro is if they are on blue side. It's information. Jushin, they want to go for double marksman. Baxia needs to either be taken or banned away.
And that's easy to read, because even we saw it coming, right? Oh, triple marksman, but technically it wasn't triple marksman, it was 1-3-1. And then, the reason why they're doing this is because they want to steal it away. So, what if they switch it up completely? Because again, Zushin, given the chan isn't 100% win, right?
Bagi metayar sang ini na, nakan gitu dan live dashboard sang mundo adu gimana tak content dan namanya orang ni content itu sang mau adu gimana kita dan create new orang mana.
Even if going for the win, even going for the sweep. So, in my opinion, again, go back to their fundamentals, because I think that's where Zeta Division lost out on. They have to focus on themselves. They have to employ Mushin no Shin, mind without mind. They have to focus on a state of flow and play their game.
By the way, I mean, speaking of a state of flow, for the past few days, we have been seeing people come into the venue. But not last is filled with fans. Oh
yeah, they brought out the flags. They've already come on to show their support for their team, and you are looking at the key that they are hopefully going to hold up by the end of the wild cards. And I love the energy that's coming into the arena because of that. They are loud there.
Oh yeah, no, our good friends here watching Gabro. He's a talent for MPL Latam. He knows these folks and he's leading the charge and cheering. So that is what Zeta Division are going up against. So again, they have to internalize their focus. They have to focus on themselves and not be intimidated by this army of fans behind Influence Rage.
I would say so, right? This army. I mean, they were all smiles earlier on. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Again, match point, drafting phase will begin here.
But the game when I live paro.
Gideon, Leo,
Karisu Sakramale.
Okay, Zeta's and they're banning in a very similar pattern.
They're going to set up this puzzle once more. This is the karakuri that we need to see from Zeta Division. A traditional way to play against Influence Rage. I mean, it really came down to the in-game more than anything else. In terms of the draft, it's not like Zeta Division were going too far away from the meta. It just came down to the moment-to-moment in the game itself. But let's streamline it a little bit more, right? If we're following the exact same pattern, a couple of adjustments that could have been made. Number one, can we start switching up that Angela? Do we need a disengage mechanic? That way, if our opponents try to do the same thing, we also have a way to kind of back up and say, hey, we're cutting our losses here.
So you're saying, give Kani the Matilda.
Give Kani a Matilda, give Kani maybe even a Gatot.
Or just run it back, give Kani a Diggy.
I mean, it's one of the best disengages in the game, and especially in Roar. Time bomb. Again and again and again. I mean, the damage is also pretty relevant in these fights.
Oh no, but it might not fly because the answer to the Zushin opener is not a Kimmy. So even now, Rage might want both sides of the coin that was flipped in game one. They might even set up their own Angela lineup, unless, oh man.
I would hope not.
What if Zeta does it again?
But I feel like Black Jax, he's already going into the superset here, right? He's trying to make sure that it's going to be difficult. He's
pushing for 405.
He's pushing for 405, a new PP for Influence Rage. I think this is a very good setup from Influence Rage. You take away the counter pick as well. Oh, we're going back to the classics here. Moskov, okay, sure. But the Hayabusa maybe could find opportunities to take out Chan on the Kimmy.
Not going to do much against the Baksha, though.
No.
So, I guess they're taking points of Mushinoshin. Again, flow. Like, they're going to play what they know, and they're going to play how they play. The odds be damned. Like, they don't care. Like, we'll just do this. And this makes sense. The double pickup on the Zushin does two things. Number one, it takes it away from Chan. Number two, it allows for them to control mid to maybe alleviate pressure on Muimine, which is on the Moskov, which I still... He has 2 wins on the Moskov.
That's the thing. He has 2 wins on the Moskov. It's just the laning phase that's been the biggest problem. We see Lapu Lapu get locked in for the side of Influence Rage. Kind of an interesting selection here, especially when within the first rotation. But now we need to see the banning for potential counter picks. And I think one of which they need to start thinking of here for the side of Influence Rage is you've got good tanks, you've got a decent amount of damage. The question is, what is your support? And looking on the side of Zeta, they're like, we don't like you having these pick-off style compositions. Therefore, does Kaja come into play?
First, the Franco. You gotta ban the Franco first because the Kalia, the Cho are already out of the picture. So, Coach Tink, Zeta, they have to ban the Franco. And then maybe ban the Angela.
I feel like they're going to do that again. I mean, Zeta has shown that they're following the exact same pattern, especially in the first rotation of the bans.
Yep. And for Rage, again, they're playing their own game. All they can do is just take away key picks from Zeta Division, taking away Junichi's Masha.
I like this a lot. It does go to show that maybe they're going to flex this Boxia depending on how Zeta Division completes their composition at the very end. Like you called it, the Angela is going to get banned out this time round. They are playing for their own game.
And they don't have a gold laner just yet, Influence Rage, so I think Zeta should ban out the Iritel there.
Is Iritel the worst? 1-1 Bruno is already gone. Are we worried about the Granger's long range? I suppose that it could slow them down.
No, we haven't seen Granger in a while.
We haven't seen Granger in the hot sex.
It's been like 20 hours since we last saw Granger.
It's losing, dropping down. People are selling its stocks.
So, Coach Blackjack's one more red 5 ban here. Zeta Division with bated breath. Roamers. Franco, again, that's my guess here. That's got to be the blue 5 Franco ban.
Odd. A little odd now that you've already got Lapu-Lapu on your side. But okay, fair enough. They want to make sure that at least Junichi is going to feel a little uncomfortable now that it's not going to be that easy to jump into that backline in the first place. And any other hero at this point who will look to dive has to deal with the Toys Poissons coming in from Boxia. You know, just the residue alone. Oh, Yuzong's not going to get as much value from his passive. Even Arlet as well with Vengeance.
And they're thinking that far in. We've yet to see a Yuzong, which we've been alluding to for so long now. But Zeta, again, if this isn't the Franco, they might have plans for it. Does Kali know how to play a Franco? Oh no. Ooh, they're leaving it open. They could have picked up but instead they don't. That's surprising. I guess they spells, I suppose. No, it wouldn't make sense. Let's see what Influence Rage comes here, because this red 4th pick is going to be devastating for them, right? If it's going to be, let's say, the Franco, it has a really good combination with the Kimi at the very least. It's not going to get as much pressure, depending on whether or not he has that Iron Hook off a cooldown. They can just Iritel here. Iritel red 4, and then leave the roam up to 5. Paquito can just flex from there.
Okay, I like that. At least he gives more flexibility for the Boxia.
For the whole lineup.
That's good. That's a good idea. 5 more seconds and Ruby gets put in. Where does it go in? We don't know.
Also still does not reveal anything. So we'll say that much. Zeta Division is now down to them. This could be the final 2 picks they make in all of the run in MSC Wildcard if this goes sideways, because they are fighting for tournament life right now. Rage at match point. Still do not have an Explanator nor a Roamer.
What do you do at this point? There's no decent matchups for the EXP. It's pretty dead in the water.
Gatot is still out there.
Gatot is okay, but
he's played that.
It's true, but Influence Rage don't necessarily want to group up. They want to have a kill squad, and then everybody else is looking for off angles.
Phobius is still available.
It's available, but I don't think there's enough dashes.
Not yet.
2 dashes technically. Well,
not yet.
3.
Yeah. The Ruby might not be. Again, you're answering just for the Ruby. So we do get the Gatot and the glue. If I'm not mistaken, this is Junichi's first glue.
I don't know how to feel about this draft, Leo. They've got the disengage mechanic that they were looking for, and I think it makes a lot of sense. One dives, another one's looking to peel, and then if you're off angle, you get pulled in by the armor.
Thank you.
Zeta might have without minded a little too much. I don't know if this is just a throw caution to the wind kind of lineup and just say, boys, just pick what's comfortable. We'll play our way there. Or this really is just what's left in the tank. They didn't want to put too much garnish on it. Influence Rage. We still don't know where this Ruby's going. We have seen Roam Ruby in the past, and using Shin. So it is a gold lane Ruby.
It is a gold lane Ruby one more time. Especially when you're up against that Moskov. At least this Ruby, it's like, all right, yeah, sure, we've got 2 scaling heroes on our side. I can heal back off of the wave, and if you make a single mistake, you're in a lot of trouble.
Man, you gotta get up to Fury to be able to play a fighter in this current metagame wherein triple marksman lineups are possible. He's the one who plays fighters. He's a fighter Fury.
He is fighter Fury, and I think that at this point, it's quite the risk to actually pull it off. I mean, if he did it in game number 1, we need to have some faith coming into game number 2 that he's going to find that one I'm offended that wins him the game.
If y'all are thinking it's a fluke, he's going to go ahead and do it again, take pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up into game number 2. Another Ruby gold lane here. for Influence Rage unless they swerve us. It's very much possible. But the fact of the matter is, this is match point. Zeta Division are fighting for tournament life. They're holding on for all hope. The world is watching, and these Japanese underdogs want to prove themselves here and now. Confirmed, it is a gold lane Ruby in lead.
All right, momentum on the side of Influence Rage as we kick off this game. We see orange buff starts here. Oh, sorry, no, it's actually Elise. I keep thinking the Boxy is the jungler, but it's not. It's Yishun Jin. It's going to be a fast leash for the side of Influence Rage to rush level 4 as soon as possible. Both buffs already secured. For the invade with the help Timmy.
Let's see. They are going towards the Little Wanderer here, converging on a small camp near the orange. Yep, they're doing it.
And we want to do it as quickly as possible. They even got Fury involved here. They play on the strong side of their map. Fury is going to get pulled back, get chunked down, but it doesn't matter. It's Ruby. That spell vamp is just too valuable. Gold Crab falls into the hands of Hotun.
Pristine use of the Retribution cooldown. Use it in a buff camp and then saved it for that steal. Looking at the emblem builds here, in case you didn't get a good look at it in game number 1, it is a emblem on Fury with hybrid defense and Festival of Blood alongside Brave Smite. So yeah, no, he just wants to out-sustain, fight, and then dismantle the battle lines inside the Zeta Division.
Yeah, Warrior Boots from the side of Fury. He understands what he's trying to do in this matchup. He wants his 1-1 to go as long as possible. Your autos don't mean nothing to me in the early stages of the game, even though Muminet decide to go for Master Assassin on top of it, right?
Yep, he's just going to deny the duel here by cutting the wave clean. He's all the way close to tier 2. Down bottom now, the turtle spawns up a corner. This is a fight waiting to happen here.
Yep. Unfortunately, not been achieved just yet. This kid does not have level 4. Right now, Chana's getting maximum value as Fury's in. He can use his I'm offended. Finds the back in the step. Yusuke trying to get out. His first blood already achieved onto Kani.
And Kani did pop the Revitalize there to try and survive, but he can only do so much at level 3. First blood drawn plus the turtle. Influence Rage now 1,000 gold up. Junichi!
He's in trouble. He's going to get blasted down. Oh. Even with the Toy Poisons. Wait, hold on. He gets back in to pull him underneath the turret, Chan. He's here. He can't take that much damage. The Lancer Flare comes out, and Junichi finds revenge, taking out Pitu underneath the tier 2.
That's the punish right there. Zeta Division finally on the board, but it was too little too late. All that attention that they had to give over to Paquito led into a turret take. So, or at least for Zeta Division, at least it's the XP lane. At least Muimine can still breathe.
And now, Great Fighter coming in from a Chino, using it very early on. And all of this, so many interesting that they're willing to use these resources just for a Little Wander, right? It's these small little wins that's so important, specifically for junglers to get ahead of their competition.
And if you can bury 10's Hayabusa, then all the more you're going to deny him these highlight plays. So far, economically speaking, Influence Rage still has the lead, given that they did convert turret, and that's permanent damage. Just 3.5 minutes in. Influence Rage, they're really using the Mountain Shocker confirms where people are. The rollout confirms where you're allowed to rotate. And then Zeta Division just has to respond. This is way too fast for Zeta Division to try and get farm on Muimine so far. Like, that is the only thing I see them doing.
It's about tempo, it's about control. But I think that Zeta Division, if the situation does happen, they got to start pulling back to a choke point and then use Kani's AOG as a guaranteed disengage, right? It's better to lose just one person compared to losing 4 people in a fight.
That is if Influence Rage will fall for it. They are so focused on just running through the map, taking everything away from Zeta Division, including the second turtle of the game. 100% so far. Fury, his first item, going to be that War Axe.
Botun right now, he's farming so much. Wait, hold on, Kani. Already on top of the correct target here. Pitu gets pulled on a backwards with the Yogi Shadow Kill. Junichi finds Paquito, and now Kani manages to get out just in time. Gino, unfortunately, could not go further, could not the kill back.
In an almost clairvoyant fashion, Kani AOG's out of the way from the SOD. Again, I couldn't tell if he was going to hit, but wait, look at this, Junichi coming in!
And now he's going to try and pull up back. No, Chan flickers just in time. 10 takes the shadow, and no, 1 HP, allowing Junichi to find the kill. However, Yotun finds one back. Paquito back into the fight. They're going to push out that mid wave, and 10 quickly finds his own purple buff.
Any sort of trade at this point for Zeta Division, any sort of presence they can make Influence Rage feel is going to help get attention away from Muimine. Mind you, 5 minutes in, there's nothing that Muimine has done. And I think that SLG might be a blessing in disguise. Because he could have gotten killed. Definitely could have gotten punished by Influence Rage now. Looking at the gold, he's just about, what, 100 gold down, 200 gold down from lane to lane. A majority of this farm really is in Hotun, over 10.
Yeah, EXP laners, slight leads there. But Hotun with a 1.2k lead, that's going to be really devastating for Zeta Division, because when you're dealing with Shin, who is ahead in farm, he gets his items so much faster, you just feel like there's nothing you can do until you scale up yourself. And TQRasses haven't come in just yet. Actually, it might have been rushed by a couple. We'll have to see the item list down the line. For now, Junichi pulled in by the I'm Offended here. He still has the split. He's still in a good position. He's not going to die just yet. Here comes the AOG, and they combo together perfectly. Time now, looking for some revenge. Going to take out Connie first, while we do see the famous fighter in the back line. Husuke goes down next. Hotun is able to find him.
The late entry Shin enough to punish Zeta Division's overextension. And again, that's how bad it is right now for the Japanese squad. Is overextension means just getting out from tier 1 range. Influence Rage scores their third turtle, 100% take rate for these neutral objectives. Sure, it is a 4-4. Sure, Zeta Division are now threatening kills, but it's all Influence Rage. Everything Zeta Division has just been. But what, a Hail Mary play? A hope of a pickoff? Influence Rage, you're close.
Far ahead. Even Chino deciding, hey, I don't even need the War Axe this time. Give me the Hunter Strike first, and then I'm going to build into my tank items. Just the components, right?
I win the hour.
Oh wait, hold on, Zopusuke! Solo doesn't die just yet! Oh, Todd flickers for it, and he's gonna get another one. Paquito is gonna seal that away. Oh, a good taunt there, nicely played by Fury to deny 10 the animation of the shadow kill. Gino tries, uses his flicker, resources spent.
And all this while, now 7.5 minutes in, we've been keeping tabs on Muimine. Oh, 10!
He's chunked, but that's going to be mid-tier 1, the most important structure on the map.
Dangerous. The only response for Zeta Division is still to stay the course, get farm on Muimine, stay down there in bottom lane. Influence Rage, this hungry beast, they seem to just only be paying attention to mid, top, and wherever the major objective is. Muimine, my child, you can still farm up.
He's the investment here. He's Zeta Division's everything right now. It's the only way they can actually win this game at the very end. But you notice so many blade armors are being purchased. Sure, if we all group up together, and pierce through 4 of us, then you can even imagine.
The Influence Rage are prepared for the coming of the one.
Oh! And they get the one, Muimine! What a play! And now the backline getting attacked as Junichi tries to cut them off. The Ulti shadow kill is good enough for Fury. But underneath the tier 2, they can't get any more than this.
Gold laner trade here. Zeta Division, as painful as it is,
At
least they got Fury, but really, what Zeta Division can do, they can do this, they can kill Hotun, we can start talking, but as it is, they're saying that a 5,000 gold lead.
Seconds on his flicker. He's out of position. He's in some trouble here. Rage Blade already on top of him, and now the traction pulse fight too. The SOD does connect. He wants Todd. He gets him. Muimine tries to outplay, but Hotun is just too far ahead. 3-for-1 in favor of Influence Rage.
Surrounded and smothered by the 4 remaining members of Influence Rage. Again, the key was to find Hotun, but Muimine still said, you know what? It's something.
It's something.
Went for Chad and lost himself along the way. 3-for-1, the trade on paper, plus the Lord Influence Rage scores the first big one. They're going to be pushing in, getting rid of all of these power turrets. Zeta Division, looking at the farm. Yeah, there's a lot of money on Muimine. Actually, the most money out of all of Zeta Division. What are they doing with that? That's the question.
Lord Bed plus fight ni go.
The most money, he doesn't have the Trinity built just yet. He's just a little off from getting the DHS. And once he gets it, at least he'll be able to deal with people like Paquito. And then you have to start thinking, how many stacks does he need to actually provide some real value in these team fights? Because a lot of it just comes down to, hey, I'm just out healing you. I'm just out damaging you. We're not going to give you the time to find that consistency.
And not to mention the firepower difference across the board. You're still looking at Chan. Chan is just as legit a threat as any, as Hotun. When you're staring down Influence Rage, when they make a push, which they are doing right now, bottom lane tier 2 gone, mid lane up next once this chubby wave comes through. Purple is going to get stolen away, but wait, the concealed play. What are they looking for? All right, false rotation. 10! Oh, he's going to use the Oki. But Influence Rage respond perfectly. The Holy Defense going to collapse as well as the second waves are looking top and bottom. Zeta Division have to make a choice in Influence Rage. Say, come down bot side. No, they clear up these waves. Don't worry. We just got to chill for a second. We're 10 minutes going into the 11th minute. Hotun, he's just been crop farming the entirety of the map. It's working out perfectly for Influence Rage. His pants are real tight. He's got bills on bills. The Mountain Shocker, they know where everyone is. Traction pulse on a Junichi. It's good. He might need to go and reset off of this. Watch out, it comes in. AOG deep in the back. But gets forced to use the Lantern Flare. Influence Rage are playing this perfectly. They don't get the inhibitor, but they've got the resources. 7,000 ahead. More than that. 8,000 Division and Influence Rage 10. He is farming up, yes, but look at him on the damage rankings. He's literally on the lower half. He's not dying, yes, but he's also not getting any farm. I think Influence Rage has played this game too near perfectly, right? Track where 10 is early on. Attack Yusuke, then turn and converge on Wilminette once we get into the mid to the late game. This has been planned out from beginning to the end. Blackjacks, he's got his superset here. Coach Blackjacks. He's going for the 405 now, going for the elimination. The 2-0 Eminent, stealing away the orange buff, further starving Zeta Division. 10, he's been using Shadow Kill what for the past 2 minutes now just to clear waves. That's how dire it has been for Zeta Division. And I was just about to say, here's another painful truth to swallow for Zeta Division. They have really bad wave clear. They have extremely bad wave clear. The only person who can technically do that is Wilminette. And even then, he can barely walk up to the wave in the first place. We saw what that looks like down by mid inhibitor. Here comes the conceal though. Turtle Ball lands onto Kami. They want to force out the AOD. Traction pulse. Nope. AOD out. SOD does land. Junichi, he's thinking about it. Does he take it? No. They back away. They take their time. Slow and steady. They gotta count their blessings. Thank their stars that Influence Rage has their conceal on cooldown. If it was off of cooldown, best believe they would have engaged. Zeta Division, able to use their kit, their ults, their resources, they're revitalized just to survive. And this is no dance. This is a stomp. Bravest fighter already from Chino. As they're going to try Junichi. He can't seem to get anybody. Ta takes him out. And now with the Oki Shadow Kill all out. Zitens, he's going to try and steal it. 10 gets it at the very end. A double for Ta. Zeta might have just bought themselves an extra 4 minutes. They may have lost out on the trade. 10 gave his life away, but he said to the high heavens, let me have this Lord. Let us steal it away to try and play for a late game comeback. Junichi and 10 for the Lord will save at least a base for Zeta Division. Influence Rage want to punish hard. Down goes mid and top. They've got to find out Fury. Flick is forming down and vengeance. Tula Yota takes him out. AOG is the spawn from the Lord comes to block the minion push. Traction pulse. But Todd, he's got to deal with this. The glue is on top of him. Flick is out of the way. It might just be a little too late. The waves is there. Dusuke's going to try his best. But 10 needs to deal with the problem. 10 gets on out of there. Still Todd alive. Junichi, he's trying his best, but he's going to get gunned down, and that is going to be it. 14-7. Influence Rage tries to close out this game, but the waves are not there. The wave, the only one left is the top lane, and Pasuke and 10 can take care of it. It's not over till it's over. They are saved by the bell. Zeta Division bring it back. 9-15 so far. 14 minutes into this game. They've got their 4 minutes. And a massive swing at that. Finally, they are able to take down Hotun. A shutdown. Muimine gets it on Chino. Oh, presses it. He takes it. A little perilous, don't you think? But here comes Kane and Pisuke.
Wait.
Wow. Where is this? Where is this bravery coming from? This may be misplaced.
I don't know, but it feels like a blood-curdling scream in game. They're trying their best to find any kind of advantage against Influence Rage, but they're not giving it to them. Influence Rage, take one step back. You can take as many structures as you want. We've already hit max build, and now 10 might be in some trouble. Quad Shadow to get on out of there. It's a push and pull.
15 minutes in. A roller coaster of emotions in that defense. Zeta Division holding on for dear life. A minute until the Lord spawns lower quarter. Junichi here gets hit by a traction pulse. Forced to spread. Paquito jumping in. Will they be able to catch him? Here comes the AOG!
I mean, the AOG collapses onto 2. The frontliners don't mind taking damage. Quickly moves away. Muimanet getting on top of Kino. He's lost 50%. Braven's 5 coming. Chino flanks forward. He's going to try with the range play. No! He gets him! Chino and Chan find a kill of their own, and Chan is unstoppable. But Kino still alive with a sliver of HP. Double for Chan. And now they're looking for the end game. Oh, wait! Hold on. 10 getting right on top of Hokun. Finds him. Does he still have his ult? No, he does. And finally collapses. That's all the members. But Husuke, he's all by himself, and he can't clear this wave.
Pisuke defending for dear life, but I believe that's going to be it.
That's a GG. Well played. The last to fall. Zeta Division put it all on the line, but Influence Rage comes out on top.
The wild card reps out of MBL Latam are moving up to the crossover match, the next stage in the wild card. GG, well played to Zeta Division. What a reintroduction to Japanese MLBB.
And again, you can tell it was quite a hectic match, but all smiles from across the board. That's the most fun that these teams are going to have before the main event itself. It's frustrating, but that's the nature of competition.
Despite the brutality and the savagery put on display in the battlefield, I've yet to see a more wholesome post-match handshake and congratulations between 2 competitors in a while. Zeta Division, happy to be here. Great to see them in competition, and I can tell you, even if they lost this best 3, even if they have become eliminated, they had fun.
Oh. That being said, that means the hopes and dreams of Latam are still alive to maybe get a second representative into the group stage of MSC. If they can just get through the next challenge. That's 2 elimination matches.
Kenal lagi guys. Brother. Why tidak kenal lagi? Kurang tanggal yang Facebook tidak kenal lagi. Kurang tanggal yang.
It felt like it went the distance. I know it ended about 17 minutes, give or take. They definitely bought time for themselves. Zeta Division with that Lord steal. But there were so many beats, there were so many chapters to this long journey that Zeta Division went on, going up against Influence Rage.
Bro, spawn ang DPP draw way. Kita kami ang comment kagapiner oy. Nabani pino kay no eh. Hey, sa niyo pumakano tom tindo pung kahala kani ay yan. Ay nga side gi pilis di ay, kut yaw di ay. Kut kay thong ra ba.
And here as early as
Facebook kasi am insik na niya balay.
7 minutes, the writing was on the wall. It was clear that if they were not going to kill Hotun, if they were going to take care of Chan, it was over. But even then, even in the face of imminent defeat, 10 said, you know what, as long as I got my Restream cooldown and I have my trusty Hayabusa, miracles can occur.
It's so ridiculous how many neutral objectives he has stolen. A crazy amount in these past couple of games. Just goes to show there is more room to grow for the Japanese region as a whole. At the same time, how can you not be excited for what is to come the next time they hit an international?
There is promise and potential in the reintroduced Japanese MLBB. I'm excited to see them in M7.
I'm excited to see them in M7. Oh, but we got to sing the praises of our current winners. Chan, oh my goodness. This man, he's deadly, he's dangerous. There's a reason why he got a savage yesterday.
I love
Chan. Special
place in
game
the Latino Savage, but I'm also impressed with Fury. He is the only fighter gold lane
so far that we know of in wild cards. There's still more time. Who knows? Who knows?
Hey, but to be the first.
But to be the first is always great.
Hey, Eterna, who do you like from that matchup? Who are your eyes on?
Isulay.
Say it like
She answered my question. Like that's how a
Am I
conversation
wrong?
works.
You're
Ni
not.
chokre, ay ni
That's how a
chokre.
conversation
wrong?
works.
Ay ni
right?
chok.
I ask, you answer, and then
Tama.
Did I do something
Sila
wrong?
yung
Don't worry, I'm just glad the cameras were on us. We're gaslighting her, but don't worry about it. Either way, I mean, considering how the match
Broadcast by comment si mi kana kana le comment binero si kalor. Kung na pi. Recommend ko ay pre wag ti out guy.
For influence.
Ayo sige to for the day but may mo season ngare mo kana taw na ay
in that particular game because I thought that maybe Zeta Division with the draft that they were given that would be the groundbreaking moment where maybe they might be able to force a game number 3, but Influence Rage, just every single member on that team, you know, there's an argument to be made about everyone, right? Hotun, Chan, you guys mentioned it earlier on. Fury as well, even Zeno had his moments. It feels like in this particular game, that's when we really saw just like the gap of performance. And execution. That's a personal opinion from me. Other than 10, I think 10 tried his best to prolong the game. We saw that crazy anime moment once again from him. But it's just Influence Rage, and you know the fan buff is just too much, I think, in this game.
Big role here.
They were really loud.
They were.
You can hear from the back as
I can.
That's fun.
I loved it. I loved it.
I felt Solatam. They're
Sola
nearby.
Tom right now.
They're literally right here, like within a few feet away from us.
They're still there. I'm kidding.
They're probably going to be cheering on to their team.
Yeah.
They're waiting in the back. They're like, come on, let's
They'll be
go, let's
back
get
later.
out of here.
That's why I think, looking at the performance from Influence Rage today, their match against Rare Atom, I believe, that's going to be explosive.
That's right. That's a crossover best of 3.
Yeah.
Whoever wins that moves on to the best of 5. But up next is going to be Virtus Pro versus the Mongols. Oh,
It's going to be a good time here. Again, I'm surprised
Bro,
after dropping a couple of games
bro.
from the side of the Mongols that maybe that my predictions were going to be wrong. But the fact that they have to face up against Virtus Pro, who I think is cut above the rest, we'll see. We've got to roll the dice.
I'm so VP.
Ay nalay ka
I'm so easy, guys. Because legit, I was actually kind of second guessing myself because as we were doing our predictions for who gets that final slot into the group stages of MSC, I was looking at your prediction. I was like, I'm so VP, but why is everyone not on VP?
because there were a lot of questions prior to VP
True.
performing. Again, there were weird patterns in the way they were playing, even in their own qualifier, even in MCC. So now that they've proven us all wrong, and even with the injection of a new jungler, my boy.
Ay di ko nang comment because mine tao sino ay true kay dalhin ng supyo tam Lumina. Masi
I believe that as much as I love the Mongols. I think they're going all the way. I think they're going to play in the best of 5 and maybe even win.
Do you agree there?
I
gotta stand my ground. I made an early prediction. I gotta stand my ground.
What was your
I'm back out
prediction?
now. I was gonna say Mongols, that we're going to make it out of the wild cards. But VP, they definitely surprised me. And considering the weird factors that we talked about, the fact that they're playing with a slightly different draft system, and not to mention not having their initial jungler and after playing with Andori, the Nightmare, your boy, I thought maybe that was enough to maybe shake it up a little bit.
Help me with one thing. Ask what Abstract thinks after this break, because he is going to come on before we get into game number 3. Unfortunately, yet another elimination match, and we will be seeing who will go forward. And with that, we're going to throw to a break. You guys are watching the MSC Wildcards this season.
Hey, Grander do they cut them the cushion laugh on a hand granny. Kaki say no why the manium saying when a live swinging get them the manual on the rubber. For the some more over there. What's Grander to go on? Hey. See the one. ꯑꯩ ꯑꯍꯨꯝꯔꯛ ꯁꯤꯖꯜꯂꯛꯑꯦꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯀꯃꯦꯟ ꯄꯤꯗꯕꯩ ꯀꯃꯦꯟ ꯄꯤꯕ ꯄꯥꯗꯕꯩ ꯀꯃꯦꯟ ꯄꯤꯕ ꯄꯥꯗꯕꯩ ꯀꯝꯄꯦꯟ ꯑꯩꯗ ꯃꯥꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯥꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯔ ꯗꯕ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯅꯦ ꯈꯪꯂꯕ ꯃꯁꯥꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯨꯔꯥꯅ ꯗꯕ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯅꯦ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯇꯤꯝꯁꯦ ꯋꯥ ꯉꯥꯡ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯒꯦꯝ ꯁꯥꯟꯅꯗꯕꯤꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯅꯅꯦ ꯁꯣꯏꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯔꯦꯟꯖꯔ ꯒꯣꯜ 3,000 ꯌꯧꯈ꯭ꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ 4,000 2,000 ꯍꯦꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯑꯝꯇ ꯁꯠ ꯗꯥꯎꯟ ꯄꯤꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯍꯟꯖꯜꯂꯦꯗꯣ ꯐꯥꯝ ꯇꯧꯈꯠꯂꯣ ꯑꯩꯁꯨ ꯐꯥꯝ ꯇꯧꯈꯠꯂꯤ ꯃꯗꯨꯃ ꯍꯥꯠꯍꯧꯔꯁꯤ ꯅꯝꯐꯨꯗ mooie met hem zingen, man. Dan die bloed in de jamani. Padadre Ruby tu dia. Ruby tu juga padadre hai. Jela tu ka. Padadre. Kufra tu mene jawab. All three. Makan wahan sai. Nan. As Ruby tu serau re. Berarti dia hang ni mesti phone khang dah comment dum setha bane ai. Ai na hina dia orang ai comment you dah babi dia hai robe. Ai Skype saya dia mah kan dah ai ju demes bil tong mah ni. Kona ni sebenarnya. Aku ya ni mah. Yes, lotong nak tahu sih. Yes, nice one. हाँ मैंने बस है देखो पृथ्वी लिंगना सफुक्सर बनी कोई कहीं जा रहे हैं मस्त यार स्किन फंगरी ये तो नहीं हमारे यस राइट अतवाय तो नहीं याम भाई नंग दवर नहीं कहीं ना खन मैंने डाई को सुनाना और भी Sky भाई ये
Welcome back everybody, the wild cards continue here.
Sky मतलब
today. We now go over to the crossover matchups here at the wild card at the 2025 Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Glad to have you guys here. My name is Getting Q for those of you who are just tuning in. I'm going to be your desk host here today. But with our upcoming matchup being as exciting as it is, let me introduce you to our casters. It's Abstract and as well as Leo at the help to keep you guys entertained. Abstract, I got to ask you the important questions here. What do you think about our upcoming matchup here? What do you think about the on goals?
That's a very good question. I will hit you with another question. Oh, sorry. Wait, what was the question again? Between these two teams?
Yeah, how do you feel about matchup?
Honestly, when it comes down to influence rate, I'm glad. I'm happy to see that they have been coming up with very different ways of playing, and of course, having Fury readjust damage from Fury to Chan with their Ruby Gold. I think that this adds on a new dynamic to what influence rate has. So it's another question to Virtus Pro, whether they have dealt with this before. Yes, they have got global ban that they have played with the Brave Draft and all, but are they ready for this kind of change during game?
That's assuming they face off each other in the next stage, because right now we're about to witness Virtus Pro versus the Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, everybody, that it's time to celebrate a decade of greatness at the Esports Awards. We're nominated for 3 awards, by the way. 3 of them. MLBB for, MLBB for, let me just double check that here. MLBB for Esports Game of the Decade, M5 World Championship for Esports Live Event of the Decade, and Munti for Publisher of the Decade. So, I mean, something to keep in mind for you all. Go onto the website. Go vote for us. All right, guys, we need to talk about this upcoming game, right? Because this is where it's going to start to get a little exciting for most people, because now we're coming into the latter half of the tournament. Second stage. This is where it's going to become really, really difficult. The margin of error is very small. It's tight. It's very tight. It's tight.
Is exactly where you're going to see teams flex. I'm so glad to see Mongols earlier flex, because when we opened up broadcast, they played Estes. I'm a big fan. How does Virtus Pro respond? To clap back with? Can Andoryu share more about the Estes, given that he does come from the land of Ube, from the Philippines? He's the import for Virtus Pro, alongside Badgot, Bober, and Super Gorka.
Yep. I'm really looking forward to how Andoryu is going to play this, right? I mean, he has the moniker as the nightmare, right? All back-to-back MVP for the wildcard games thus far. So honestly, I'm just looking at the rest of the teams from.
It's very deep. Him and Zar Eagles, and I like how he's not selfish about sharing information. We'll talk about that later. They're facing off against the Mongols, who were in action earlier. Again, another revelation. Shenlin, the leader, the Mongolian Franco, apparently has a back pocket Estes.
So not only the fact that he can play Franco, they are more than prepared to play the Ube game. I want to really look at Shenlin throughout this entirety. Just zoom in on Shenlin. What is going to change things about?
Hey, speaking about zooming into Shenlin, it looks like the draft is about to begin. We're keeping it quick here at the wildcards. We want to see who's going to be moving on to that next stage. So, as the draft is going to come on by, are we going to see a battle of the supports? It's Abstract and Leo for the draft and the game. Take it away, boys.
Thank you. Whether Virtus Pro goes into the play, or they'll be on the draw here, picking 2 after the ban, because they've had a lot of success either way. They've won 3 of their 5 games out of blue, and only lost 1 in red. So I would guess Coach Fly Solo would feel comfortable doing that.
Yep. So honestly, at this point in time, is all about the drafting, at least for me. Right? I want to identify the patterns. I want to see what they've gotten so far. Day 1, lots of Uranus games, but day 2 is not gonna be that way, right? They weren't given an opportunity. In fact, I think all the teams in day 2 didn't have the opportunity to play a Uranus at all.
Uranus is so scarce right now. I can't remember the last time I've seen him all day long. Again, prior it was 20 hours and counting, alongside Granger, him and Granger, but more because Uranus gets banned.
Yes.
Granger just totally
it's not fell off.
He was forgotten, man. He's literally Woody in that Toy Story meme. Like, I don't want to play with him.
That is the question. Is it just because of the fact that what a Granger
her payoff is it's more palpable.
Easier to execute as well, perhaps?
I wouldn't say easier to execute. It's still much safer to play from range as the Granger, but I'd say her damage output is more, you feel the payoff sooner and more It's a more concrete damage output.
Okay.
It's much faster if you're able to get there. So now, can confirm, it is a Virtus Pro on the play here. Mongo's answering back. You see the Matilda, oh, they were watching prior. Because again, Shenlin also shown us that he also has a Matilda.
So what's
Argus is from the fight long
the
term.
very first ban on to the Boxer as well as the Matilda. One thing that we always want to see so far is like top pick heroes, top ban heroes and such. Juicin have been making quite a bit of appearance from the previous few series.
So just skyrocketing.
Yeah, I think ever since that
Guys,
we saw
that
Angela plus Juicin combination, people are starting to really regard this Juicin being the highest especially for Mongols, I think that they will want to kind of look at Juicin more.
Yep. Game played against Legion Esports, they gave the Zushin, so maybe, just maybe, in case they don't want to force it onto Bober, they ban they let the Zushin through, prioritize the Kimi, because Bober plays Kimi a lot. We'll see where this goes. In that regard, the 1-1 gets banned here by Virtus Pro. The Uranus still nowhere to be found. Coach Buyo don't want it here. Nowhere near this match.
No light of the day for our boy Uranus. No annoyance all across the board.
You know, if he keeps getting banned, I'm gonna say I'm starting missing him.
Don't say that.
I usually don't like him I don't like him in the metagame, right? Like him being such a high prio, I'm gonna start missing him. There's the Franco, Shenlin's specialty Franco.
Yep. Maybe they will want to perhaps take a look a bit more into and tackle more onto Andoryu, right? Because these two heroes are heroes that Andoryu can and would play.
Now, together with Lord Man game,
Yi Sun Shin.
Yeah. Hard work.
The ban just yet.
Hard work
Look at that for the last one.
Given that Yi Sun Shin is often paired with Zetian these days. We usually see Kalia banned out this early. Lapu Lapu also left out in the open. We're waiting to see if this is going to be another Andoryu ban, but no, it's instead the other half of that combo.
Okay.
No Zetian. So wait.
So they don't mind giving the Yi Sun Shin to VP, but on the other side, they would want to pick up the Kalia for themselves.
Yep. They're setting up such a powerful trade here. No matter what happens, Mongols walks away with 2 solid picks.
Oh.
Now, there it is, the aforementioned Kimi in the hands of Mongols. They can go Kalia something. There's no boxes, so the healing is pure. The healing is all there.
Yep. So if they want to look at more of that kind of category,
to shoot something,
I would like more of a
oh yeah?
Yeah.
Less
utility kind of thing.
So it's one or the other really now. The Position or the Farsa. The fact that both are available means they're not going to rush it.
Oh,
they
yeah,
can
you don't have to.
pick two something else.
The Kimi has already been picked from VP, so yes, that is absolutely fair. Unless they want to prioritize a bit more on to the XP role, right? Pick up the
how Mongols were
Now, camera kana uyong, guys.
Number 1.
Camera daw kana uyong.
Earlier today
Kanan soy urong gani khala eno in kanmada.
the Farsa and the Gatot.
Okay.
Kanan din soy urong gani da.
At least if they don't give VP the opportunity for playing the Gato to kind of cancel all the Farsa, but there are still a lot of other answers that VP can look into to deal with the Farsa. They can have high grounds, or maybe not high ground anymore, unless they want the Kimi to go gold. So at least leave that a bit more ambiguous to it.
ABCZ for either
It happen, man. I give a 5% chance of this going into the
fair enough,
because we've never seen it. There's no precedent of Kimi going gold, even in the larger regions, right? They always
Natraga 100 for either Uruguay. 100 for either 1, 2, and I'm tangdalo even the
and then an Arlo, which I don't know.
1 move, 2 move, 3 and no comment either.
Arlo?
High ring, but
that would depend on where the Garukacha goes to, right? Since Garukacha can XP, can roam as well. Still got a lot of ambiguous out for both of these two teams. But one thing
Facebook is now seeing cái cảnh mang là nó chỉ là one ở okay you can that.
Mongols took Obvious here. They left Obvious out.
Oh.
So if you do that, you force the Arlot into Rome.
Yes.
And you're calling the shots for Virtus Pro from red.
And you're not too bad having a Garukacha in Rome. In fact, we actually see that a lot more often with the Garukacha XP.
you know, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5 Gatots are in the Rome these days, but it looks like they'll be arming Zetsu first. This is Zetsu's Hayabusa now into the second phase banning. Unless they're willing to let Virtus Pro ban the Phobius themselves.
I think that might be the direction.
Because if that happens, then you confirm, Virtus wants to put Arlen in the XP.
If that's going to be the case, then
उसके बाद का तो मेरे को याद नहीं है.
one thing that they have an answer to.
भूल चुका हूँ.
Naturally, when I look at
मैं तो नहीं रहा bro.
Boxan
like mid pan na
generally just yells to me that they want to play 4 team fight. As much as possible, just go for a death ball and start having a roamer that allows them to zone people out, such as the Farsa. Is
अखोई करा तो रे. अखोई के मतलब दा class क्या बनो क्या वो मुझे यार मैं तो मतलब दा netting. जो मतलब दा हो जो मुहाम्मद रे तना.
Minotaur. Yep, which has seen a resurgence.
Yes.
Minotaur has slowly turned into a in-demand hero. Legion Esports played earlier today, lost with it, and then earlier today,
class 5 4-5 होता मम्मा असामिस को बंगाली का मैं एक माना ही बा.
influence range from now on.
अखोई मिट्टी में मणिपुरी की में एक तो बंगाली में एक तो असामिस की जो दूध उनसे नहीं बा तो तंग खेलना रहा था. और वो
over Zeta Division up. Again, these matches happen so fast. We've had 2 sweeps so far today.
I can't even remember the fact that they had 2 sweeps, right? It feels as though we are just on the 2nd series and all, but this is the 3rd series already. Every single series, we are sending someone else. So let's not forget about that, right? This is for one of them.
So Virtus Pro brands out the Iritel because they're not so sure yet exactly what they're sending into the gold lane, what Mongols will allow. So now we are looking at one more ban. There's a Moscow, so they don't want to play close to coast. Mind you, the Angela is still at large.
तुम्हारा नाम कहाँ है काय तो लोग खंगी दा माने मेरा नाम थांगवई बन है तो
that if they really want to play for death ball, since if they want
मेरा नाम थांगवई बन में है.
Mongols also have that Gatokacha and the Farsa. A part of me just thinks that if
Not
they
run a
want
dash.
to play for choke points, just kind of go all the way through. It's not gonna be a great idea, especially since there is the AOG into
walking
Saman Force, because
playing
if
slipping
they want to all in, that's the Harif and the Minotaur. I'm not a fan of that, but we have seen a lot of Harif the past few days.
And none of them won. I'll say maybe carry. You know, we've seen Super de Gorka play the carry once against Influence Rage, won with it. So it depends on how many more tanks show up for the Mongols, then maybe they can.
Asamis solon bahay da.
And here finally we see Granger. Hey, missed you, buddy.
The usong to lock kori de bosage or lock kori se.
No VP.
Oh, Amari usong or against Kilo Sicilian Sicily se okay.
We have to ensure that
yeah, game to start hote 21 seconds में से Baidu ऐसे का क्यों नहीं हम आसामी ने Baidu ID का नोनी था कोई चीज़ का
with Fury being the only side lane fighter.
Oh Baidu
that would put like 3
पर मोई action Oh Baidu
it kind of balances things out, right?
एक खाना तो एक फाले लगी से Bengali से तो ngang नहीं था तो वहाँ पे माना
we don't know. Again, it's more
कि
like
कोर्ट से everything
with a solid roam. And the roam is going to be the armor. We did try to allude to this earlier because again the focus wasn't picked up by Mongols or banned by Virtus Pro.
I love you. Of
all the wild cards so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Clint, considering that if they want an early pop-off hero, it would either be a Bruno or a Clint. I would say the Clint at least do have quite a good
instead of putting a for early game presence,
yeah, the Mongols have made a career out of beating Clint so far. Today specifically, they beat Legion Esports' Clint. That was Daylight that was playing it earlier. Still got swept, still lost. So now they close up the draft with a CC.
Oh.
So this is a
Rome
Gato, yeah.
What's your idea about a CC drafted into a Phobius?
Yeah, no, there's no real way to trigger Infernal Pursuit. He doesn't dash.
Okay.
She jumps.
She jumps and kind of counts. I mean, it's not too bad to say. Everything is just manually triggered by the phobias.
You would still be attacking en masse and life stealing more. So, looking at that, again, I think there's a potential for Mongols to win the EXP lane in that situation.
Okay. So, lane priority-wise, and in terms of the drafting, who do you have? Overall.
Again, whenever Virtus Pro drafts something, they're rarely wrong. Like, that's just how fundamentally sound they are. And with Andorio at the heart of this lineup, again, repping his old team there, I think this is solid, even with the Clint. Again, I want to see the Clint win. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 in a best of 3. This is the crossover match winner. Moves on to the final stage of the wild cards. A best of 5 waiting tomorrow. Virtus Pro versus the Mongols.
All right, so right smack right in the middle, we are already looking at quite a bit of action, right? Pluto and Bobbier versus Makey and Sherlin. Very action-packed. Now, down to the bottom lane, between the gold lane, Super Igorka, he does of course take a couple of pot shots against the side of WinXK. He will have a bit of a range issue, I would say.
Yes, he does, but looking at his emblem set, he just wants to go late. He's rocking a Rupture, plus a Weapons Master, but he just wants to build up items.
It seems like his insurance policy to be, right?
Yeah, it's matching scaling against the Rangers. Zetsu picks a fight against Pluto here.
Quick flicker.
มันนี่ช่างเราเร่งช่างเราไอ้ก็เมสก็เลยชาติเราเนี่ย
down in the middle lane, pops to the passive, gets himself some HP back, but he did of course pop the revitalize too, allowing Andorio to pick up a single kill. Almost one onto Makey. Joined into the fray, only for Andorio to just snap himself right in the face of the Farsa. Get one before he goes down.
Amazing decision-making by the Mongols to send over Zetsu to try and stop Andorio, but even more impressive, the fact that Andorio knew he was going to die, so he decided to just lean into it hard and try to kill Mikey, but there is a method to the madness. He's rocking killing spree. So he was hoping that maybe if I get extra HP and extra move speed, I can get out of Zetsu. But here we are now. The turtle spawned in. Virtus Pro get this for free.
Yep, it's me. Absolutely free. The Mongols, even though they have Zetsu at level 5, which is one of the main things that they want as an assassin jungler, hit level 5, then head over to the turtle. But it does seem like in this case, Virtus Pro have decided to kind of blitz down the turtle. They do want to kind of play it kind of early though. But in here in the middle, Makey bursts it down in an instant.
Oh. I guess the fact that we just saw the tail end of that execution, the tail end of that sequence, means Mountain Shocker revealing everyone, no one to assist Mikey, and then Mountain Shocker both re-enacts.
Yeah.
Protected by Shenling's AOG. Virtus Pro lets him go.
So no problems for them for now. Virtus Pro is currently at about 600 gold lead. Nothing too amazing as for now, but it's definitely going to get them in a pretty good spot, right? With Andorio with 2 kills already rocking the killing spree, he's definitely want to go a little bit more. While in the meantime, Pluto got a little bit too deep into the action with Makey's ultimate.
Nowhere to life steal from, with only Bobert to back him up.
Go there, my 4-year-old
Pikachu. Here. The Mongols are trying to give double lane to Renex, but the fact that Super Igorka isn't letting that set. Oh wait, Zetsu? Ooh, I don't know if Virtus Pro knows that Zetsu did not have Shadow Kill.
Very slippery though, but it does seem like they wanted a little bit more from Makey. In fact, if they can force it, they will. Then immobilize on the Shenlin, which comes a bit more HP with passive. And now Bobir just gonna be dashing himself away only for the Ogi Shadow Kill to land on the Bobir. And with Flicker, he gets himself right out of dodge.
That's literally all of the mobility on the Kitty. To deny flickering in! Zetsu didn't get you, but Renex will the punish from Super Igorka.
That's not worth it for NXK, unfortunately. So that is 1 kill going over to Super Igorka. Hopefully that he will be able to pop up a little bit more in the early stages once he gets his first item.
These marksmen. Second turtle coming up. Virtus Pro first to the scene. Mountain Shocker. Andorio final slash.
And down to the ground by the Phoenix as Makey takes him 1 down. 2 persons staggered together, allowing Zetsu and Makey going down. Virtus Pro's not looking great for now, or rather, the Mongols not looking great for now. As Virtus Pro takes 3 enemy down and has a turtle too.
It's almost unbelievable to think that members of Virtus Pro speak different languages because that seemed like picture perfect communications. Andori just responded to all of the things that's happening. Boberi is punished by Mumu, but the clap back almost immediately by Bad Caught.
Now that's the power of the turret. They don't get too deep in. And Doryu steals one single creep camp away from the Mongols. Just hoping that they will be able to do something a little bit more. That's a stun, and that's the final slash on the Rin SK. Brings him down effectively.
Still did not have his flicker, yes. He had a dash out, but that's only so much you can do against a Arlott and a Clint with a vengeance. Top lane here gets cleared out by Zetsu. Currently sitting at 2-1 and 2. I wonder what the economy looks like because it's about 2,000 gold in between. Traction post thrown out. Federer strike.
Actually just managed to land on the Mumu, but unfortunately for the side of Makey, Bad Caught actually went straight to his face, but his HP is taking and tanking a little bit too much. Now the rest of Virtus Pro moves up to the middle.
Of all the teams in the wild card, it seems like Virtus Pro are the ones with the least amount of communications issues. The Mongols, they would go fast, slow, fast, slow. You're wondering what the conversations are like.
Kiss my Google the E.
MLBB. And now Doryu attempting a steal does get it.
Successful Grand Theft Purple. The Mongols now suffer
4,875
and the Mongols is not looking great. They are a more scalable comp on the other hand. So at least if they're able to kind of drag the game a little bit more, a little bit longer, they should be fine. They still have T1.
Yep, they have pushed up top, so that is the first structure taken out on the Virtus Pro side, and that's now currently where Super Gorka is sitting. But they haven't taken him down. Bobert here picks up the Sky Piercer already. Mountain Shocker revealing the Mongols. All right. So the Mongols are exposed, but Virtus are not. So they can just do this. Rotate up the top, take it down, and then reposition to the turtle. Still.
Rin also just picked up the Sky Piercer. A little bit greedy, I would say. They are not exactly leading for now, so it's going to be less cost effective, at least for now. Mumu jumps himself over to the heart of Virtus Pro for Shenlin going in the AOG, only for him to be immobilized. Even the Vitality or Revitalize is not going to do anything for him. 1-for-1 trade.
Those are the front liners taken down. Virtus Pro versus Mongols. 4v4.
Mumu almost out. Yes, he will be out. Rin had to flicker out, but Bad Caught will zoom right onto Rin and they're going to continue on forward with a double kill that will be credited over to him, making him no choice and to dip right out.
The nightmare may be over, but the rest of Virtus Pro pick up from where he left off. 3-for-1 trade. And the turtle still some way, somehow goes to Virtus Pro. I don't know who stole it. All right, I can't tell you that. But I can see Andori's retribution did not go off the
It seems like Bobert is the one that managed to bring the turtle down with his spear on him.
All right, so again, Virtus Pro, I don't know if words are being exchanged in these tight sequences, but they're still winning, running through the Mongols, now up by 4,000 gold this time. They're looking to convert. Again, it's great that you're getting turtles, it's great that you're getting kills, winning trades this way, but if it doesn't convert, if it doesn't equate to permanent damage to the base, the map of the Mongols, they can still scale.
So my question is marksman, but hold on a second. It seems like we do have Mongols actually did manage to push Virtus Pro away from middle lane. That's great. But my question, of course, triple marksman sounds like they can skill late, but two of which are more early game marksmen.
Early mid.
Yeah, early mid. So how would that look like later on, if either who has the better skilling altogether?
It'll look bad, Abstract. It'll look bad. That's why Virtus Pro are now pushing the advantage again. They're sending dudes in mid. They're not paying attention to the lanes that they're winning currently. That's why Zetsu can still split push down bottom. Virtus Pro are not playing for this Lord. They definitely want this Lord. 150%. They want this Lord. Take it and go. They will go where else the Lord will not march, so they can synchronize pushes and then end before the 15-minute mark. That's ideal because the Mongols, if given the 16, 17-minute mark, then this becomes a 50-50.
Yeah, so there could be a chance that the Mongols is actually going to lose this T2 down at the bottom. It's a complete finds himself suctioned in by the traction pulse, but it is going to be a 1-for-2 trade between the XP laner as well as the jungler, and Doryu is down way too early.
And this is what you're allowed for in a triple marksman lineup. If you do give up one of your marksmen, you're still going. You can still pick fights. Your frontliners are there. Your damage is good. And you can force it. That's what the Mongols are respecting here. Even if They got a trade, a beneficial trade at that. Mongols can't do anything about it, not immediately.
You kill one, there's still two that you're gonna have to look out for. You kill two, there's still one that you're gonna look out for. And let's not forget, there is still the front lines. So even if you bypass the front lines, you're not exactly dealing with the problem. You're just kind of
more often, the one dying is Andori, right? He's been fell 3 times now. He is top of the charts damage-wise. So even if you do kill Andori, he's already dealt a massive amount of damage to Shenlin!
With the final slash, pulls Shenlin in the top spot, allowing Bob Air to get himself a killing spree while making all the way at the back lines, almost managing to snipe out Pluto with just a slip of HP. The rest of the members from Virtus Pro rushes into the middle lane and manages to allow them to get 3 from Mongols in total.
Add up that mid lane tier 1 and Virtus Pro, the Bears are getting a hibernation's worth of nutrition in them. Again, I told you, take it and go, the turtle, the turret, and then we move across the map. Zetsu, though, he understands that when the bear is in around, I get to play. And he got to push that bottom lane tier 1, but you know, those minutes are counting. And victory is imminent for Virtus Pro unless the Mongols are able to take 2 marksmen down. Count that up, Abstract. 2 marksmen. If you can't do that, you're doomed. There's an inhibitor falling. Look at the build right now on Super Gorka. This is what Daylight couldn't do earlier. He's got 3 items now. Oh my god!
What is the damage on the Restream? That ship came from absolutely nowhere.
He's been using Mountain Shocker so well. I am now convinced. I used to be 50-50 on the Mountain Shocker change. The fact that your vision, the global part of the ult doesn't damage anymore.
Yeah.
I like how it's an AoE skill shot now.
I agree.
It changes the game. Bottom lane, holy defenses pop. Mid lane, defenses pop. Tier 2 up top goes down.
Pluto, him completely misses his final slash. As such, he's going to be stuck in between 4 people. Wontetsu went all the way to the back lines to deal with Virtus Pro. He helped them buy time, and that's the defense that we...
First free kill here for the Mongols. No trade whatsoever. Yes, structures. Yes, holy defenses, but Virtus Pro overextended themselves. If anything, I'll tell you now, it might seem counterproductive or antithetical to a triple marksman lineup, but they can't afford to lose their frontliners. Does that make sense? Like, they would rather lose one marksman than either Phovius or Arlen. That's odd, but that's just how this lineup works.
It's kind of the point that you have someone to soak up all these damage, right? And the Mongols, they are a draft that still can kind of deal with the with the fact that Airstrike, with Hayabusa, they have so many ways to actually have access to the back line and just deal with them. But take a look at this.
Oh, the conceal plus a shadow kill. Rather, the Mountain Shocker throws out that boat. And the Mongols find him out of place. Pluto does not pull the trigger. AOG!
He does not have the flicker as such. He's going to be the first person that might be taken down. He's still going to be in a pretty good spot. But all of them clutch together to ensure that the Ogi Shadow Kill doesn't deal enough damage to Pluto. But in the end, he still finds himself fallen.
Deja vu. It's the same sequence, the same results. Pluto down. No one from the Mongols pays the price. Virtus Pro, their timer's ticking. Again, what was the timer? 15-16. If this gets to 15-16 without an inevitable kill angle for Virtus Pro, then the Mongols can claw back. Looking at the items, about 1,000 between Rin XK and Super Gorka. Oh, but Super Gorka now has Blade of Despair. Extra burst, sir.
This guy is probably going to be pretty darn scary now. 4 items in for Clint. We've got 4 items in also for Kimmy. And
one of them is Sky. One of them is Sky Piercer.
And at least for Sky Piercer, yeah. But at least, I guess, Rin SK, he does have Sky Piercer as well. We want some stacks going on. Shenlin finds himself taken down. The boat does not land. The Mongols still give quite a lot of respect to Virtus Pro's lineup.
I mean, I would too. Especially if I was down 7,000 gold. The Mongols now looking at a contest.
The final slash lands well on the Moo. And now with 2% down from the Mongols, there is absolutely no way that they are stealing this away.
Clean take for Virtus Pro, the pride of the ECA in the wild card. Taking the second Lord. It'll be marching down bottom. And you see here now Andori cleaning up, making sure that this leads to something. 50 stats currently on Bears.
Ai
Sky
kon din
Piercer,
to,
so
ai ka ta no to
you're 3 off, you're 3 kills off. Shenlin!
Oh, not again! Shenlin got caught by the boat once again, and he got melted down in an instant. No chance to breathe, no hesitation at all. The Mongols, they managed to find themselves in the top spot. And Zetsu was hoping that he will be able to do some assassination. Mumu went in to tank a little bit more, but they're gonna have to watch out for the next few lanes coming on about with the Lord marching down bottom.
Virtus.pro expediting the penetration process here. They took down the bottom lane, tier 3. This will allow extra pressure in the top and mid. And they're going for it. Actually, he doesn't have the Wind of Nature. Put down a 1 HP.
No way!
Facebook si Dilo guys. YT ni
And
kami.
in the end, Super Gorka still managed to find a kill down on the main. There's one big AoE spell that they don't have to care about anymore. Batcon may find himself taken down in the backside, but we do have the Lord and 3 Marksmen focusing onto the crystal.
Ladies and gentlemen, Virtus.pro draw first blood at match point.
Mia se let game word aro kon tong full talo sa na to sige.
They managed to drag the game
Mia nang tong
really
one tong ko
effectively.
kill ko
But
ni ko.
when it really mattered, they staggered. Too many deaths, or rather, too many singular deaths, which resulted at that final push.
They needed to get past a certain threshold. Hearts all over from Virtus.pro. I mean, if I was 1 game away from locking in the best of 5, I would also send some love to everyone watching. But if you think about it this way, the Mongols, they wanted to survive. They needed to extend the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the way they were doing that from the 13 to 15 minute mark was hunting down Pluto.
Yes.
How miserable does that sound from a macro picture? We just need to kill the roamer over and over again. Roamers are meant to die. So, on a grand scale, big picture-wise, this wasn't going to add up to a win either way. Like, they needed to find better wins, bigger wins, and that's almost impossible to do when 3 waves are pushing in.
So what you're saying is just delaying the inevitable, right?
Yeah.
You kill the roamer, it buys you time, but the goal laners are still farming.
Yes.
Full items.
It was a game for Virtus.pro to lose. It would be their mistake that would cause them to lose. That's the only way to put it. And again, I don't know if it was mental conditioning. I don't know if it was just Pluto overextending, making the rest of Mogul say, yeah, I think we can fight. I think we can win. Dude, that was too much damage. You know what I mean? Like, gave them a false sense of security that they could extend.
Maybe it's all part of their plan after all.
Yeah, which allowed them.
It's a very committal.
GG.
Made them overextend. I think that was clear. Even in defense, Mongols were forced to overextend, punished and ended.
Pluto always was trying to look for opportunities. Right? That is their one way of bringing one person closer over to a line of marksmen. This way, the 3 marksmen don't overextend themselves, but only one person, Pluto, overextends. That's all.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, another look. Again, this is the 14-minute mark, 14 and a half. This is where I think they get to penetrate. Yes, game ends shortly hereafter. I don't think they make it to 16.
It's just pull and pull, right? 15 minutes the final timing by the end. And I just gotta have to say that this is a pretty impressive game from Virtus.pro all the way through. They showed exactly what they needed to do. They played their early games and they ensured that they know, okay, we have a timer. The only one that we are missing all the time is just roamers. Pluto is just being put in a very tough spot time and time again, but they still have got their win condition.
And that's what's difficult. When time is against you, you just can't do anything but say, all right, we'll try again. We'll do better. I don't blame him, though. The draft seemed sound. Looking at the Mongols, they were playing to their strength. And mind you, they were playing up against a hero.
Zamil Motorsports.
They beat a Clint already. But now suddenly in the hands of Super Gorka, Clint wins.
Game's a completely different game. It's all about the user. Don't blame the game.
Guys.
Gideon, how do you feel about the Clint there? It finally wins.
I feel like there were better picks out of there. However, I do agree with you. The player played it well. As an anchor, I felt like when you have a composition that is utilizing like Kimmy, you've got the Shin on your side, having an anchor is always really nice, and I think Clint was supposed to kind of the scary part. Bad caught. He's supposed to have a bad matchup. He's Phoveus into the CC. He's winning out his lane. He's walking away with more EXP and outskills him at the very end here. I think that was the big difference maker, right? Pluto, I'll give it to you. He was looking for plays, but considering the amount of times I saw him flicker Final Slash completely whiff, I don't know how much you can align it to. Yes, he was looking for a play, and he's found some good plays, but at the same time, he's also made some mistakes.
But what's amazing about this is Virtus.pro played to a certain level. They played so clean, they played so well, pushed the envelope so much against the Mongols that even if Pluto misses, there's very little punish.
That's why I think backcourt comes into play here, right? Anybody who continues to try and push the agenda, try and take that down when it's caught offside, backcourt is able to not only buy that time, but become a legitimate threat that they have to back away. You can see that even Farsa, Hayabusa, all were backing away from this Phoveus. He's like, yo, I don't want none of this mess right now. It's dangerous. He's dangerous.
Which again could have been avoided. The Phoveus could have been stolen away in Red 4.
That's true. But at the same time, I think that there were a little concern, right? The Arla, they were thinking that it was going to be flex. They realized, yeah, it was going to be flex, so let's get the CC ready. I was hoping for a CC ban, though, and then you pick up the Phoveus, then you have a lot more confidence coming into the second half of the draft. In most situations, it kind of feels as though having two very common heroes, having the Phoveus and the Arla, kind of puts the team into extreme ends, right? 3 marksmen and a very big gap. It feels as though there is a lot of space for the members of the Mongols to occupy it and just completely fight it.
That's what's odd. So it might have been Mongols, I don't know, by hook or by crook, again, it be their nerves or just the way that the draft panned out, maybe calls. And again, this is what I was alluding to in games, right? The Mongols, they have been a team that was built and they've been playing together for a while now. They all speak the same language. Virtus.pro, on the other hand, one would assume that Andoryu being a new injection into this team, they would be the ones who look like, they don't seem to be communicating. Yeah, shaky comms. No, not at all. Again, they speak one language, MLBB.
It's pretty crazy how far Virtus.pro is continuing to show us how good they are at the language of MLBB, because I think, again, I cannot sing their praises enough. They seem to be a cut above the rest, whether it comes down to the team fights, the fight IQ, they're just natural habits, and I think that Andoryu has definitely shared a little bit of experience with the help of Pluto to kind of get this team up to par, to some, maybe even to a world-class level, which we're hoping that maybe that they were going to show up later down the line. But for the most part of it, that means that the Mongols have to claw their way back. They're going to have to push back against Virtus.pro. How are they going to do so? I felt like they had a solid game plan in game number 1. It looked like the draft could have gone in their favor. Sure, yes, you botched it up, but the early to mid actually not the worst, right? We did see some pretty decent trades.
The gap just slowly led up to, well, the final point, right? The game was a 15 minutes game, and there is definitely a certain point in time where the Mongols, they look great, and then
oh my god.
I think that communication is definitely one important thing. I can't help but think that Shen Lin, he's definitely trying to look out for those opportunities for the team and soak up a little bit more, but as a Gato Kacha, you do have the AOG to get yourself out of the danger, but most of the time,
it's weird now, given Shenling's performance in the match prior against Legion, where he played 2 Enchanter supports, right? Roamers in Matilda and Estes. Now that he's playing Gatot, a frontliner, like an initiator, set up tank, it's weird that I like him more as the former. You know, I like him more as the healer. I like him more as the backup instead of being the front line. I don't know how they reconcile that.
I think there was a game plan coming into this because again, let's take in mind that VP, when they have Kimmy in their hands, Kimmy was going to go into their hands. How do we deal with this? The mid up and then they go for the invade. The Gatot was there to say no instantly, didn't even leash his jungler, cleared up that mid wave, denied them the initial invade as well. I felt like they're a little too strict to their protocols, right? There's not enough fluidity to them at this point of time, which may or may not be why we saw the draft pan out the way that it did.
Are we back to their main symptom? Will cost them the
Oh,
they only know one speed, and that's fast. They were not able to step on the clutch, change gears, and say, "Yeah, no, that wasn't going to work."
I feel like they're bad at cutting their losses, though. It feels like once they're in, they're like, okay, we got to stick the whole leg in. No, even more. Let's throw more. Let's see how much we can lose.
Why are they suddenly in a Saw movie?
I mean, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. That's exactly how it feels like. Just, you gotta try out. You gotta test things out before you actually feel the full level of the consequence. I think now that they've got a bit of a taste of what VP is able to put on that table, I think now it's like, all right, I'll give you a finger at most.
The gloves are off, pal. Wait, no.
The
Different image.
Different image.
All right, but yeah, no, I agree. I think the Mongols have to show us a different speed, a different approach, a different attack, and different angle. Because it was too honest. It was so clear that they need to get past a certain time frame here in game one. If they don't, they're dead. There was no plan B.
Honestly, it kind of feels like the upcoming game number 2, is just a battle between Shenlin and Real Solo. The next one is about if whether Shenlin is able to kind of adapt based on whatever they have happened in game number 1. As long as they're able to kind of find a way to adapt, maybe kind of change something just so that they don't have to focus so much about timing.
Like that. It's been a while since I've heard a matchup of a rover versus coach. But no, you're right. What are they allowing Shenlin to play? What is Coach Fly Solo letting through that the Mongols can build around their shot caller?
Yeah, and I think that as the shot caller, right, there's a certain level of, like, I don't want to micromanage my players, but at the same time, I feel like there needs to be a necessity of, like, we need to figure out the clear image of what the shape of the fight looks like. Like Absach said, there was a lot of middle ground where nothing was kind of happening here for them, right? They were looking for that space, but it looks like we might just head on into the second games draft in just a little bit. Look at that key, that qualification spot that everybody is looking for, Abstract.
This is what they are looking for, and only by tomorrow, someone will take this key back home.
When are we going to get to the home? Well, not back home, but at least to the group stage.
Yeah.
I'm hoping at the very least next year 2 keys are going to be given away. Hey, with that being said, the draft has begun. I'll leave it to you, both Leon as well as Abstract. Please take it away for game number 2.
All right off the bat, what we have here, okay? Well, we do have the Uranus, we have the Yisun Shin, Matilda, and the Baxia that's already been taken away. Not too much of a difference as compared to what we have seen in game number 1. And like I said before, Shenlin kind of like the mind behind the entirety of the Mongols. We still don't have the Franco being taken away by VP just yet. And the question is if whether VP is going to respect the possibility of the Franco popping up. Or perhaps, back at it again with the Enchanter supports.
Fair enough that Mongols are banning 3 Andoryu heroes. We're back to this.
That is true.
We're back to this. Uranus, Yisun Shin, and Lancelot. Now, Virtus Pro, I think, you are onto something. Because again, there goes the, those 2 still are Shenlin picks, except for the 3rd.
Except for that Kimi, huh?
That is a Mikey pick. What does it leave for the Mongols? Kratia out there. 1-1, yes. But isn't that just Virtus Pro saying, yeah, okay, let's Farsa. Boberic and Farsa.
Farsa is available. That is definitely one thing. If they do not want to look out for the Farsa,
Farsa
we can
Phobius.
still... Oh, Farsa Phobius. I think Phobius gotta have to be one of the main priors for VP, right? It's just kind of... It feels like a little bit of a too dead of a giveaway, isn't it?
Here's what's hard to say. If they Farsa Phobius, well, obviously not that anymore.
With the Fredrin.
If they Phobius here... if they Phobius here, CC is going to show up for the Mongols.
Okay. So if anything, it gotta have to be a R3 pick, right? If they want the Phobius, it has to be an R3 pick, so at least they can ban it away.
They're not jumping the gun yet, because they know that they can get punished. So, yep, Virtus Pro, answer with a Fredrin and Zushin. And you know what's scary about these drafts like this? And with these high-intensity situations, you might get swerved by an Angela. Because still, look, Fredrin and Zushin, like, it's very Angela-able.
Okay, for me, I feel that the scary part it really just boils down to the fact that both a Juicin Fredrin opening is super standard, right? You can't go wrong picking these two. It doesn't exactly tell the opponents how I want to play it.
Also questionable, why would you run a Fredrin into a 1-1? The 1-1 almost always eats the Fredrin for breakfast. Lunch or dinner, depends on what time you're watching this. But wait,
Lucas!
an early Lucas. Okay.
Oh.
Last time we saw Lucas that really did something here in the wildcard was in the hands of Dawn in the EXP lane to ruin a Uranus. But here it's just picked up here, just blind.
I think it's fine per se if they're still looking at a bruiser Lucas, but as you mentioned, it is kind of feel like it's jumping the gun in some sense. I don't think that we will see. Any possibility of a flexible Lucas? I mean, I'm open to interpretations, but definitely not a Lucas jungle anymore.
No, I'm also just as confused as the next guy.
Who's the next guy?
Bobert, he's just staring into space here, like wondering what's going on. Okay, it seems like the game has been paused for a bit, so hands off. Yeah, no further picks nor bans are occurring just yet as we figure out the state of the situation here now. Again, openers are all Andoryu bans, a couple of Shenlin, and then one for Mikey ban. And still, I'm wondering why would you run a Fredrin so gung-ho into a 1-1 unless there's a plan behind it, which is, again, I'm guessing at this point, is an Angela.
Maybe they just don't really need to care too much.
Even an Estes, I think an Estes would be great here.
At this point in time, out of all the Enchanter supports, right, which one would work?
The Angela's still the best choice here.
It's still the best.
Yeah, again, the only Savage in the wild card scored with a Zushin Angela combo, right?
Yeah.
But secondary would be maybe the Estes. Third would be the Florin, but again, I'm just not saying Florin as high up because we haven't really seen Florin yet.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like the players really favor Florin all that much.
Something about the meta, they just don't like it.
Personally, I thought that having the old Florin, where you can shred off or rather cleanse away those anti-healing properties, was great. And having that part, that line of Florin taken away, it kind of changed her identity per se.
She became a walking oracle.
Walking oracle and walking item, right? Just a free item to the jungler.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
Shouldn't that alone be a reason for her to be a commodity and an in-demand hero? Because
just for the early game?
It changes, it changes the way you understand the economy of what you can get away with in the early game.
Is there a penalty, though? Dedicating a hero just for your jungler to kind of more or less funnel an item?
Yeah, because she doesn't have the same amount of sustained effect as a Estes. She doesn't have the same kind of team fight changing effects as an Angela. Because again, you could have sworn you were going to kill someone, right?
Yep.
And then Hearthguard, you hide one of your members, put him in, they're basically invulnerable, and then you don't kill this one dude that you were going to kill. So that's what Angela provides. That's what Estes provides. Now, the question is that worth it to lose out on that by picking Florin?
We do have global heals to the entire team. So generally speaking, it's a good hero.
Hi, but the being cocky. Right. But the case win is on fire for the reverse game. Guess when I'm going to that. 4,900.
Which seems like most of these teams kind of want to capitalize in the early game, especially if you are running triple marksman. Maybe not with a Florin and triple marksman.
Let night gameplay.
Early, they get the snowball, and they end right before the end game.
Yeah, at this point, triple marksman won't show up anymore. At least in this draft specifically. The Yusin Shin got banned out, so that means the
What's
thing is up.
Roger? We haven't seen a Roger at all, despite what we thought he would be.
Yeah, we were also alluding to a Roger. We were looking for Roger.
Looking forward.
In the weeks leading up to the hotfix, he was all the hotness. But after that hotfix, and then as we jumped into the wildcard, nothing. We saw the nary a shadow of Roger coming through. So yeah, no, unless a team has a solid plan to pick up the Roger, or they win like 90% of the draft that they can afford the Roger, then that's the only time. So I think Roger is like the Florin of the jungle. He's like, he's a sound choice. Like, we know he can work. He can be that other alternative for the triple marksman draft, but
night gameplay จะโตตัวนี้
jungler role
พงแก่แต่เราแต่เราได้พงมาเป็นใช้จะทาร์ก
a wide pool of heroes.
Yeah, well, what's funny is we saw Uranus jungle first a couple of times.
Yeah. So what exactly is going to be the deal at least for these teams, right? We don't have got some of these enchanted supports. In fact, yeah, it's funny how we see DD first rather than to see a Florin first.
We saw Lilia lose first too. Ladies and gentlemen, we do appreciate your patience as we try and fix a situation for our players. We want to give them the best competitive experience as they are fighting for tournament life here. They are fighting for the final stage of the wild card. The winner of this best of 3 moves on to the best of 5. This is a crossover between the first seed of Group A and the first seed of Group B and the second seed of Group B. First seed of Group B and the second seed of Group A. There you go.
What was it?
Positionings are confusing. Crossover again.
Crossover, something like that.
The nature of this.
Crossovers be like that.
We have yet to get word on exactly what is going on holding up the draft. So please
hold on a second.
Bear with us.
Yep. We want to ensure the best experience for both teams.
midnight ด้วยนะตัวสิเกย์โนบรอย midnight ต้อง continue ตัวสั่นละตัวนี้ปุ่งมาปันมาขายได้ยังหูตัวน่ะตัวไม่ปุ่งอันนี้อันนี้ตัวปุ่งกันเลย continue ตัวสั่นละตัวนี้
You gotta have to look out for whatever that has happened thus far, right? But let's talk a little bit more about their journey, right? Because I would say that between Virtus Pro and the Mongols, Virtus Pro has got a they have previous experience, right? Their time in the EWC MSC wildcard has been going swimmingly, right? The very first series that they played in a 2-0 yesterday, yes, is a 2-1, but I would say that Influence Range definitely give them quite a game.
Yep, their only real loss was a swimmingly amazing loss. They lost for the books because they got savaged by Chan. Which is again, if you're gonna lose
with style.
Lose amazingly. You know, extraordinarily. And then they almost just as quickly won a 20-minute game against them. So again, Virtus Pro so far, they're at match point now. Mongols have to play out of their minds.
How about Mongols though? They are okay. They didn't really quite have. I was expecting them to have full 6 games for the past few days.
Yeah, no, but Mongols have won 4 straight.
Okay.
And then lost this one. So
okay.
Their streak has ended, and if they want to continue, if they want to go into the next stage, or even just go into game 3, they gotta win this one now.
Okay.
So you understand why this draft is so important to them and why it has to be perfect. Every decision, every allowance you give to your opponents to think and to shimmy through and get an advantage, you must minimize. You have to be aware of.
The journey for the Mongols, they definitely played so much more games as compared to Virtus Pro. Considering that they didn't drop a single series, Mongols had to go for 1 extra series. They had I would say that the mental game is definitely on them. Mongols had more games to technically, kind of get warmed up per se. Get warmed up, or perhaps have more experience to kind of play together with the team to identify the possible problems going through the competition until they finally met Virtus Pro. Perhaps there were still a couple of problems that they gotta iron out, but Shenlin, all eyes on Shenlin. How's the drafting's gonna be? How's the game? Win condition? How is he going to be the captain of the team in order to work in this 5 party, in a party of 5?
One can imagine the pressure on Shenlin. Again, his Gatot Kacha wasn't as advertised in game number 1. They did try, and it was such a far cry from his performance on the Estes and Matilda earlier. So yeah, no, I'm wondering if that is a legit direction for Game 2, is to shake it up, pivot on the fact that, hey, maybe against a team like Virtus.pro we have to be able to flow. Why don't we play an Enchanter? I may die on that hill because I was so impressed, and I'm amazed at how different
You really like
the first match was of the day. Yeah, they changed. Again, we were so used to seeing the Mongols play fast, play hard, fight, but they have an Estes, they have a Matilda. It was such a breath of fresh air. I would love to see that against Virtus.pro, at least in the campaign, to make it to Game 3.
Speaking of breath of fresh air, have you guys smelled the fresh air here in Riyadh? Because the MSC 2025 tickets, this is one thing that I gotta have to talk about, right? Because the knockout stage and the grand finals tickets are all out. MWI 2025 is free for everyone too. So if you want to make your way down to Riyadh, for everyone that is down at home, come over to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, take a look at your tickets, take a look at MWI 2025, which is actually going to be happening in a few days actually.
Yep. I could imagine that some of the athletes competing in the MLBB Women's Invitational are on the way here, if not mid-transit, have already landed, because they will be competing in just a couple of days, as well as the talents. So yeah, folks, watching at home, if you are in the area, if you have free time, it would be awesome to see you guys here in the studio, in the stadium, as the best of the best in the realm of women's MLBB compete for the chance to be called MWI champions for 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. I've gotten word from producers and from the marshals down at the stage that they are recreating the lobby. Given that there was a little bit of a hiccup going into the draft midway through, we were, as a recap, at blue 2 and 3. Blue last we saw.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Blue
So
two
we
and
were
three
kind of
picks.
looking at the third pick, right?
Yeah.
We are looking at R3 being the next pick, and so far what we have for the red side, for the Mongols, right? Yeah, the Mongols, we only have the Fredrin and the Jusin.
Oh no, that's Virtus.pro.
Oh, that's Virtus.pro. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The Mongols opened up with 1-1, and then Virtus.pro answered with a Zushin Fredrin, which again, I'm gonna let him cook, but I don't know why that is what you run into a 1-1. There's a breadth of attacks that you can do. Instead, they tease us with what could potentially be an Angela opener.
But it still doesn't really stop the, or rather doesn't really tackle the question, right? Where the Fredrin is ultimately that one guy, the big guy that gives off free witness exploits.
Exactly.
The 1-1.
It's so counterintuitive, right? Like, why would you run it into a hero that eats you up alive? Yeah, that's what
You said this now.
or
right?
lunch.
I mean,
or dinner, supper.
There is a way around this, but this is a long shot. But that means that we won't see the Angela role. Because we kind of seen how Zeta Division kind of deal with the problem with their Masha, wanting to go over to the back lines and kind of tackle that directly. So,
Well, as long as the Masha's open, then yeah, that is a definite answer. But what if
I'm
the
looking at
Masha?
Chip.
What if the Masha gets answered?
How about Chip? If
They can
the
chip.
Fredrin is the problem, or rather, if the Fredrin doesn't want to be that at the bottom of the packing order because of the 1-1, then at least what we have is a concealed chip, jumps over the back line, drop portal, and
Restream 15แล้วก็นับวันเกมฐานะเลย
opponent 1-1, but can't maintain a composure. They have to focus on running,
yes.
letting themselves out.
Good
Can they
overall.
pop those weakness points during
Good
that
overall
heat
game.
of battle?
Something to consider. But now we have successfully recreated the draft. The lobby is solid and safe. Now we open up again with the same picks as mentioned. The 1-1 opener for the Mongols, while Virtus.pro answers with the Fredrin and the
ก็ยุ่ง
Zushin.
ถึงก็ทะลุถึงมาเลย
Now the answer. What do the Mongols put together here? Again, we did mention that they should be picking gold this year, lest they allow Virtus.pro to pick it in red 3. Also, something to consider would be, how do you respond to the Angela without banning it in the first, in the second phase? Here's the Arlot, likely going into the hands of either Mumu or Shenlin, and the Mikey gets his Etienne.
Okay. So something a little bit different with the initiative of picking the Zetian first. Most of the time is only because of the fact that we are looking at the combination between Yizushin and Zetian, while or the other situation, you see a Farsa being picked on the opposite side. Okay, pick up a Zetian for myself just for a free negation of the feathered airstrike.
Which is nowhere to be seen anymore.
Yeah.
Because there's already a Zushin.
So this is completely different.
Yeah, no,
Completely different idea.
It's literally investing in the global ult, here the Phoenix, and I guess just lane presence. The answer from Virtus Pro, I told you. There's the Phobius again. It answers not just the 1-1, but even the Arlet. So now you question the Mongols' priorities. Like, why this early?
Okay,
so it's kind of like a different attack. So 1-1 deals with Fredrin, but the Phobius deals with the 1-1. Go over to the roam, so at least you can still pick up a CC if you want to, but that is dependent if VP takes it away or not.
And you're also allowing so many ways to proc Infernal Pursuit, like whether you gank the gold lane, the 1-1's there.
Oh yeah, double dashes, right?
Hopping, yeah. And then the dash-in from the Vengeance marks on the Arlet. Wherever the Phobius goes, he sees dashes everywhere. Virtus Pro banning in the second phase, first stop, Shenlin's Franco. They're attacking Rome. Again, they don't trust that this Arlot is going into EXP or Rome.
Yeah, I mean, even I myself wouldn't believe that it's a Rome Arlet, knowing that it's kind of like a Shenlin's call. Technically speaking, Arlet plays a vital role in setting up for teamfight. However, there must be some other possibilities, and you of course did mention and try to support something that could go to either sides, VP or Mongols, with a higher want, right? A higher want, a bigger want from VP to actually pick up the Angela for themselves. But that also means that I guess VP, would they actually put so much bans onto Shenlin?
Again,
why not?
You alluded the battle between Coach Fly Solo and Shenlin. So why not? Again, could this be a Estes, a Florin, none of the above, gentlemen and ladies in the stadium and watching at home? It's an Akai, which is again as solid a ban as it could be, because that also has seen Fringe play in Rome.
This is one of the... I think that this is also one of the games that Mongols have played against or played with, right? I don't think it was Mongols himself that picked it. But regardless, having an Arkai taken out...
Could also be played in the jungle. So that's a solid pick.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. So, Virtus Pro, they throw out a shot in the dark and just ban out the Akai to make sure. While the Mongols ban out another choice here for Super Gorka, the Irithel. Does leave the Granger open, does leave the Clint open, if that's the direction we're going here. Virtus Pro, red 4 pick, what's it going to be?
This blind pick coming in from VP, they're lacking of a gold laner and a roamer. I would say that securing a gold lane does sound nice. The Granger is currently missing from all of that. As such, there we go. It is a pick for Super Igorka.
Abstract, the jig ain't up. Like, they're not sure yet if they're going for the Angela lineup because they don't have to.
Yep.
But looking at the shell, looking at the first 4 picks, it can still indeed be an Angela lineup.
In fact, you would really love it. I think even for them, they would love it. So Mongols, they gotta have to think about this.
I'm pretty sure it's an idea. It's a thought in Coach Buyo's mind. Like,
not materialized just yet.
Yep.
Until the last 2 picks.
He's looking over Mikey's shoulder saying, hey man, Angela's out there. What are we doing? Shenlin, you wanna?
They pick up the Angela for them.
Oh! Another debut pick. Welcome to the wild cards. Barata Detna. Plus a Diggy.
Okay.
So Shenlin heeds our words. He's playing another enchanter. I don't know if the boys of Virtus Pro are ready for this.
Oh wait, doesn't that mean that VP, the more the reason for VP to pick up an enchanter support to answer to this babysitting service in goal lane?
Yeah, because it doesn't matter. Like, if you play a healer or like an Angela or something of the like, you deny much of the utility of a Diggy. You just lean hard into a fight like you don't care. Oh yeah, there's choices here, right? You totally dodge it, which is the former, or you overload it. But overloading it now doesn't make sense because there's not enough. And indeed they do. An enchanter makes their way once more onto the battlefield. We were looking for her. We spent a good, 10 minutes talking about Florin?
Yep.
And finally, here she is into the hands of Pluto. Virtus Pro debuts Florin.
Okay, so what's the deal gonna do for... what's it gonna do?
What's it gonna do?
Is it gonna do for Fredrin?
Or if you want to hyper funnel into Super Igorka?
I guess you could. But that is also mean that it is a 2-1-1 game.
Yeah, but truth be told, Pluto can be anywhere.
It can be.
Pluto can be anywhere to impact this fight.
I would assume that he will want to answer to the problems in the gold lane, or else Super Igorka is just gonna have a really tough time just dealing with 2 person alone.
That's true, because you confirmed the Diggy, dropping bombs, planning them all around the feet of this Granger. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Match point for Virtus Pro. 1 game away from locking in that final stage slot in the wildcards, a best of 5 tomorrow, while the Mongols fighting to get us all the way.
We start things off with both of the junglers starting at the purple buff, meaning both of the junglers are just going to go from to the opposite direction. VP onto the gold and the Mongols onto the XP. The XP lane draft, or rather the priority, I definitely would expect that there will be quite a bit of damage coming in from the Phovius. Mumu definitely facing a bit of problem for now.
Yep, again, 4 out of 5 times it's the Phovius who wins that lane matchup. I like this
Go on, go uptime,
or how they blocked out the Angela is because it's the same concept as a glue. Whoever the hard guard goes onto, you target that as welcome, you eat him up, throw him up against the wall,
and it's completely wasted.
Yeah, you're already halfway done through the hard guard's duration. So this is a stroke of genius from the Mongols. Let's see if it's enough for Virtus Pro for him to use their swerve, the Florin.
It's a complete takeaway with the suppress. I would imagine that most of the time they will want to use it against the Fredrin. So that way, it kind of forces Bad Cot into a very difficult spot where he's the sole front lines, being all fully committal, nowhere to go. And only after they deal with Bad Cot, then they can deal with Blue shortly after.
Interesting how this massive rotation from the Mongols and just the position of Bad Cot denied him level 4 immediately. I think that's one of the reasons why they didn't force this fight. Bober making like a ragdoll onto Zetsu. Starting up the turtle already. Wow, this is the Mongols first of the scene.
As we go and take a look at this, and Doryu currently is inside of the pit, only for the Appraiser's Wrath to land on 2 person and also taking away the turtle, looking good. While in the meantime, Mumu doesn't seem like he's looking at the bright side of the day, as the first blood will go to him. Badcott takes 2, and now moving on forward, forcing Meiki as well as Shenlin back to the middle.
Virtus Pro enjoying that long fight underneath the turtle pit. Leads him to win 2 free kills plus the turtle itself. Folks, please do bear with us. We appreciate you and your patience throughout this game, but that did not go the Mongols' way at all. They're down about 1,500 gold.
What went wrong in that fight? Both of the roamers are technically out of it since they can't exactly use their ultimates. So this really just relies on to the roaming trio minus roamer's ultimate.
The ideal damage from the Mongols in a situation like that would come from those stomps on the Barats, right?
I think he was a small Barat,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
He was tiny, so it went by too fast. Weirdly enough, it went by too fast, and there's not much damage yet on Mikey. Because I would assume that Mikey being slightly off, but within firing range of this fight, is the other way that they're getting damage on. Imagine spamming the 1 and 2 off of the Zetian. So that's their win. They did not get either of those things. Hence why it was all Virtus Pro.
Okay. Everything kind of have this small little lead up. I remembering how the Mongols started at the bottom lane. They wanted to put some pressure down in the XP. And their progress over to the mid lane is a very slow moving dinosaur, right? The Barats walked all the way throughout from the bottom to the mid, the river lines. That was a very slow walk. And you are dealing with a Jusin. By the time he made it to the mid lane, kind of
your positioning is still in jeopardy. Yes. You're not even controlling your own trajectories, which is why in the past I'm looking at what, 4 years ago? Barat is often paired with not a Diggy,
And that's
but a Rafaela.
Oh, Rafaela.
Yes, because
for the movement speed.
it speeds you up. Yeah, there are worlds. There were matches wherein it was yes Barat's Estes. I'm looking at what M3 Blacklist, right, in Singapore. Barat's Estes. This was a legit
that
combo.
was big.
Yep. Funnily enough, Shin was also meta at the time. So yeah, no. But what resulted from that, and even in the days prior, Rafaela was also meta. It's because it allows you to speed up, so you're not as compromised in your positioning. I'm guessing that's something the Mongols didn't care about because they kind of felt and knew that VP wanted to fight anyways, and they weren't wrong in that. It's just, I guess they saw more value in the Diggy. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, false alarm. We are working this out once more. The game has been paused once again. At least this does give us time to digest the map positioning, right? All the heroes have respawned, and we're seeing Virtus Pro not giving any ground. Like they're what, half health? A good chunk of them, but they're not moving. They're not recalling.
I mean, to be fair, they are kind of ahead for now. I would say that VP, they're gonna have to play the game, and especially with the fact that they have to do and Dorio at level 6 and all, they can definitely get somewhere. 2 kills for themselves, 2 minutes and 50 seconds in, and what's more impressive is the fact that they are more than 1,000 gold away from the Mongols.
1,500. Super Gorka, first building his Hunter Strike. I guess one of the main problems that Virtus Pro have to deal with is the sheer damage and the low opportunity cost that the Diggy has to just rain down these assaults, these nukes, if you will, onto Virtus Pro's front line. So that explains why exactly Bober is always low.
I think that one of the scary thing about the Mongols is how they can chain their skills. But hold on a second, Shenlin. Doesn't seem like he will be able to see the light of day. A very aggressive stance from the side of Andoryu.
Okay, they weren't expecting that kind of a rotation to come through. Suddenly, Super Gorka's part of the fight. That's the burst that Shenlin wasn't expecting.
Honestly, I didn't really quite think that the gold laner was engaged in the battle this early.
Yep.
And now Makey even having to expand that flicker, and unfortunately, even when it comes down to the time journey, but all of that is completely for naught, as Makey still went down.
1 for 1, it's a wash. Traded out for bad caught down bottom. I'm glad that we caught a bit of that exchange, given it was a 2v1. Now the turtle spawning in the same spot. This does allow for Virtus Pro to take advantage of their innate lead right now, which is, again, still sitting at about 1,500, almost 2,000. A lot of pressure up top, but Virtus Pro will just continue to blitz.
It seems like the Mongols is facing the very critical problem that every comp that plays a enchanter support gets is the fact that they don't have control over the map. They can't see what's going on. But as for now, in the middle lane, it does seem like Mumu will be able to land a pretty good final slash, allowing Zetsu to get the kill down on the bad card. As Mumu continues to go on and push Bober over to the right side, forcing Pluto and Andoryu all alone, kind of dealing with the rest of the Mongols.
Missile expert. I think that is going to be key for the Mongols' clapback. You saw how it dispositioned everyone from Virtus Pro. They weren't ready to be that close to the turret.
Yep.
So save for the moments we're past turrets and turrets have fallen. Virtus Pro have to watch out for that. The Mongols can use that to their advantage.
And I think that is what I was trying to get into, right? The moment Shenlin actually managed to kind of get the get his time to wind onto one person, then that's great because Zetsu can always lay on top with the rockets, and this is always going to be a problem as it repositions Virtus Pro, and then from that point in time, Mumu can also reposition. So many repositioning, which will end up to make you the Fury of the Phoenix to finally lock them into that final position.
Yeah, I guess that does become the final question, right? Like, what do you do with all this disruption? What do you do with all of this repositioning of your opponents, but you yourself aren't sure because Virtus Pro, they just have more reliable damage. Save for these bombs, Virtus Pro are the ones who are clapping back. Look at this, they catch Zetsu.
There's a taunt going all the way through, and it does seem as though even when the Deton's welcome, doesn't really do too much, as Bear is just going to be working onto the Purify, but unfortunately in the end he will still go down, and Dorio doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but it does seem like Rin-SK, he's not looking in a good spot, but he managed to hop himself away. Mumu slightly misses and wasn't able to clip anyone. When it comes down to the final slash, Virtus Pro walked away with only a single casualty onto Super Igorka.
That is a losing trade. You want Super Igorka to survive. You want Super Igorka to keep farming. Yes, he is 1,000 gold ahead of Rin-SK, but truth be told, if you take down Zetsu, the Mongols are fine with that. He's a utility jungler. He does miss out on this turtle here. Bad caught by Shenlin.
What was the damage? From absolutely nowhere. No more Diggy for now. It is going to be a free turtle once again for Virtus Pro. The Mongols constantly just losing the edge down the river line. Absolutely nothing at the 50 line.
That's about 2,000 gold still between these two squads. Super Igorka back to the farm. Despite all that's happened, Super Igorka is still up on EXP and gold. So Virtus Pro can rest assured that unless the Mongols do this, look at the pressure that they're sending over down bottom, then they can just control the rest of the map. They can control everywhere else they decide to send their troops to.
No. We really gotta have to look out for the amount of stacks that Zetsu have. Because it seems as though the way that the Mongols want to play around by...
Oh, let's see, Ogi, hello, bro. Welcome to the stream. I'm on Facebook, YTD, video namin chino, ma'am. Like naman dala sa masama, ma'am. Tang guys.
Which is exactly what Virtus Pro is doing, right? As long as they see a creep cam, they clear it out, Zetsu won't be able to uphold his stacks. And if they happen to find Zetsu, that's exactly what they will do. They will go straight in onto Zetsu, and they will do whatever that they can to bring him down as much as possible, only for Virtus Pro to find themselves in a very tough spot. 2%, it doesn't seem to be looking good for the side of Virtus Pro. They managed to bring down the T1 turret down to the bottom lane with all 4 members from VP still being really happy, being able to bring Zetsu, Shenlin, and Rin-SK down.
Bad God is such a bad boy. You see what he did? He got a double again. And they held onto Andorio for so long. These blooms, the ult from Pluto is just changing the tempo of the fight. When you could have sworn you were going to kill 2 members of Virtus Pro, here they are suddenly, boom, healing out of nowhere. Again, the ult, the change to Florin enhances what Andorio is doing, enhances what Bad God's doing, enhances even, get this, the Brave Smite on Bobear. So that's what allows them to thread the line between life and death. It's like a little baby Netherrealm.
Baby Netherrealm. It's kind of a tough call for the Mongols. If they got a little bit too close into Virtus Pro, it feels like Diggy doesn't really have a home to be in, right? If he stays in the front in order to save someone with the time journey, but let's hold on thought for a bit because the time journey is just going to be used immediately. Dana's welcome is just going to be eating up over to the side of Bad Cod. They're all the way in, but he's still managing to find a kill down on the Shenlin. Pluto's going to be next together with Bad Cod. Rin-SK is having a really good time. Well, in the meantime, the Appraisal's Wrath kind of lands, but it didn't really quite do too much over to the side of the Mongols. Mickey finds one, and Andorio walks away with yet another. There's a 2-for-3 trade, definitely in favor for the Mongols.
The Mongols finally find a window. They clap back through Virtus Pro, not paying as much attention to Rin-SK. Andorio was still taking his purple, and for the first time, possibly, all day, if not the whole run of the wildcard, Virtus Pro may have had a comms issue. They may have not spoken well enough about the timing of their engagement. Or could it be the Mongols just fighting back when Virtus Pro wasn't expecting it?
I think it's more of the latter, right? As long as the Mongols finds an opportunity, considering the fact that it is a Diggy after all, Virtus Pro is always wanting to jump into the battles. As long as they are able to kind of single out Zetsu, the only important frontliner, the tankiest frontliner, then great. The rest of the Mongols is going to have a tough time. It's all about the pick-off first. If whether Virtus Pro is going to be the aggressor or it will be the Mongols.
And now the lore dance has begun. This 2,000 gold lead almost non-significant. In comes Andorio.
It's going to be a taunt down to Shenlin, only for him to pop on the time journey. He wants to run away, but he's down to the hands of Bad Cod. The rest of the members from Mongols, they're all just going to be disintegrating as Andorio finds himself all the way at the back, dealing with Rin-SK. Mumu shortly after, but the Pro lost none.
It's a wipeout. The Mongols, no one left on the map. Virtus Pro going straight for the Lord. That is how Virtus Pro wanted that last team fight to go. Yes, Shenlin did die. Yes, he did get to use all of his resources. Yes, RenXK did take to the skies, but here's an instant replay. Shenlin first to go. Mikey next. No free nukes. And then eventually, the rest followed. Because again, Enchanter lineups are very synergy specific. It's not like Triple Marksman where you lose one, it's okay. Virtus Pro, they found the window where in their synergy worked better. Where in their synergy trumped Mongo's synergy. And in this Enchanter versus Enchanter-centric lineup, Virtus Pro with the small lead. I guess I wasn't so sure where the economy was, right? It looked like it was a small lead. 2,000. I guess that was worth it. Okay, a good chunk of it is on...
Good chunk of it is
on the gold?
Wait, Gorka?
Not Super Gorka, yeah, but... Isn't Badcott the one dealing the most damage?
I think the Badcott, yes, because of the fact that it is a choke point. Everyone is together, allowing the Badcott to do a massive amount. And speaking of which, this is no longer that choke point that we were talking about. As such, the fight is just going to be going all the way around with VP getting the first kill on the Zetsu. Shenlin, Rin, and everyone from the Son of the Mongols! They're all slowly disintegrating. VP, they will take this fight. They will take the crystal. They will send the Mongols home.
A dominant sweep by the Bears of the EECA, first to the finals of the wild card. They will be facing off against the winner of tonight's last match in a best of 5. Congratulations, Virtus Pro.
One of the only few teams that managed to pull off 2-0 victories time and time again. This team, they are ready, and they will be the first team to head themselves over to the grand finals where they wait on their throne for a competitor tomorrow.
Another major international miss for the Mongols. I hate to say it, but they've always been bubbling. It's always been, watch out for the Mongolians, watch out for this region. They do have promise on an individual scale, as a team and as a region, but here today, the ECA reigns supreme. Virtus Pro. Again, I heard the word on the street, man, the word on the grapevine, as they say, that this team should be one to watch out for, but I didn't expect it to be this evident.
Me neither. I looked at VP's draft. The first thing I see, Andoryu, I'm like, we do have a very high-profile player, but aside from that, he's with a bunch of players from VP where there would definitely be communication issue. I wrote them down. I don't think that they will be able to do that well.
There is no
game.
There is no communications issue, man. They speak but one language, and that is MLBB. If you aren't a believer of the nightmare just yet, ang kulot na bangungot, Andoryu, then you better be now. He is the veteran amongst this squad of young guns out of ECA, and it shows that what he shares with them, the communications that he has to bridge through Pluto to the rest of the squad, the guidance of Coach Fly Solo, like, it's real.
They just need to speak one language, as you say. What was that again?
It's the language of MLBB.
And it worked out. It worked great. I don't believe, and I don't think that Pluto had to translate everything that Andoryu says. Some stuff are rather, I would say, rather international kind of thing. Go, back, kind of thing. You know, they should understand that at the very least. So those small little calls, I believe that Andoryu should be taking the helm to a certain extent as the jungler, right?
I would not be surprised if I hear Andoryu, whether or not I see him more often in the Philippines or not, because again, he may have found a home in Virtus Pro, start to slip in a Davai here and there. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, that was the fast replay, a run-through of that game and the sweep by Virtus Pro, moving on to the final stage of the wild cards. Gideon, Virtus Pro, who can stop him?
Nobody can stop them. They've taken out my top pick for the ones to make it out of the wild card, and Virtus Pro just a cut above the rest. I will have to say the Mongols draft, though, it had some interesting ideas. And I think we saw a couple of moments where it's like, man, if Mumu was there 4 seconds earlier, just be part of that fight, it would have made all the difference in the world. It's just, he's in the EXP lane, he's just far, far away, which does bring me to my highlight player, Badcott. Best EXP here at Wildcards by leagues ahead of everybody else. War Axe first item understands, hey, I'm the damage dealer now. I don't have to play traditional Thunderbelt no more.
Exactly. Again, you're looking at the lineup. You're looking at how these fights happen. Oh, look. Super Gorka's built up. Oh, look. Bobert is able to, just spread around the damage. But no, the real damage dealer here, the real sword to the throat of the Mongols was Badcut. He's a bad guy.
This Phoveus is definitely a pain for any draft that wants to play around Ube, huh? Especially when it comes down to the southern part of the Lord's Pit. That choke point was just chef's kiss for Badcut. He saw the opportunity and just like, okay, everyone's gonna get a hit.
More so, I think he really made Shinlan's life just miserable, right? He walks up, bam, but just shows him the fist, the EECA, just a little quick tap every single time. And immediately after he snowballs it out of control, you can see that a good amount of the players started to just disagree. You know what? I don't care about your front line. I'm going to walk right past you. And with that being said, VP are now just one series away, a best of 5 to make it out of the wild card into the groups. But their challengers here for match number 4 will decide who's going to face them in that best of 5. Is it going to be Rare Adam or is it going to be Influence Rage?
I hate to say it, the third day might be the fastest day. Look at them, all them sweeps.
Didn't get to see full series all across the board.
Not
More
one.
so,
Not one.
I want to get your opinions, Leo, before, because I know you're not going to be here for our very last series. Rare Adam, what do you think about them? Do you think they can actually bring it all the way to the very end, especially after seeing the performance of Influence Rage?
I like Rare Adam. They made a believer out of me. I was once one of their skeptics, but looking at how Influence Rage has gone through their journey and how Rare Adam got out of Group A as #1 seed, I like to think their clean play, and again, the depth of strategies and experiences they have coming in from their Indonesian coach and imports should be enough. I think they are getting out of groups here.
I think that Rare Adam stands a very good chance. This is a match between East and the West, and Rare Adam, I'm looking at Dawn. So if anything, it will be a game between Dawn and Badcut.
Okay, all right.
Hey, don't jump the gun.
I mean, don't jump the gun, yes, but I
Dawn
want to see
has
Dawn.
to go through Chino first.
To be fair, I think that Influence Rage, they've got momentum behind them, right? After their first series win, I think at this point, coming into this next match,
And they have fans.
Right? With the cheerleaders in the back to kind of bring that homely Latama vibe here into the STC Gaming Hall. I think they've really got a chance here. But that's just my personal opinion, at the end of the day. We'll see how they're going to perform. Keep in mind, everybody, you are watching the wild cards here at the 2025 EWC Esports World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We're going to go on a short 3-minute break, and when we come back, our final series to close out day number 3.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Push me up
Welcome back, everybody. It's currently 4:22 here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the wild cards here at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We're on our very last leg of day number 3, a series to conclude who is going to be moving on to a best of 5 happening tomorrow. One of these teams can make it. It's either Influence Rage all the way from Latam to make the difference, or will it be Rare Atom from China and another emerging region? Today, we're going to be having Eterna and as well as Abstract at the helm for the commentary for this next best of 3. And it looks like, you know, the players are setting up, and more importantly, cheerleaders are coming on in. How are you guys feeling about this game? Because we've seen both of these teams play already. They've got momentum going behind them, but Eterna, what are your thoughts?
Hello? Oh, okay. I thought my mic wasn't on for a second. It's a little bit of PTSD over here, but I think this next matchup is a classic tale of East versus West.
Ooh!
Right? We have an emerging region in China that you guys mentioned earlier on, as well as from Latam. And we saw Rage and what they're about, and I'm thinking that they're going to bring everything that they can here up against Rare Atom today.
Now, of course, when it comes down to Latam, they have been relatively shaky for the past few international tournaments. So now I'm just looking at Influence Rage, right? They have managed to fare pretty well when it comes down to their MPL Latam Season 3 being runner-ups. Now facing up against the China qualifiers number 2 runner-ups as well. So this is a point in time whereby we gotta have to really understand. They are number 2 only because they managed to stretch the champions to the very limit. So these two teams, it's very fair to say that they are going to be rather on par.
Well, I don't know. The stories are very different, especially when we're talking about Dawn, Lanaya, Paufu, Cat9, and as well as Mikey from Rare Atom, because they were taking some beatings in their own qualifiers, right? They had to go meet the champion, meet the soon-to-be champions at the time in the upper bracket, go down to the lower bracket, and then have to face them off again later in that grand finals itself. Rare Atom, I feel like with this line of players, and especially with the Indonesians at the helm, it's to help elevate the Chinese region as a whole to catch up to the rest of the world, or at least the Southeast Asian MLBB.
I agree. I think it's been a while since we've seen the Chinese region come to play, especially on the international stage. So I think this is one of the rare cases where we're going to see opportunities being opened up for that recognition on the international stage. And I can't say that that's just exclusive to the Chinese region, but also for Latam, because I think ever since that upheat with RRQ Akira, we haven't really seen much of Latam on the international stage either.
Well, this was a team that was supposed to be their replacement, right? This was with Gino, Hoto, Tan, Paquito, as well as Fury. They were dominating in their side of the world. They were dominating Latam all the way to the very end, knocking down the Corinthians down to the lower bracket and then losing to them right in the grand finals. Everybody was thinking that Influence Rage was going to be first seed.
So let's be honest here, that won't be too big of a surprise for either one of them to make it over to fight against VP. I definitely gotta say that Rare Atom, they have got a bigger game for themselves, and it definitely showed a lot more promise. But as you did mention just now before we wrapped up the show, Influence Rage, they have got a lot for them, especially since the surprise of revisiting their gold laner, right? They changed it up a little bit, allowing Fury to kind of take a backseat, pop off a little bit earlier in the early game, while still being very safe against an Enchanter support on the opposite end. So what's it gonna be like for at least for Chan? Because now Chan, I think that he's gonna be right on the spotlight.
I think that's a fair point that he's making, right, with the gold lane Ruby, because technically Rare Atom has been finding a lot of success when Lanaya is given heroes that are a little bit more aggressive. We're looking at like the Lancelots, we're looking at the Hayabusas and the YSSs. So with a Ruby in the gold lane, what necessarily would be Lanaya's target if he were to put the team on his back? And that's also the same case for Dawn, who back-to-back MVPs in their previous matchups. I like that there is a layer of adaptability from Influence Rage, and that just might be enough to take this away from Rare Atom.
I feel like this game, I agree with you, because that adaptability comes in with a lot of experience, which is something that unfortunately the Chinese region as a whole might not have when it comes down to international level of play. But at the same time, we've seen Dawn turn this around, and I feel it's a matter of who makes the least amount of mistakes in this upcoming matchup, right? Because again, we're seeing Dawn make these huge plays. Why? Because your opponents get too close together, and that Lucas, it only got away because 3 people decided, you know what, standing shoulder to shoulder, lining up like soldiers in an army was the perfect way to play. It wasn't.
PTSD going on for me.
Hey, I only did it because you were here.
I don't have a leg. Keep walking. Keep walking.
Keep walking. Keep walking. But I think it's going to be tough, right? At the end of the day, let's talk a little bit more about potential picks. We already talked about the Ruby coming in from the gold lane, but then what about the EXP? Because I feel like, especially when we're comparing both of these EXP laners, they're not too far off. Maybe the Lucas is the exception.
I would say that at least for Rare Adam, not only just the fact that, yes, the Lucas was quite a scary sword that Dawn brandished, but he plays a mean Lapu Lapu, right? And when it comes down to his Lapu, it's not necessarily all about bruising. He may not have went full War Axe kind of thing. There were even times where he actually went straight for Hunter Strike, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
So he went for damage. This guy knew when he popped off and when he can play these kind of games, allowing him to get very early 4Ks and all that kind of stuff. Dawn is something I gotta have to look out for. While Chino, he's more on the side role kind of thing. You know, playing heroes such as the Badang every now and then, and perhaps CC and such. So Dawn is definitely frontline. He will make the plays whenever needed.
Which is why I think that EXP lane is going to be important. Why? Because I think Dawn is a very interesting player, as his hero pool is very situational. The Lucas came out as a counter towards the Uranus, and we saw that the damage was there to kind of stop the Uranus in its tracks. So I think it will be important for Rare Adam coming to the drafts to get a winning lane for Dawn, right? And the fact that if, let's say, the enemy XP laner, Chino, has a CC in his belt, that might be a problem for Rare Atom.
Okay, so I'm imagining what first rotation of the draft is going to be looking like, right? I'm thinking like we're still getting rid of the Boxia, we're still thinking about getting rid of the Kimmy as well.
Uranus.
But then where do we go from that? Oh yeah, Uranus as well. But where do we go from that point onwards? I feel like the openers that we have seen thus far have either been really, really good for some teams, pretty painful for others. Wamwan as an opening pick seemed like a good idea initially, and then later down the line, it really just boiled down to the supports, like our previous matchup.
I would say, personally, I was still pointed towards the XP direction. Lapu Lapu is actually a hot commodity for both of these teams, Rare Adam as well as Influence Rage. Both of them love the Lapu Lapu. Whoever's going to be on the first pick, first ban might not have the opportunity to ban the Lapu Lapu, because I'm not too sure if whether they actually want to focus on the first pick on the Lapu. It could definitely put quite a bit of I would say difficulty to the opposite side, because they actually do kind of picked up a lot of that. Other than the Lapu, at least for day 1 and day 2, it does seem like the only other hero that Chino played was the CC, and as for Dawn is the Lucas. So aside from Lapu, we don't know anything else.
So what is a counter towards the Lapu Lapu? I think maybe that might be the question that we need to, put on the table here.
Yeah, I think
can't contest Lapu Lapu. How do you shut it down?
I think a lot of it comes down to how much peel do you actually have, how close you clump up together, and the types of heroes. Like, I was thinking initially maybe the Zetian might be a good way of dealing with it. Oh, you're going to come in with the Bravest Fighter, I'm going to push you away real quick before walking backwards. But then there's the anti-CC that we need to address. And at that point, I'm thinking like Matilda's come into play. Enchanter-style supports, which we're again seeing quite a lot pop out today in particular. I think now we've kind of checked all the boxes except for Rafaela. That's the only Enchanter support that we haven't seen touched here in wildcards.
Now, speaking of that might be a problem for Rare Adam now.
Oh.
Because coming into this, there was information that Cat9 can only play the Hylos and one other hero. I forgot. What was the other hero? Hylos and Baxia. Hylos and Baxia. We saw the Arlet yesterday, but it wasn't like...
You're right.
A lot of people... I think Leo was the one casting that game, and Leo was like, oh yeah, he's just zoning with the Arlet, because he's not necessarily getting the captures on the Arlet that we would like.
Yeah, well, actually, I think it's okay, because we've seen the combination of the Zushin, the Fredrin, plus the Arlet be like a very powerful trio moving forward in a lot of these drafts. But then we've seen Diggy pop up like more than enough times that makes me uncomfortable from teams that I wasn't expecting to come out from Mongols that many times. Do we have to lean back into some good old classics is what I'm trying to say. Are we eventually somebody has got to figure out a way to play Tigreal in this particular meta? Again, so many times there were angles where, hey, we need an instant engage. How do we achieve that? And I think Tigreal could be one of those potential answers. But now that the one team that does play Diggy is gone, I don't know how much it has influenced the other teams to maybe consider it as an option. I mean, even Latam has decided to play Pakidu 2 games in a row, playing Minotaur.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I think that the entirety of the wildcard is just a Pandora's box itself. There's so many unexpected things that we've seen. Yes. The moment we open it, it's like, oh, wow, I'm surprised. Wow, I'm surprised. Wow, I'm surprised, kind of thing.
Oh, the Barats as well.
Barats Diggy.
Oh, that was something. That was something. That's for sure. As the teams look to get ready up on the stage here, where do we start to see momentum shifting? Do you think that the mentals is going to play a part in this matchup?
Influence Rage. Let's talk about them. It's in terms of their mental game, they definitely do have a little bit working for them, considering that they had 2-0 against Zeta Division, since they had a pretty good time, right? 2-0 as compared to day number 1, it was like 2-1 reverse sweep kind of thing. As for Rare Adam, they didn't play previously, so they have quite a lot of time to kind of sit down, take a look at what Influence Rage has got for them. So in terms of numbers of gameplay, that kind of stuff, I would say that Influence Rage definitely comes in a little bit more confident because they're warmed up.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. Let's make a comparison of regions here, because again, if we are looking at the history of MLBB, Latam generally has a leg up in terms of how long they've been playing competitively as a region in comparison to China, which only just started not too long ago, right? Except the acceleration of which they have progressed in their own metagame, and not to mention, you know, some early access heroes like Zutian. But other than that, it seems that we're kind of closing the gap.
Because despite that argument being made, we do still have veterans on the side of Rare Adam. Sure, the Chinese region as a whole might be a little bit younger as compared to Latam, but remember, Rare Adam is fielded with, imports, right? We have Lunaya, we have Dawn, who's been playing for quite some time, along with their coach, Ryzen. So to say that that is an argument, sure, we can argue that, but on the other side, these players have been playing for quite some time, and I think when it comes down to like the mental fortitude from Rare Adam, I don't really doubt them, because even in their opening match from the first day of the group stages, they lost that first game. But then they were able to come back really slowly, looking for a reverse sweep, which they eventually found. So in a best of 3, I don't think I'm too worried about Rare Adam.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about research then, because the homework has played a large part in day number 2, and we're seeing that teams that have strict protocols in day number 3 have been significantly punished. Mongols being number 1 when it comes down to, like, we've had a set plan. We thought you were doing this. We got the first half of it correct. The second half, we could not. We could have been seal. It's a little too much.
This is where the surprise and the wild card part appears, right? We have limited amount of information from the Chinese region. They started small, rising and accelerating so fast when it comes down to their prowess. Joined in with Indonesian players, they are just sharing information at this point in time. So Rare Adam coming into this with only a total of 5 games to their belt. I would say the Influence Rage, they've done their homework, they know what they were expecting, and like us, we will be expecting, Cat9, Baxia, the Hylos, and the Arlet. They probably only play these 3. So let's tackle that. Let's tackle the frontline issue. And then suddenly, boom, Cat9 actually plays something else.
TBH, I don't think you should be worried about the Arlet.
At all?
No. For Cat9, I don't think so.
Okay. With that being said, we're going to head on into the draft and turn on as well as my boy here. Abstract, please. Take it away. Enjoy.
No, you don't tell me that. First man.
No saber.
Thank you, Gideon. We're going straight into the draft here. Forgive our emotions just portraying there, because is that a saber, Ben?
Okay, it's a far shot.
By Rare Adam?
Yeah, this is a far shot, right? And I'm just trying to, find some linkages to what we spoke about previously. The problem about Enchanter support is that they get bursted down early and easy. Yeah, Saber is very easy to pilot. Just go in, out someone, and boom, Enchanted support gone. That's their entire team fight crumbling down. That's their entire win condition crumbling down. This is really just a far shot, and that is probably what I'm expecting.
Beloyski would be proud. Beloyski would be looking at these drafts and be like,
Telka
yeah,
next.
that's my man. Should we get an Italia next?
Hey, you
But
never know.
I understand that sentiment, right? I understand the idea behind the Saber, but if we're talking about non-meta picks that are less far-fetched, technically something like the Kaja could still work here. But I guess we'll see how this pans out because Lancelot, Kimi banned, we have the Kalia as well as the Farsa. So choices for the mid lane are getting slimmer as ever. And then the Uranus pops up once again here for Influence Rage.
This is interesting. Rare Adam, because of the fact that they have dedicated 2 bans for heroes that don't typically get banned for, being the Farsa and of course the Saber, that means that we have a lot of heroes that's currently open. I know it's for a matter of fact that the XP lane is going to be highly sought out and highly fought for. Usually Uranus joins into the banning pool. So now that that is out of the way, Influence Rage picks that up with no questions asked. And that way, Rare Adam, they don't have to focus so much about, hey, I gotta have to pick my Lapu Lapu, unless Influence Rage picks it. So, or rather, Influence Rage, yeah, they still can pick it actually.
They can. They can flex the Uranus into the jungle, but I was thinking that maybe they want to hold on to that pick for just a little bit longer and look for something a little bit more prio. I was thinking more mid lane, but it looks like Rare Adam have gone ahead and gone for the Hayabusa and the Baxia instead. So technically, this is not flex. Haya jungle, Baxia as a roamer.
And
so comfort for Cat9.
It's comfort for Cat9, yeah. Oh yeah, Baxia and all. Okay, so we're gonna hold that thought for a little bit because it's very clearly one of our players have the game restarted. So we're just gonna be going back into the draft real quickly. Now, here's a couple of things that we can look out for. Since R1, R2 has been picked already, we are just leaving the R3. Naturally, when it comes down to influence, when we are looking at Rare Adam, they don't normally pick up the Lapu Lapu in R3. In fact, this usually comes down to the second phase of the pick, especially since Uranus is out already. So there could be a very high probability that they would just leave that out completely open and allow Influence Rage to just ban the Lapu.
Because technically, if they want, and if the Uranus does get flexed into the EXP lane, they do still have that Lucas to fall onto, which worked for them last time. So we saw the damage was there. That's still an option for them to go for. And I like that we keep highlighting the EXP lane because I think one of the key players to Rare Adam right now is Dawn.
Yep.
We're back in the drafts. Nothing has changed so far. We're looking at the next 2 picks coming out from Rage. Do they want to be the ones to pick up the Lapu Lapu, flex this Uranus into the jungle, and maybe look for a sneaky pickup like an Angela?
So they're not gonna do that just yet. So a little bit of ambiguity. So this plays around the battles between Chan and Powerful. So here's the thing. We saw Chan. We saw that Zeusin plus Angela combo. So those are definitely something that we gotta have to look out for. This is Rare Adam that needs to answer to this question. They would definitely have to go into the second banning phase to ban the Angela. This is a scary pick, right? In the meantime, Powerful. I think that they can look at a couple of mages that's currently available, right? I don't think that they will particularly look at Zetian right now, but there is a 1-1 on the opposite side, which they're gonna have to deal with. I was hoping for a Sicilian. We haven't seen the Sicilian for a long time. Skill to the late kind of thing, but they're going to focus on the Irithel first.
Okay, interesting. It's a good counter towards the 1-1. It really does make sense. I was thinking about something like the Phoveus, but this is like a direct in-lane counter for the 1-1. So that's why we're seeing it come to light. But now the big question for Rare Adam is, what are you going to be playing in the mid lane? You mentioned the Sicilian earlier on. It is a comfort pick for Paufu as well. But is it safe enough? Do you think it's okay?
I don't reckon it will be safe.
Because back in the day when we looked at the Jushin counter, it was the Zask. And technically, Paufu has picked up the Zask before.
But I don't think that Zask is going to be the way for this game. I mean, personally, it's not my cup of tea. Zask is generally good, in my opinion, when we're looking for area denial. You want to play around the area, you have Harif on the opposite side. You want to just laser that guy down. But in this case, that's not going to work out. For Rare Adam, they still haven't decided who's going to be the XP laner, because the Baxia, the Hayabusa has already been out. So I would say that the Baxia is very highly likely going to be Rome, as we are talking about Pet 9 Super Comfort. Don, he went against the Uranus before. So the Lucas is actually going to be highly probable, unless Coach Blackjacks have decided, okay, say goodbye to Dyrov, say goodbye to the Lucas.
But here's the tricky thing, right? Because if the Lucas pops up here and it turns out the Uranus is jungle, Influence Rage can pick up something crazy like the CC, which is a good lane against the Lucas. So it's a little bit of a chess match here. I think maybe they want to wait for the final pick to lock in John's slot. Rage understand this. Oh, there it is. The Masha Dairoth ban comes through. Makes sense. They want to deny it, and they want to make sure that the Uranus has a good lane. Now, this is a mid laner that we haven't seen in quite some time, but it is a good answer to shred through all those beefy boys in the front line that we already see the Uranus.
Exactly. So now I think Influence Rage, I think based on the fact that they have decided to ban the Dyrov, they are definitely looking at the possibility of that Uranus jungle. But with that resurgence of Lunox, welcome to Wildcard, by the way, Lunox. This is the first time that we'll see in the Wildcards. I don't think that we are going to be expecting the Uranus in the jungle anymore. It is very likely going to be Uranus in the XP, and if that's the case, then Rare Adam is going to seize that opportunity and pick up the Lucas for themselves into the XP.
There you go, you're right, Fredrin gets picked up here into the... Wait a sec. Okay, yeah. Badang Rome. So now, Rare Adam, how do you want to answer this? Do you want to go head to head? Do you want to go tail to tail? Go for something like the Esmeralda is still an option. Lapu, if they still want to do that, is okay. But if they want to look for that damage, I think they can go Lucas again, like you mentioned.
Yep. If it ain't broken, why
fix it?
Yes.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So if it it's broke, if it ain't, yeah. If it broke, why fix?
There you go.
Yes, that's the way. So Rare Adam, final pick in the game, Esmeralda. As you mentioned, it is going to be an Esmeralda versus a Uranus lane matchup. A complete wet noodle fight going on about. No one will have an edge against one another, but that is going to be influence that will be applied somewhere else in the map.
I think we're thinking about winning lanes now, and technically Influence Rage, which one is their winning lane, right? Because the gold lane 1-1 versus Irithel matchup, it should go into the hands of the Irithel. Meanwhile, mid lane Prio. Now, since we haven't seen the Lunox in quite some time, I don't know how she fares against the Jushin.
I would say that a Lunox have decent clears because of the Starlight Pulse. However, that would require the Lunox to be a little bit closer to the creeps. As such, that will be the opportunity for the Jushin to just kind of beam her away. So most of the time, it will be priority going over the Jushin.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, because in a 1v1 sometimes becomes a 2v2. We'll head straight into this last elimination match of the day between Influence Rage and Rare Adam. Game number 1.
So right off the bat, it does seem like powerful as well as Cat 9. They want to play right on the creep waves, which is scaringly, pretty scary. But we don't have to be worried too much for the Lunox, as the Starlight Pulse does give her some HP back. But mobility and movement is always going to be the question. Will she be able to catch up to a Baxia during the Shield Unity, as they're just going to be running around so much?
But it's already as you predicted, right? I think it looked like Rare Adam were trying to go for the clear, but Influence Rage were able to clear a lot quicker because of the extra range that they had. And if we take a look at the emblems right now, the Jushin Chan once again going for a little bit more utility, tenacity, and a little bit of more movement speed, plus the fighter emblem coming through, the Brave Smite.
So with that all said and done, it's pretty much understandable that up to the top lane, we wouldn't be expecting too much. I know that Esmeralda would have a better lane prio, but it's not going to get them anywhere in terms of the killing blow. But when it comes down to the emblems, this is what I thought it would be fun to always watch, take a look, right? With a couple of agilities coming in from the roaming trio, or rather just for the side of Chan. Chino wants to be fast. You got to make things fast as well in order to really stick down onto someone.
You can see that Lanaya also looking for a little bit of aggression there. Pushing out the damage, it's reflected in his emblems, the way that he wants to play too. There are rotations now from Rare Atom towards this top side of the map, but I think they just do want to facilitate that level 4 as soon as possible.
As long as Chan picks up the level 4, then it will be great going in with the Crimson Beacon. Spots on Lanaya, just within the pixel brush, right underneath of the camps, but with only 3% from the side of Rare Atom, I think that Influence Rage will be able to take a pretty good starting fight, as Powerful is also going to be joining into the mix. She's going to be running through, but it doesn't seem like she wants to go. Okay, there we go. The Darkening is just going to be running right up. Hotun going straight up for the Appraiser's Wrath, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be touching anyone at all. Dawn is right in the heart of Influence Rage, putting a lot of pressure down on the Hotun, pushes him away, allowing Lanaya to take a very easy take onto the turtle. And Hotun also went down by the hands of Dawn, so this is not looking great for Influence Rage as they re-engages Dawn onto Chan, and Rare Atom, they're gonna split away from this point.
Rare Atom is nothing if not chemistry, right? The support coming through was very quick. They allowed and saw that opportunity to support Lanaya in the venture of the neutral objective, and they took it. Because technically, with Lanaya as well as Jotun at the same level earlier on, maybe Jotun would have a little bit of a better time just because of the Appraiser's Wrath. I like this. Rare Atom, they're doing their best here to try and look for more advantages around the map. And now the big question is, Influence Rage, what do they want to play on? Do they go for more levels into the bottom side of the map? But that might have to wait.
Fizz crack down onto Lanaya, drops him down almost immediately. The Brilliant's gonna have to be popped in order for the Lunaf to be able to run away far enough. But unfortunately, he will eat the entirety of the crossbow of Tang, allowing Fury to get himself a double. When we look at the southern corner of the map, we do have Cat9 popping off with his own Revitalize, only to be popped off and dead to the hands of 3.
Beautiful trade for Influence Rage there, 1 for 2, and they were able to get 2 kills onto Fury. Now, these are the winning conditions that we wanted to see from Influence Rage to begin with. Granted, sure, Mikey and Fury is not going to be having a good time in that lane, but the fact that Fury has been fed 2 kills, she should be able to get to the power spike faster, and that's might be how Influence Rage turn this around in the mid-game.
We're only looking at not that big of a change when it comes down to the economical factor. I would say the Rare Atom, they would want to chase up onto Chino and just kind of push him away as much as possible. Chino is only at level 6, while Dawn is at level 8. So there are definitely some disparity up in the XP lane, while in the side of the gold lane, Fury is definitely a little bit happier because of their 2 kills.
I wonder what the gold difference is between these gold laners, because I think that will be just key right now. Oh, it's only 100 gold difference.
Yeah.
But there's still a ticking time bomb for Influence Rage.
As now Chan gets himself away with the Crimson Beacon, and now a 3-man Fizz crack coming from inside Pakitu. This guy is always constantly making all these plays, but unfortunately they don't really quite have the follow-up, as the Pakitu is always a little bit too far away from Influence Rage. There is clearly a disparity between the front lines and the back lines. Oh, Dawn whiffed it. Didn't really quite manage to land anyone and clip it when it comes to the Falling Star Moon, but he's still fine. Got a lot of skills to work with. He can steal all of that out of Chino. So as long as they kind of play around with that, Pakitu also do have some shields though, so you gotta look out for that. As the Falling Star Moon is just gonna be landing onto Pakitu. Hotun just gonna be stopping Dawn for a tad little bit. Fury joins into the fray, only for Chino to find himself in the dark spot. Hotun lands on the Appraiser's Wrath, not quite enough to kill anyone else at this point, leaving 2% from the side of Influence Rage and Rare Atom. All 5 alive, happy to take a 3 total.
Abstract, that's 3 members taken down for the price of none here. Cat9 goes in very aggressively. I don't think he can get out.
No way, Jose! As Fury takes him down with a killing spree to his name, but Fury hops and a jump, only to be struck down by the hands of Mikey with the double kill.
So even if he goes down, Cat9 goes down, it's still traded in for both Hotun as well as Fury. That is value. Value over the neutral objective, value over the kill trades. Rare Atom are pushing the limit here. 4,000 gold lead just because of that. And Influence Rage are now working from behind. Because again, Remember, Influence Rage are working on a time bomb. The reason I say this is because Powerful will scale into the late game, and so will Mikey. Fury sure needs more time to get to the power spike, but remember, when members from the side of Rare Atom start to pick up items like the Winter Crown, that's going to be very difficult for Fury to put out the damage. So the pressure, I would say, is on Influence Rage right now.
Let's not forget that Lanaya have got free access over to the back lines. Rare Atom has got answers to deal with Fury. They have answers to deal with front lines. Because Powerful, as long as he gotten at least his 3 items, his Darkening, power of the Chaos Darkening is just gonna be so much for Hotun or for Chino to handle.
Yeah, they don't have anti-CC in their composition as well, right? Meanwhile, if we take a look at the other side, Rare Atom, Powerful brought Purify, Mikey brought Purify, and don't forget the ult coming in from the Lunox too. So there's a layer of security that they have when they come down into these team fights. Meanwhile, for Influence Rage, once they go in, they can't go, wow, what is that? Is that a solo kill?
Solo kill
Lanaya on Fury.
I guess the main part is Lanaya gave no options to Fury. There is no point and no way that any of those weakness procs. So Fury can't fly into the air, especially when Lanaya is already going for the OG shadow kill.
That's what the Lunox is for as well. Tino goes down. What are Powerful's items right now? Done before the secure? Right, that's why.
Yeah.
There's no Divine Glaive, no nothing.
Not yet, but Darkening does have quite some crazy damage when it comes down to Chaos Assault.
So that makes sense. That makes sense. The damage is definitely reflected. We do have a little bit more downtime here. Abstract, at this point, help me answer this, right? Because Lanaya is level 12.
Yep.
Hotun to level 9. That's 3 levels of difference between the jungle. They can't go for a contest here, can they?
No way. Absolutely no way. The way the Influence Rage should be playing for now is to get their Hotun to level 15. Because with this current lineup from the side of Influence Rage, I don't believe that they have got any way possible to reclaim their own jungle. The middle lane T2 is definitely going to go down because the moment that your front line has decided, you know what, I'm going to stand my ground, garrison onto this turn, Powerful will just walk in and like, hello, here's some Chaos Assault, now walk away.
What do you think about this, though? We're looking at the in-game equipment. Fury has 3 items already. Corrosion, the Haas Claws, as well as... What was the last item again?
The Windtalker.
Windtalker, there you go. Is that enough?
I don't think it's enough, to be honest, because what I personally want to see is, at least for Fury, 4 items, right? I don't think that this is quite enough. Yes, this is more about survivability, kind of a 1-1. You don't want to go down too early because this is a very scary power from the side of Rare Atom. There is a Lanaya as with a ninja that will jump over the back lines. As long as Fury is able to heal back all of his losses, put himself and stay onto the map, he should be able to slowly scale. And probably he will scale a little bit faster than Hotun getting to level 15.
Let's see if that even gets to that point, right? Oh, already Cat9 getting taunted here.
It does seem like a quick little toss over to Cat9 is more than enough to drop Cat9 to lower than half HP. But it's not going to be the catalyst to allow Influence Rage to jump to Rare Atom because it's not their play and it's not their call. It's on Rare Atom.
So right now, Influence Rage, they're doing their best to just buy time for their team, right? Look for those items as soon as possible. Look for those levels as soon as possible. Because once again, as it stands, Hotun is still 4 levels below of Lanaya.
4 levels is crazy, buddy. And now, I think it's relatively fair to say that the only time that Influence Rage could fight back would be the 3rd Lord. And having them being able to fight back on the 3rd Lord, that is still not really close to 50-50. It's kind of more like a 40-60 in my honest opinion. By then, Influence Rage's Hotun should be 14 close to 15, but that 1 level is going to make a very big difference. Rare Atom can still take Lord very easily, but at least what works for Hotun is that he does have Appraiser's Wrath. So he needs to tank a decent amount, he needs to know when and how far he can stretch himself out, and really look out for those Chaos Assaults that Powerful would throw at him.
But the big question is, how will he be able to handle all that damage, right?
Sacrifice Chino, I suppose.
I mean...
His damage taken is currently at 86,000.
And it makes sense, but even he is squishy right now. I guess he did pick up the Radiant armor earlier on,
Not
will
quite
it
yet,
be will it be enough is my question. Will it be enough? Because it takes, what, 3-4 hits coming in from Paufu or Mikey? Or not to even mention the damage output coming in from Lanaya.
I think that not only Fury needs to go online, actually Chino needs to go online. Chino, as long as he's got the items, he should be able to be a big annoyance. He can play a little bit of that cross-map plays. He went for flicker, not exactly sprint. If he went sprint, he can be pretty darn annoying and really difficult to catch. As such, pushing out onto the side lanes, constantly just stopping creep waves from crashing down onto influence rage. Those are the kind of macro play that you can expect as a Uranus. And not only that, you buy time. You may die, but you buy time.
See, he only has 2 items. Brute Force Breastplate and the Radiant. Let's see if they're going to be able to clear here, ladies and gentlemen, because once again, the composition that Influence Rage has brought, not too much wave clear and not too much range.
That's a guaranteed T3 down in the middle lane with Dawn holding onto the helm, escorting the Lord right into the base of Influence Rage. What Rare Adam would definitely want to do is hoping that they will be able to create a barren wasteland over to the side of Influence Rage. With the top lane already down to a sliver, Rare Adam springs into action, putting Chan into a very low amount of HP. Those shurikens is not quite enough, unfortunately, but at least it's enough to push Fury and Chan back home. Actually, Pakiru as well. So Rare Adam, they will seize this opportunity as much as possible to focus down on the crystal as Influence Rage throws himself into a rampage to push a ransom members from the side of Rare Adam out. Unfortunately, Mikey is a little bit too much to deal with. As such, Influence Rage is unable to hold their ground.
Match point now for Rare Adam, the team from the Chinese region, spearheaded once again by the members. Man, Dawn again on the Esmeralda. We've seen him on the Lapu Lapu, we've seen him on the Lucas. And he's always that spear point to the team fights for Rare Adam. Enough so for the rest of the members to do their job properly.
It's so much about the matchup, right? The XP matchup. The game is also revolving around Chino. He needs to scale. And the way that he decided to pick up his items, which definitely makes sense, right? He wants to be the beefy one. He wants to be able to soak up damage for the rest of his team in order for Fury to pop off, or perhaps to give some more space to Hotun to steal these objectives. Take objectives. It's okay even if the Uranus dies. If they drag the game long enough, eventually he will start to get important items such as the Oracle, the Brute Force Breastplate, and that is when this guy is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I agree. For me, I think it just goes back to the basics, right? When it comes down to like the drafting phase, which one was their winning lane, I think was my big question.
Unfortunately, they don't really quite have a winning lane.
Exactly.
But what should have worked for them per se is the roaming trio, right? Having the Juicin, having the Fredrin, and as well as having the what's that again? The Badang. They have a pretty good setup. They have a very good way to extend fights, but they don't have the damage to really help them stall the game long enough. Their wave clear is bad, like 1 out of 5. That is like 1.5, which is why they don't really have the opportunity to drag the game long enough, even though their win con is actually towards the late game.
They were out-rotated, they were outshadowed, I think, from the movements coming in from their opposing team. We have Gideon back finally. Gideon, game number 1, thoughts?
Boxia is such a problem to the meta. He's a menace to the meta. He's got to go or you got to pick him up. I think that was like the big pivotal moment. And when it came down to the draft, unfortunately, had Boxia fallen into their hands, things could have been different. But I do agree with the turn. I think that a lot of it comes down to the fundamentals of the game. Play for your strong side, and more importantly, play for your battle lines, because there was a lot of moments where Boxia was getting, why is he hopping over literally everybody to get into the edges of the map, and more importantly, so getting right on top of the correct targets. That doesn't sit well with me. And I think even Influence Rage knows, it's like, okay, we could have played that a little bit better. There's a couple of things that we can optimize from early to mid game, because I think that, like you guys mentioned, if it managed to get into that later stages of the game, there was a lot of comeback ability for Influence Rage. But if we just won out a couple more fights in the early to mid game, I think it would have been a seamless transition, you know?
But, you know, even for me in the late game, what are we like banking on from the side of Influence Rage? Because they have the 1-1, yes, the 1-1 scales, but what happens when members start to build immortalities, winter crowns? Meanwhile, on the other side, they have the Lunox and the Irithel, so that's extra scaling.
It's about peeling. It's about peeling, moving back. Sky Piercer, Zushin, that was the way to go. And I think that's what they wanted to try and do all over again. It's a tough call here, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, really boiling down to the draft, we need to talk about adaptations though, right? Do you think that switching sides might actually help Influence Rage? If they go over to red side, that it's going to make Rare Adam actually think twice about what their first 3 picks are going to be?
To be fair, their games were mostly on the red side, if I remember correctly. At least day number 1, almost all of their games were onto red. And if they were to be on second pick, second ban, then they gotta they will have that 2 picks that they absolutely love, right? So, understandably, if they're able to get a Baxia, Uranus, whichever one of these is open, then sure, I think that is something to work out for them.
Either or, deny Cat9 his comfort heroes. That's all I'm asking right now.
Yeah, I think that was probably their best bet. But, well, with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at the Wildcards. We'll catch you then. Welcome back, everybody. It's currently 5:07 here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The wildcards continue here at the 2025 Esports World Cup, and we're already at match points. The series might end here and now, or it could go the distance. My name's Getting Q. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm going to be your desk host for today. We've got Abstract and as well as Eterna to cover all the action in the game with the commentary, and now it's time to make some adjustments in the game, because we didn't get to touch on the bit of an interesting ban that happened. Saber, what was that all about? I heard a couple of explanations from Abstract, but I'm like, are we being for real here?
Very good question. How about I ask you, what's the good thing about banning the Saber?
I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there.
I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. I think that the Saber ban was kind of interesting for me per se, but maybe they've got a hard read. Maybe they've got some inside information.
That's what I was thinking. It could be insider information, right? Something that we're not,
bit of
aware of.
Thing. It kind of feels like a stretch, right? It's kind of a stretch to me. Oh, damn, I pressed wrong. You want a remake? It's fine.
I guess it depends. We'll see it in game number 2.
And if they ban again, then
it's a pattern.
The first one's a fluke, the second one's a pattern, the third one's a... I don't know.
There's a psychopath amongst us. I don't know. It's not exactly a ban that you usually see within the international MLBB space. It's been a very, very long time since we even considered Saber to be a hero of viable option within the meta. But it looks like we're already heading into the draft. Good luck to the both of you. It's Eterna and as well as Abstract. Take it away.
Saber, Saber, Saber. I don't think that's going to be the case. But Rare Adam, they are still gonna be second pick, second ban, and Influence Rage first pick, first ban. The question is, they did manage to pull off that Uranus, but unfortunately not to the best of their abilities, as they did manage to find themselves counted by 2 heroes, the Baxia and the Lunox. If they really want to go for the Uranus, they gotta have to take that out of the picture, or to stagger that Uranus into later on into the draft. But that will be risking giving the Uranus over to Rare Adam.
And on top of all that, right, if they take another ban from the first phase, they might be giving Lanaya one of his power heroes, right? From game number 1, we saw 2 heroes designated to shut down Lanaya, the YSS and the Lancelot. We see the Lancelot ban once again, but what if we shake things up a little bit and ban out the Baxia first phase?
I would like to believe that Influence Rage want to change things up a little. They know that picking Uranus first would not be the right call anymore, given that the Baxia is highly favored by Rare Adam. So kind of flip the script a little bit. If Rare Adam managed to pull that off against them with the Baxia onto the Uranus, why not they go for the Baxia first? In this case, they actually have decided to ban out the Uranus, because at this point, if they were to go first pick Baxia, they're not exactly going to be afraid of the opponents picking up the Uranus, and if they don't, they can pick up the Uranus themselves.
Exactly. So this might be the wisest option that they can go for here for Influence Rage. Now, the last time they banned out the YSS and the Kimi, do you think that's going to be left open?
With the fact that 2 bans has already went out, I think the YSS is going to be something that we have to consider. So far, when it comes down to Rare Adam, YSS has been played by Rare Adam quite a bit of times. In fact, 2 out of 3 games in the past 2 days. So that will always be at the back of their head, trying to get Lanaya into a really good spot in the early stages. And in the event that we do see that YSS, it will always open the opportunity for a triple marksman comp, which is something that Rare Adam did manage to pull off in their 3rd game in the very first series.
But it looks like they don't go for any of that, right? They go for the Phoveus ban here instead. A peculiar ban? Are they trying to set up for the 1-1 again?
Did they first pick onto 1-1 before?
It was
Influence Rage. Yes, actually they do.
It was Blue 3.
They actually prioritized 1-1 every time in the past 2 days whenever their first pick. That in the previous game, that was the only one time that they first picked the Uranus. At least day 1, day 2, right?
So with that being said, if they do want to go for the 1-1 again, I think it still needs proper setup. In game number 1, we saw that the 1-1 was picked before the opportunity for the Irithel to be picked up by Rare Atom. And so the Irithel was placed in, picked up, and that's just an easy counter because we were discussing about the 1-1 given kills in the first few minutes of the game to try and kind of equalize or maybe allow the 1-1 to be ahead in the lane. But even then, she was only leading by 100 gold.
That's not a lot. Even though I think the 1-1 had, what, 2 kills? But 100 gold was nothing. It doesn't mean anything. And speaking of which, they have decided to first pick onto Kimmy and thus opening up the comfort of Cat 9. The Baxia is going back over to Rare Atom, and Lanaya also takes the YSS. Not a great start for Influence Rage in my honest opinion.
But remember, when the Baxia was very popular, I think a couple of months ago on the competitive scene, Baxia Jungle, it was the Kimmy that was kind of the quote-unquote answer towards this Baxia, especially in the early game. So maybe that's why we're seeing the Kimmy being picked up first in order to kind of stave off that pressure from the Baxia. We'll see how it pans out once again. But now we're looking at the next 2 picks on the side of Influence Rage. There goes the Cho, as well as the Hayabusa.
Okay, I was about to mention something about this. On the opposite end, rather, the caveats of picking up the Kimmy is that you are going to be really good at setting up team fights, right? A very non-committal implosion when it comes down to the traction pulse. So it sets things up for the fight, good for dev ball comp, good for just general area denials. So you might want to play towards that direction. But with the very fact that we have decided to see a Cho over the side of Influence Rage, that just spells to me that they want pickoffs.
Pickoff and also mid-trio prio, which is what they were lacking, right? Technically with the Cho being picked up just by the Kimmy and the Cho alone, that's fast wave clear, and that's what they were lacking in game number 1. So maybe that's what they're looking for coming into the next few phases of the drafts, considering they might still lose prio over the EXP lane and the gold lane. So they're opening that up as a potential for them to utilize to their benefit. Rare Atom closed the first phase with a Zetian ban.
Okay.
Zetian pick, rather.
Pick, yes. So a very standard dual opening in the first half of the draft. Rare Atom now possesses a very strong vision game from the Fury of the Phoenix plus the Mountain Shocker, with the 1-1 being thrown into the banning phase as well, banning pool. Influence Rage now has a couple of heroes that they can look out for. Number 1, Irithel. Number 2, Moskov. And these are one of the few marksmen that they have piloted to effectiveness.
Hey, I mean, we might see a Ruby in the gold lane again, you know? Who's to show? Because they have a Kimmy in the mid lane. And we've seen that kind of become one of the main avenues for them to set up for a Ruby in the gold lane. So I think that's still a possibility that we could be seeing. And if that's the case, then Rare Atom really needs to think about this properly coming to the second phase. Lapu Lapu gets banned out, so that's respect over to Dawn.
Yep. So Lapu gone. So Dawn gonna have to look out for that. And Rare Atom is actually focusing quite a bit on the marksmen, none of which are targeting their own marksmen. As I mentioned before, the Irithel and the Moskov are the picks that Rare Atom goes for, while Influence Rage is mostly onto the 1-1. With the 1-1 gone, damn, they at least still have the Beatrix that could be in their utility belt.
They picked up the Harris. It's a really bad win rate.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about that.
okay. Let's throw that out.
Yeah, I don't really like the Harif at this point. It's always a possibility. But the possibility of winning is kind of meh.
Yeah, I understand. So if that's the case, and if they want to continue, you know, this early game pressure, we might be seeing something like the Bruno if they want to explore that, right? They already have the Kimmy for, you know, late game insurance. They can play with the Bruno if they want to for the gold lane.
Yeah. So Influence Rage still have a couple of options that they can kind of go for. Both of the marksmen, we're just going to put them onto the side. Rare Atom, they haven't picked out an XP laner, and Rage, oh wait, XP laner as well. So at least for Rare Atom, they can always flex out, or rather, they can always pick up that Lucas. That did work out very well for them. And that is going to be the X factor for Rare Atom. Picking up the Moskov for themselves, they now throw the ball over to the court of Influence Rage and force them to react, or rather force them to blindly pick into the final pick that Rare Atom is looking at.
Because they want to make sure that Dawn gets a winning lane.
Exactly.
It's okay for Mikey to play passively or a play on the weak side of the map because they know that Mikey, no matter what, will always be consistent.
Yep.
They can rely on him on the late game. But what is important is that Dawn dominates that early and mid game and to allow Mikey to later show off his skills in the later stage. So this is template Rare Atom that we're looking at right now. So the big question is for Influence Rage, how do they pick a hero that wins lane in the EXP lane to shut Dawn down?
How do they respond to
What?
this?
Roger
Gulain! Oh, ho, 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 ho. Well, in the meantime, we also do have the... Okay, I didn't really quite expect having a Badang in the XP lane. I know that Pokito is definitely gonna be using that show, being the single-out specialist, right? Always playing the Kalia, always just getting himself some pick-offs against the opponent's side. So he will want to go for that. The Roger goal lane. We have been asking for Roger for the longest time ever. So welcome to the wildcards, but not exactly the way that we were expecting.
You're always talking about the Pandora box in MSC
Exactly.
wildcards, and you're
Exactly.
getting exactly that. Roger, we discussed it for the jungle, but we will be seeing in the gold lane. Will it work out? It will be up to Influence Rage to execute, and they're going to close things out for Rare Atom with the Esmeralda pick for Dawn. So another power pick.
So, how's it gonna be? This is an interesting turns of events for Influence Rage. I thought with the way that they played against Zeta, they might want to explore the possibility of a fighter gold lane. But they did not show any of that in their draft against Influence Rage. It is a very catered strategy against Zeta and a very catered strategy going up against Rare Atom. Would it work against Rare Atom? This Roger gold lane that can pop off in the early stages of the game? That's what I want to find out.
I'm curious, and I'm excited to see how the Roger works and how the Roger comes to play. And yet again, another debut pick in for Fury, just really showing us that there
This guy
goes
knows
no
everything.
bounds
Yeah.
to his hero pool, right?
Oh, man.
Ruby, we've seen, we were also really worried about what he would be picking, and
Uh-huh.
the fact that he brought in the Roger, it really shows something. They're at a crossroads. They're pinned to a corner right now. They want to make sure that they can stay in MSC. They want to make sure that their lives are still here. And so, go big or go home, right?
Let's go. Roger plus the Kimi. Normally, I will always want to look at the synergy between Chan and Fury because that is exactly what they showed in the match against Zeta. But that was different because at least that was kind of like a Ruby game. Now, as a Roger, what we want, snowball. We want the Roger to be able to kind of feed off of the battles because of the crazy amount of mobility that Roger have got in his kit. As long as he's running about, and he can be quite a bit of a lane bully as well.
So with that being said, hopefully Influence Rage play to that, right? They want to play to that winning lane. They want to play for the Roger to look for that snowball to kind of hold control over Rare Atom from the early game.
You've always asking for a winning
Yes.
lane off of Influence Rage. And this is going to be their answer. They did field a Badang into the Esmeralda, or rather the Esmeralda into the Badang. So now the Badang is going to be in a relatively tough spot. You don't really have priority. You can't run out of the lanes that effectively. While in the meantime, the Esmeralda can very definitely want to proxy the lane if they want to. Because one thing's for sure, Influence Rage, they want to focus more onto the gold lane. They want to play around the gold lane, that lower half of the map, in order to allow the Roger to join into some of these fights.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, our last elimination game, potentially the final game if Rare Atom get their way. Will we be saying goodbye to Influence Rage? Only time will tell. Execution will be imperative. Let's get straight into game number 2 in this best of 3.
A very strong showing from Influence Rage right off the bat here in the middle lane already. One thing's for sure also, actually, now I completely forgot that it's actually going up against a Moskov, so it's not exactly a very winning lane. The Roger can always just pounce in onto the Moskov, but a single throw of the Spear of Misery and jumping backwards, that is a range that Roger can't keep up. So this might actually be a lot more of a skill matchup than we have expected.
And that's why I think that mid lane is going to be very important here, Abstract.
Yeah.
We were talking about the winning lanes. I think with the Cho, with Chan as well, they have the range, they have the wave clear, but the big question is how are they going to be able to translate it over onto the side lanes? Cat9 once again on his comfort pick, being a big nuisance on the Baxia, looking for information, halting the rotations from Influence Rage. And here are the emblems.
Quite the nuke down the middle, but let's talk about the emblems here, as you mentioned. We do have a couple of support emblems, especially when it comes down to the XP lane. But the main thing that we really want to look out for is going to be the Kimi, right? Having the agility as well as the mystery shop. Does want to pop off a little bit earlier because Chan is understandably going to be one person that wants to bridge the game from the early to the mid to the late, right? She's going to be the catalyst in the mid stages of the game if they want to scale late to allow the Hayabusa to go crazy.
We do see the Raj really just focusing on trying to win that lane as well, reflected in from the emblems, but looks like Rare Atom are the first to the first objective.
Pakido looking for an opportunity. It does seem like Traction Pulse lands on the 2, but they don't really quite have enough damage for them to do so. Dawn joins in the middle of the fight, but Hotun currently getting himself out of the way, but it doesn't seem like Pakido will be able to stay alive from all that. He even flickers out, only for a homing missile coming from Sada Lanaya that will take him down. Most of the members from Rare Atom actually survive with just a sliver of health, so that is kind of scary. While Hotun all the way in the opponent's purple buff, only to be sniped down by the falling Star Moon.
Oh no, Chen, will he be able to get out? Luckily he will. It looks like Cat9 is too low to look for anything else. Goes for the retreat, but I would say that was kind of messy for Influence Rage, right? They lost control over the neutral objective. They lost Hotun in the process. I think the one thing that they can carry over to the next few minutes of the game is the fact that Fury was able to get a lot of gold shield down. So hopefully that will aid him in that lane against the Moskov.
Actually, I thought that the fight is quite a testament to what Influence Rage could have possibly bring into future fights, right? With Lanaya, Powerful, and Cat9 at such a low amount of HP, the moment that we go over into the early stages, right after the laning phase, when Fury joins into the battle, it's pretty fair to say that he will be the executioner of things.
Yeah.
And Rare Atom will find himself in the top spot. The only thing that kind of, I would say, is kind of like a miss point is the fact that Fury decided to go a little bit safe in the event that he don't find himself with these kind of fights, this kind of opportunity. So that's why he have decided to go to not go for killing spree.
I think he's also waiting for these items to hit, right? We do see that Rare Atom understand the gravity of the situation. They were rotating towards the bottom side, but I think they had information that the rest of the members from Influence Rage were rotating towards the gold lane too. Didn't want to go for the overcommit up until this point. Mikey, though, joining in the battle, was unable to get any assists nor kills, so I think he should be behind a Fury when it comes down to the gold, but in terms of EXP, it's actually Mikey who was able to get level 6 first.
I don't think there will be too big of a difference, hopefully. But here comes Pakido with the Way of the Dragon that will be landing up onto Dawn, while the Traction Pulse lands on the Cat9. Dawn successfully being able to push and zone Pakido away, especially since there's no more of the Way of the Dragon, no more pickoffs for the side of Influence Rage. So all 4 members focusing down onto Dawn, only for him to be so tanky. The SOD joins in, allowing them to throw Chan and Pakido in the top spot. Chino is going to be the first one down, while Hotun completely shut down by the members of Rare Atom.
Another favorable trade for the side of Rare Atom, the Chinese team here. And again, what is up with the retribution from both of these teams, right? First turtle, it was taken by Powerful. Second turtle, it was taken by Cat9.
Really? Oh, yeah, you're right. What's going on?
I'm not sure, but the retributions have been slipping a little. It's okay, it's fine, it's no problem. But it looks like Dawn has and will be able to get that tower in the top side, a little bit more control over the map.
That is big. A completely unlocked Esmeralda at 5 minutes and 24 seconds, but in the meantime, here we go. It does seem like Pakido manages to catch on to Cat9. That's one person down from the side of Rare Atom. The kill credits over to Hotun. Okay,
it's a trade. A trade is a trade at this point because they are falling 3,000-ish K gold behind of Rare Atom right now. Mikey looking for a trade. Is he gonna go for it? Oh my god, he does!
Paquito actually did manage to get a stun down on Mikey, but that's not gonna do anything at all. In the end, Powerful with the Fury of the Phoenix brings Paquito down. Fury all the way behind of T2, teleports himself back home. That's a good recall, and Rare Adam successfully claims all T1 turrets in the map.
Do you remember what we said about Rare Adam on the first day of the wildcards?
What did we say?
We were questioning communication. We were concerned about communication, but
Oh, yeah.
look at how in tune they are. Look at them again.
Oh, skewered is what's the word I would say about Influence Rage, as Mikey with the Spear of Misery that lands pretty effectively. The members coming in from Southern Rare Adams, they're preparing themselves all the way down south, while Influence Rage, they are forced to play together. And well, in some sense, this is kind of what they want, right? They want to funnel the farm over to either Hotun or Fury, as long as Paquito manages to find a good kick.
Technically, they can also do that for Chan, right?
They can. He does have Mystery Shop, so he can actually pop off a lot earlier if he were to get a good amount of farm, which you can see he's got only 3.6 thousand gold to him, as compared to the Hayabusa, which is 3.4.
Oh, wait a second.
That's the kick that we want to see, and that is Dawn finally punished for all his antics.
There you go. There you go. Finally, some fight coming in from Influence Rage. Coming closer to the mid-game, however, if we're referring back onto the gold, because they have Fury and because they have Chan, they might be considering gold distribution here, but that's an invade.
That is indeed an invade with Paquito down to the hands of Cat 9. Influence Rage completely shafted with the back against the wall. Rare Adam takes full control of their jungle down south. While Influence Rage doesn't seem like they have anything to care about the bottom jungle, at least the Hayabusa got some fun to work with. As now the ship will land right down on the genome, allowing Cat 9 to once again get yet another kill.
They also lose the orange buff in return. Oh, Mikey, very aggressive.
Wow, not the kind of teleport that I was expecting from Mikey to actually take that.
Maybe that's how far ahead he is, right?
I think so. How far ahead exactly is he?
I think we should be seeing the item builds and like the gold disparity quite soon. Oh, there it is.
Wait, it's
no
just 400 gold lead between the gold laners.
Exactly.
But to be fair, it's 6,000 gold with almost the trifecta.
Under 10 minutes as well.
Under 10 minutes as well, yeah. It's currently sub 9, 8 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. With the Lord, it's currently going to be popping out in more or less in 30 seconds. Rare Adam has got the full control of the map. It's just bleeding red. And Influence Rage haven't even gotten a single T1 turret. This is going to be a really difficult game for them to play, considering that their draft kind of wants them to kind of scale well from the early, mid to the late.
Okay, we're looking at XP differences from the jungle as well, approaching this next neutral objective that will be spawning under 5 seconds. Lanaya is at 12, Hotun is at 11, so technically he's not too far behind. Just a little bit more, I think, would allow him to have that 50-50 against Lanaya in terms of retribution take, but they're blitzing it, Abstract.
Yep, there's no challenge at all for Influence Rage. It's okay. As long as Influence Rage is able to deal with one problem at a time, as long as they make it to the late game, that is what they want.